does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express. Showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express.
Teach me how to live, color my life with love.
Does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is inspiring a new breed of Indians whose strength, vision, and idealism is changing the face of India. Saluting this new Indian, the New Indian Express. It's new, it's Indian, it's Express. Showed us that courage does not need the crutches of power, and that oppression cannot suppress the will of the truly awakened. Today, his legacy is in...
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We request everyone to please step inside from the pre-function area. Do take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and of course, a small reminder to make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. We are all set to begin in the next few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Do take your seats.
He showed us.
Hello. Hello.
Namaskaram. Vidyadayini Sharade Vidyadayini Sharade Nad Brahmaswar Jnanadayini Nad Brahmaswar Jnanadayini Madhurim Veena Vadini Madhurim Veena Vadini Punya Pavani Varade Varade Vidyadayini Sharade Nad Brahmaswar Jnanadayini Nad Brahmaswar Jnanadayini Madhurim Veena Vadini Madhurim Veena Vadini Punya Pavani Varade Varade Vidyadayini Sharade Paramananda Vatsale ज्ञानदायिनी नाद ब्रह्मस्वर ज्ञानदायिनी मधुरिम वीणा वादिनी मधुरिम वीणा वादिनी पुण्य पावनी वरदे वरदे मधुरिम वीणा मधुरिम वीणा मधुरिम वीणा वादिनी पुण्य पावनी वरदे वरदे विद्यादायिनी शारदे विद्यादायिनी शारदे.
You may be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now invoke the presence of the divine with the traditional lighting of the lamp. I'd like to invite our dignitaries to please join us on stage and do the honors. I'd like to call upon Lakshmi Menon, CEO of the New Indian Express. Ma'am, can we have you on stage, please? I'd also like to invite Mr. U. Lalit, former Chief Justice of India. Sir, if you could please join us on stage. A round of applause for Mr. Adur Gopalakrishnan, filmmaker. I would also like to invite Mr. Manoj Santalia, Chairman of the New Indian Express, and Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, the New Indian Express. Also a round of applause for Ms. Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor, Puducherry. Thank you so much. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Paloma Rao, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the ThinkEdu Conclave, the longest running education summit in the country. It has certainly been a unique past couple of years, and while the conclave held strong even during the uncertainties of the pandemic, it is wonderful to be able to meet and share insights face to face again. I think that on its own deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If there's one thing I'll be happy not to say or hear today, it'll be you are on mute. So with lots of changes in the past couple of years, ThinkEdu 2023 in its 12th edition is back, bigger and better than before, bringing together some of the brightest minds and policymakers of our nation. According to statistics, India has more than 50% of its population below the age of 25. But along with this huge potential is a rising concern for the right jobs, careers, and the way we work. Education is more important than ever before. At this summit, we discuss everything from ideas to ideology, art and science, as we explore what education means for the future of India. So ladies and gentlemen, to further welcome you all, I invite on stage Mr. Prabhu Chawla, Editorial Director, The New Indian Express. Let's give him another big round of applause.
Vanakkam, Namaskar, and good morning. I'm really happy to be here for the 12th year in a row. I'm also equally proud that former Chief Justice of India, Mr. Lalit, is here to attend the first and second session. I'm also proud that Kiran Bedi, the famous, we used to call the Crane Bedi in Delhi at that time, she's the most popular speaker and she's also here, along with many other distinguished speakers we invited. I'm especially proud of Chennai for giving us a warm welcome to all the speakers, year after year, reposing faith in what we do. And I also congratulate Shastra University for having a faith in us, and it's because of them we have been able to collect it for 12 years. This is the 12th edition, as she pointed out. One was virtual. In this 12 year, over 7,000 participants have been here in this hall over the 12 years, 10,000 which have never been to any of the event organized by anybody else in a row. We have about 500 lectures here delivered by various people, 500 sessions spread over 600 hours of discussion. So you can imagine the ideas which we discuss, and total debate around of 600 years, speeches from, you can call, industry, politics, academics, entertainment, and whatnot. I think education has been a platform, or what you call a rendezvous, for better minds, jostling with best minds. They did a deep and extreme mining of the ideas and making new institutions. It was a dynamics of people who are talking about here that education is also important for India. I think I can take pride in saying that New Indian Express was the first newspaper to bring education to the national stage. I won't claim that, but I can boast. If NEP is a reality today, it is because of the constant debate we had about the faulty education system in India. Our theme from the day one was Indianize Indian education. Because Indian education was never an Indian education. It was always influenced by Western teaching, Western courses, Western books. It's the first time the Prime Minister Modi has brought in NEP, which mixes the entire diversity of Indian culture, Indian ethos, Indian heritage. The NAP should reflect from the primary school to the highest education. Therefore, he thought we must begin this pressure on the Indian government, politicians, academics who come from abroad, teach what they learn abroad, but don't teach what we learn in Indian. Our ancient culture, our ancient Vedas, and everything was forgotten about today. So I'm proud that we can say that speakers had come for good ideas. And with the speakers were only chosen, keeping in mind the importance of the education in these places. We had two Bharat Ratnas also here, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee and Kalam Sahab. They were the two speakers who have been here. We had two vice presidents also who addressed here. We had a Nobel laureate, Kailash Satyarthi, addressing here. We have many important leaders here. We had Apollo vice chairman, we had Tata Sons chairman also here. We had Sadhguru, we had Ravi Shankar. Before they were discussed by the world, we discovered them here in this hall. Sadhguru was here with us for 2 days. At that time, hardly anybody recognized him. Now he's internationally acclaimed because we gave him the platform. We recognize that he's a spiritual guru who will make it better. Do you name anybody who was here? So I would say there were economists like Vivek Debray who's coming here, Montekeng Ahluwalia. There were vice chancellors, about 50 of them have participated here. Some of them are still here. So we have tried to bring everybody to Chennai, because they think Chennai or Tamil Nadu is the intellectual capital of India. Here people think there may be different reasons on culture and cost and whatnot, but when it comes to thinking and intellectual capital, it comes from the South India, mixing North and South, bringing North to South, and bringing the entire country to Chennai and telling them what it looks like. So we were trying to make the best of Chennai, best of Tamil Nadu, and making it the academic capital of India. Therefore, we want to bring everybody here. At that, I will say, I thank all of you once again, and thank all those who have been here, part of the audience and part of the speeches here. I think ThinkEducation is now a permanent date in the calendar of Chennai events. Chennai misses ThinkEducation, and we think that without ThinkEducation, Chennai is incomplete, Chennai academics is incomplete. With that, I thank you, all of you, once again for coming and joining us here. Now, unfortunately, all the former education ministers have been coming here, from Padma Raju to Smriti Irani to Prakash Javadekar. Unfortunately, Mr. Pradhan could not make it, because he has been put on duty minister in waiting with the president. She is going for the first time to Odisha, to her village, and he belongs to Odisha. So he has been deputed as minister in waiting with her. He couldn't go. He wanted to come till before yesterday. We were trying to juggle the program, but First Lady or President of India cannot be without a minister. So he has been there, so he has given us a speech, sent little speech here. I would like to play that, listen to Dharmendra Pradhan, who is going to give the speech here just now.
Namaskar. Sri Prabhu Chola ji, Editorial Director of New Indian Express Group, Dr. S. Vaidya Subramaniam, Vice Chancellor of Shastra University, friends from media and all the participants of the conclave. I am glad to be part of the 11th edition of ThinkEdu, which amplifies the passion for nation at a time when India is at the cusp of a tectonic and transformational shift. I would like to congratulate my friend Prabhu Chola ji and his team for organizing ThinkEdu Education Conclave. His decade-long persistence in continuation of this conclave reflects his passion for India's education. I am also glad to launch Express Writings by Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam ji, Vice Chancellor of Shastra University. This two-volume compilation of over 200 plus education-related articles for reputed English dailies like New Indian Express is not only a phenomenal achievement but also an important policy vehicle for India's education policy and progress. I congratulate Dr. Vaidya Subramaniam ji and wish him well to continue his writings. Friends, the first budget of Amrit Kal presented last week gives a strong foundation for developed India in 2047. This budget is for women, poor, farmers, middle class, aspirational society and their dreams. Prime Minister Modi's model of development is based on philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi, Antyodaya, Garib Kalyan, Atmanirbhar Bharat and Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I am thankful to Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister for allocating the highest ever budget to education this year. The 1.12 lakh crore budget for Education Ministry will help us in realizing the vision of the National Education Policy 2020. This budget is for Amrita Pidhi with focus on youth empowerment. Friends, education is essentially for the betterment of lives of people. At the core of it, education is for the service of humanity. This has been recognized by many saints, philosophers, leaders and educationists. We all understand it, but somehow along the way we keep missing this core purpose of education. NEP 2020 envision an education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming India, that is Bharat sustainable, into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society. The National Education Policy 2020 is a philosophical document that has come after long deliberation at all levels. As Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has said, NEP 2020 is not only a government's policy but the nation's policy. Education needs transformation to cater to the aspiration of billions across the world. As India takes over the presidency of G20, we aim to work together with all the countries to bridge gap in quality education and skilling. A week back, we had the first G20 Education Working Group meeting in IIT Chennai, which has been participation of delegates from 30 countries and international organizations from member nations. We must find long-term sustainable solution to the similar education challenges being faced by the different nations. Friends, I am glad this education summit is in Tamil Nadu, which has remained a hub of education and knowledge since ancient time. In Tamil Nadu, the historic Uttarameru village in Kanchipuram has some interesting inscription. It testifies to the historical fact that nearly 1100 years ago, we had an elaborate and highly refined electoral system and even a written constitution prescribing the mode of election. The details of this system of selective village democracy, Sabha, are inscribed on the walls of the village assembly, Gram Sabha. Friends, while democracies have evolved across the globe over time, we have good reason to believe that our motherland is the mother of democracy. Friends, India is one continuous civilization since ages from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. The recent Kashi Tamil Sangamam was a unique month-long confluence in Banaras. It brought together diverse culture and costumes on a common platform connected together by the ancient and everlasting thread of Sanatana Dharma. 2,500 delegates from various sections of the Society of Tamil Nadu visited Kashi during the month of Tamil Kartika. The amalgamation of two ancient cultures, regions of the country within the contemporary world of today was phenomenal. Inaugurating Kashi Tamil Sangamam from Banaras, Honorable Prime Minister said, we should all be proud that Tamil is the oldest language in the world. The variety and quality of classical Tamil literature has led to it being described as one of the great classical traditions and literature of the world. NEP 2020 emphasized on promoting multilingualism and all Indian languages. As per NEP, the medium of instruction in primary education will be mother tongue local language. This is to reiterate that all Indian languages are our national language. On the line of Kashi Tamil Sangamam, under the Ek Bharat Shrestha Bharat, day before yesterday, we launched the Yuva Sangam. The Yuva Sangam focused on conducting exposure tours of the youth comprising of students and off-campus youngsters from northeastern states to other states and vice versa. As a pilot project, around 1,000 youth will participate in the Yuva Sangam. It will provide an immersive, multidimensional experience of various facets of our country. Through your platform, I would like to invite the youth of our country to become a part of this once-in-a-lifetime experience. Friends, NEP 2020 develops our youth to be rooted in Indian history, yet can work for the solution of the challenges of 21st century, not only for India, but from the entire world. Our youth must aim high, moving beyond the mindset of job seekers to job creators. Our youth, and indeed every one of us, must see how our education can help us reach the last person. Only then can India regain its status as Vishwaguru, the guiding light of the world. Today's India must focus on the core of education as we develop our youth as global citizens, with the goal of improving ease of living for everyone, leaving no one behind India's growth story. And it is journey towards becoming a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. I once again congratulate the New Indian Express Group and everyone involved in this education conclave. I hope to receive your suggestions and conclusion of your deliberations. Thank you, friends. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All to you, Kaveri.
Thank you so much, sir. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we move right into our first session, Why Study Law, Social Duty and Legal Responsibility. I would like to welcome Mr. U. Lalit, former Chief Justice of India. So please give him a round of applause as he makes his way on stage. During his tenure, he introduced major administrative reforms in the functioning of the court, and we're so happy that you could be with us this morning, sir. And a big round of applause for our chair for this session, Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist. Kaveri, it's in your able hands. Over to you. Let's give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We would also like to present our guest of honor with a special token of our appreciation. So may I call upon Mr. Manoj Kumar Sontalia once again. Sir, if we could have you on stage to present Mr. Lalit with a memento. Perhaps just a second longer, sir, for our photographer. A quick photo. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Paloma. I'd like to request Mr. Lalit to come to the podium and deliver his speech, and then we'll do the Q&A. Mr. Lalit, please.
Vanakkam, everybody. The distinguished dignitaries who are going to participate in various sessions during this ThinkEdu, the organizers, and the pillar of strength behind this organization, the New Indian Express Group. Congratulations to every one of them. My time has started ticking. As they say, the very basic purpose of any education or any educational system is to enhance the ability, capacity of individuals, to make them ready for further challenges in life, to empower them, to uplift them. What we normally call asatoma sadgamaya, tamasoma jyotirgamaya. So therefore this transition or travel from darkness to the enlightenment. Study of law is no different. I have spent something like 40 years in the field of law. First 32 years as a lawyer, last 8 years as a judge. I can claim some experience when I say and make certain comments on this issue. When I studied law, the LLB course was the most rudimentary course. It was normally taken as a default arrangement wherever any student did not get any admission in any prestigious institution or course, he would land up in a law college. Today the things have changed. Today law is no longer a default arrangement, but it's a choice of many students. We have something like more than 25 national law schools in the country. It started with the revolution, which was National Law School, Bangalore. And it is now getting to be the first choice of many students, generations of students. In my days, my college used to begin at 7, end at 10 in the morning. Then thereafter, we would land up in courts just to watch the proceedings in various matters, and our education began after 10 o'clock. So the theory part was something touched upon during courses, but the practical application of whatever we studied was in our innings through the courts. Today the courses have gone radical changes. There are hands-on approaches. There are emphases on moot courts, competitions. Almost the lawyers are ready to take on the challenge after they graduate from the law courses. But even then, there are certain defects or deficiencies. A medical professional, after he secures a degree, is ready to take up challenges in the world, He can set up his dispensary. He doesn't need any further education. Similarly, an architect or an engineer. But a law professional, whatever he may have studied in law colleges, is just the tip of the iceberg. So his journey actually begins after he joins the law course, after he joins the profession. One more difference, and that's perhaps we as a society, we must make some ideological corrections or course correction in our approaches. See, a medical or dental professional is expected to do some internship as a part of curriculum. I don't know why, but no other professional course in this country contemplates any kind of internship in which the students are supposed to give it back to the society whatever they have learned. We expect medical professionals to do free services in rural sectors, give it back to the society, but not the other professionals, chartered accountants or engineers, architects, or even lawyers. Why is it so? Is it that your profession is actually premised on the idea that perhaps whatever you have learned, you must give it back to the society? But so is the medical profession. Both professionals coming from these two streams call themselves to be belonging to noble professions. Law as a profession is something which is spoken of in Part 3 of the Constitution. The moment a person is arrested, he must be brought before a magistrate within 24 hours, and he must be provided the services of a legal professional of his choice. So that's the elevated status which has been given to law as a profession. Why do we say so? Our Supreme Court's emblem is Yato Dharmas Tato Jayaha. Whatever is right shall prevail. If whatever is right shall prevail in the society, human relationship is such that with the advances in technology, with the multifold channels which are opening up, there are many areas of friction amongst the members of the society. For an orderly society, what we go by is the basic norm, which is rule of law, that the society be governed by legal principles. Who best can advocate, can give counsel to the society than the lawyers as to what are the principles, and in case there be any friction or there be any violation, who as a professional can take care of such situations except the lawyers? I had very interesting experience when I was chairperson of NALSA. NALSA is National Legal Services Authority. What we found is, and this is I am saying only so far as criminal matters are concerned. Why confined to criminal matters? Because legal aid is most required in criminal matters rather than civil. In civil matters, you have reaction time. In case a suit is filed, the defendant can think about what strategy to be employed, who should be contacted as a counsel. Whereas in criminal matters, the moment he is arrested, the reaction time is very, very less. Within that shortest possible time, he has to avail of certain legal remedies. If we go by the statistics, I don't know exactly how much percentage today, how much of population is below poverty line, but let us take a normative figure of 66%. If 2/3 of our population is below poverty line, then logically, 2/3 of the matters on criminal side must be in the hands of legal aid services. but they are not. They're not more than 15%. What does that mean? The gap between 15 and 66, which is almost half the population, though it is completely beyond their means, end up paying huge fees by way of legal remuneration to legally trained professionals, or go beyond their capacity. They may sell their jewelry, mortgage their properties in order to take care of litigations which are impending and which are like swords on their heads. What does that mean? Number one, either people are not even aware that there is an apparatus like legal aid, or they don't have confidence in the legal aid machinery or the apparatus. I, as a chairman, I thought that two areas. Number one, we must have awareness. So therefore, we launched what is called 42-day campaign, in which we wanted to cover every village in the country at least thrice. And we covered every village, 19.5 lakh villages we covered during this period of 42 days. The awareness, the flame of outreach definitely reached every nook and corner of the country. As a result of which, some of the collateral kind of advantages. One, our disposal, highest disposal before that in Lok Adalats used to be 14 lakhs per day, which is after every 3 months. The last Lok Adalat figures when I demitted office as legal aid chairperson was 1 crore and 6 lakhs. Why? Because of this approach, because of this knowledge. And that's where perhaps I think we as legally trained professionals are lacking. Number one, the father of legal aid movement in the country was Krishna Iyer, because he was the first chairperson of the committee which drafted something on legal aid way back in 1971, when Justice Krishna Iyer was judge of the Kerala High Court. And what he said is that it is unfortunate that people in this country are not even aware of what their rights are not eligible, not even sort of availing the services of legally trained professionals. How many times have we seen that so many people, they mortgage their properties in ignorance and they end up being exorbitant rates of interest, which may not be consistent with the legal principles. Something like Do Bigha Zameen or Mother India. These are the normal examples which are there across the length and breadth of the country. So what do we now have to have a change in approach? I suggested as chairperson of NALSA, number one, that study of law should not be confined only to classroom study, but as a part of the curriculum, the students must, every college must adopt at least 2 villages in the surrounding areas in the 4th and 5th year of the law course. Every student must be made to go reach the rural population, have an interaction with that rural population. I'll give you one example. We have legislations like Domestic Violence Act. How many complaints actually come from rural sector? Is it that there is no domestic violence in the rural population? No, because those women do not have that kind of confidence to approach the concerned authorities. If you have a regular interaction with those ladies, with that entire population, I just gave an example of those ladies on domestic violence front. There could be number of such cases, like those who are entitled to certain concessions as being members of, say, certain communities. It is this awareness, apart from the awareness, the regular interaction with that cross-section of the population which lives in rural sector, it will then make study of law more on the substance side rather than just getting a degree. What do we find today? The students are, of course, they get the degree, and then thereafter there is an avalanche either to come to cities or to bigger courts, wherever there are opportunities come in plenty, or there are the regular stream, which is the corporate world. How many of us actually go to the rural sector as lawyers? Very few. So one part which study of law, if you really want the study to be responsible on the social front, then according to me, the major emphasis in the entire approach must be that there must be 1 year of compulsory internship where students must be requested to work in rural population. This example or instances like this will make them completely aware of the problems, the kind of lifestyle, the kind of infirmities which that population has. It will make them, it will turn them into good human beings, complete professionals, which will then aid the very same professionals to be one of the first-rate professionals in the entire country. Second part, and that according to me is something which we are missing. We see in defense forces, Army, Navy, Air Force, even right up to the rank of lieutenant generals, people keep on doing courses every now and then, almost every 6 months or 1 year. You'll hear that I had gone to so-and-so course, I had gone to so-and-so course. It doesn't happen in legal profession. I had one very beautiful experience. I keep going to National Judicial Academy, Bhopal as a resource person. And once there was a contingent coming from Sri Lanka, some of the judicial officers who were to be given training at Bhopal, National Judicial Academy. And the persons concerned who were to be trained were of the level of what is called Civil Judge Junior Division Magistrates. That's the lowest of the levels in the judicial hierarchy. Very well, there were about 20 odd such participants. Apart from that, there were 5 district judges, 2 judges of the High Court, and 1 judge of the Supreme Court of Sri Lanka. I asked that judge of the Supreme Court, see, the course is meant typically for the magistrates. Why are you here? And she said that it's always better to keep sharpening our knowledge. It's always better to keep revisiting the same ideas. So why should education be confined to the lowest of the ranks? And that was something like an eye-opener. So I said, what she says is absolutely right. Perhaps I think we should also have something for our ranks. Of course, there are courses at National Judicial Academy, even for the judges of the High Court, but they are normally for judges between 0 to 5 years, not beyond that. At levels beyond that, there is no course or there is no sort of, refresher ideas which are gaining ground. So therefore, according to me, study of law, today we have come a long way since I was member of Law College. Today the children, today the students are definitely having more opportunities, more windows of learning, and more hands-on approach. No doubt about it. If I was at 0 level, perhaps these students are definitely at 6 or 7 level. but there are 3 more levels yet to be crossed. And those levels will be crossed if you make study of law not just confined to universities and colleges, but to the masses, to the societal apparatus. It is then that study of law will be what you normally say complete. Our freedom struggle shows that most of the lawyers were the social engineers, not just on the freedom struggle, but various other social problems where it sought to be tackled by them. So if you make study of law more vibrant, then perhaps there will be definite change in the profile of the society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lalit. You talked about the internship, and I think that was a really significant suggestion. Why restrict it to just rural areas? Because I find that we perhaps have the best laws in theory, but in practice, we fall very short in terms of both awareness as well as in practice. So why not make this a compulsory part of legal education everywhere?
You are right. It should not be confined to rural sectors. I just gave an example. Why? Because in rural sectors, the opportunities are lesser and lesser. So therefore, the exposure of that rural population to something what you could normally call processes of court, study of law, or being aware of legal principles is definitely lesser. It's not as if that there are no poor in urban areas. It can certainly be extended everywhere. I just put emphasis on the rural sector. That's just about all.
Coming back to the idea that we perhaps have the best laws in theory, especially when it comes to women. I think we have some of the most progressive laws. But when it comes to the actual practice, we fall very, very short. Would you agree with that?
Yes, you are right. There was a proposal which was mooted by, and the matter is still under consideration. The proposal was mooted by Ministry of Child and Women Development. And according to them, there must be what is called an officer to be deployed at every district and maybe at a future level, at every tehsil level, so that the population in the surrounding areas feel confident that there is somebody, a nodal officer who can be approached in case of any doubts, in case of any kind of emergent situations. So such a proposal is something which is of great dimension and significance. I'll just tell you, we have now advocated that on the same lines as public prosecutor's office in every district, let there be legal aid defense counsel office in every district. There are about 780 odd districts in the country. We have started with 350 districts, so almost half of that. There will be a regular legal aid defense counsel system, one chief counsel to be assisted by 3 or 4 assistant counsels. So my proposal to ministry was that one of them could be a lady advocate who can be a nodal officer in case any female population living in that particular district wishes to come, and there is an element of confidence when you come out with certain kind of harassment or maybe areas, and that's the reason why such an arrangement will be more conducive. So it will serve not only the purposes of legal aid, but at the same time some of the social ideas which are advocated by legislation such as Domestic Violence Act.
That's true. For instance, you have the Anganwadi workers who, have made such enormous strides in education and health at the village level. Can we not have something similar in terms of a legal aid officer at the village level?
Of course, yes. There are as of now, there are what is called paralegal volunteers.
Yeah.
And some of these ASHA Anganwadi workers are part of the regular, the stream who work as paralegal volunteers. Some of the law students, some of the retired civil servants, they also share that responsibility. But as a regular kind of machinery, it is better to have machinery with some status, and if this works, then perhaps I think there will be one nodal officer in every district who can take care of any such complaints. ASHA workers and Anganwadi workers, of course, have certain other areas of operation.
Yes.
Their duties are slightly different,
Yeah.
Anganwadi. But on the legal front, if there is a dedicated officer who can always be available, that should serve the purpose.
So, when you began in the profession, things were, of course, very different. India was a different country. 37 years in the Supreme Court. Why did you choose to become a judge rather than remain a lawyer? Far more lucrative it would have been, I guess. So, you know,
These
maybe
are
for
completely-
young law students, you know, what prompted you to choose becoming a judge?
See, of course, yes, money is definitely required for every human individual to survive, to thrive in the society. But after a point, that loses significance in life. As they rightly say, if you have a good son, why do you require dhan sanchay? Correct? If you have a bad son, then again, why do you require dhan sanchay? Because he is going to fritter away everything, correct?
Daughter as well.
Yes, anybody. What I mean to say is this. So, ultimately, after a point, that loses significance. So therefore, then you need something which gives you satisfaction, which gives you, at the end of the day, you feel satisfied that yes, I did something. That's how I accepted. Today, my third innings has begun where I am now visiting professor in some of the law colleges.
I believe
So
also
therefore-
Sastra, you delivered a lecture.
Sastra, yes, delivering one lecture is not. I am now regularly visiting professor in 2 or 3 institutions. So therefore, that's what I intend to give back to the society.
But one hears of the Supreme Court only when there is a controversy. There is a controversial judgment or there's a controversial case. The collegium, of course, is something that I have to ask you about. We cannot have a conversation about law these days without asking about the collegium. You know, you spent, 74 days
Yes,
as Chief Justice. Did you ever feel the pulls and pressures of the executive on you?
Time is only 3 minutes now.
Enough for you to answer this question.
Okay.
Do you get midnight calls saying, you know,
Not at
perhaps
all.
this judgment could
Not
be
at
this
all.
way?
Not at all. Not at all. See, as Chief Justice, you are, apart from being a judge, the additional mantle that you put on is being the administrative head of what is called the listing. The listing is one part. Determining the composition of benches is one part. And what kind of benches should we have is also another.
Should they
I'll tell you, yeah,
reflect
that's right.
diversity,
Yes, that's right.
inclusiveness?
Never in the history of Supreme Court, more than 2 constitution benches had ever sat together. In my tenure of 74 days, I simply went by the mathematical calculation. We were 30 judges to begin with. I divided 30 by 5 and said that there are possible 6 constitution bench combinations. And in my time, all 6 benches were constituted. And at a time, on a particular day, 3 constitutions benches were sitting together simultaneously. So therefore, that's one function which the Chief Justice is definitely having the prerogative. According to him, he may constitute benches, list the matters, so therefore that's his prerogative. The second prerogative on the administrative side is, of course, the collegium meetings.
Yeah.
So he is the one who calls a meeting. makes a proposal as to who shall be the judges, etc. On neither of these two fronts, I have had any kind of, either instructions or even remote or even indirect suggestions coming from the executive at any juncture.
Do you have any regrets
On what front?
on things that you had set out to achieve?
Not at all. No regrets
Because
at
you
all.
had listed 3 priorities when you had taken over.
I had said that, number one, because there were many matters which were lying without getting listed. See, what happens is, especially during COVID times, we had our disposal had taken a back seat. We were more into sort of, making ourselves available through virtual mode.
Yeah.
What happens in virtual mode is that a matter which is capable of being disposed of in 3 minutes may take 10 minutes because there are communication defects, there are communication gaps. So our disposal, which was 60 matters a day on Mondays and Fridays, which are miscellaneous days, had come down to almost 30, 35. That left tremendous gap between the filing of the matters and the disposal. So we were on the negative side so far as disposal is concerned. So one priority which I said was listing of all matters,
Yeah.
disposal to be more than the filing,
And also transparency.
transparency, and that is why more and more constitution benches. And not just constitution benches, like one typical example is the death sentence matters where somebody has been awarded death sentence and the appeals are pending in Supreme Court come before a bench of 3 judges. The normal practice in Supreme Court is to have 1, or at best 2, or at best 3 judges of combinations of 3. With the result, all these death sentence matters must get listed only before such combinations. And it becomes somewhat, the judges also are human beings. So after a while, they entertain feeling of fatigue. That how many death sentence matters am I supposed to deal with, correct? So that's how when I constituted 6 constitution bench combinations, I said, constitution bench requires 3 plus 2. So those 3 judges combination will have all matters including death sentence matters. So therefore, I doubled up the benches. With the result, many death sentence matters were also listed, disposed of. And it is a part of constitutional jurisprudence now that death sentence matters, if there be delay, then that may afford a ground for the person concerned to have the death sentence commuted to imprisonment for life. So our procedural delay should not afford any kind of ground, and the sooner we dispose of the matters, one way or the other, whether you affirm or you don't affirm, but the matters must be disposed of. That's how.
As we can see, time's up, we're told. There's so much else that we needed to talk about, but perhaps some, yes. Of course. It's your prerogative.
You are the organizer, sir. My time is up. Yes, sir.
Is there any change which
I'll take, if you permit, I'll take about 10 minutes to explain this.
No. You can't.
No, this is not something which can be, if you just ask me one single sentence, is there a need to change? No. Okay. Now, if you want the reasons, give me 10 minutes.
Spoken like a true lawyer. All the law students at the back, this is how you have to function. Thank you so much for being such a sport.
One hand which is getting raised in that corner.
If you promise to ask the question in half a second, he'll promise to answer in 1 second. Yeah, quickly.
Hi, this is Jweria. I'm a journalist with edX. So recently, NLU Delhi hiked their fee. It was a massive hike percentage, almost 80% hike. The students said that this will push them towards corporate law. They'll take loans, etc., to pay off their fees. Do you believe that public institutions of law should be protected from such hikes in fee that we are seeing in a lot of public institutions in other
Yeah,
fields
I
as
think
well.
we've got, thank you.
I used to be part of the governing council of National Law School, Bangalore, and this is a typical question which always the administration is sort of, called upon to decide. There are so many trained professionals whose services are engaged as professors. Naturally, very handsome amounts are paid to those professors. So as compared to my days when there used to be just about few professors and my learning was actually in the court of law, today the colleges function right from 8 o'clock till almost about 7 o'clock in the night. So therefore that's the law course, people are engaged and they are paid very handsome fees. So therefore the establishment costs are tremendously on the rise. Naturally, where do they get the money from? The money can be only through one source, which is the fees. The second source, unfortunately, that is not what is presently the colleges or the institutions are banking on. I had gone once to IIT Bombay and they say there is a practice that after completing 25 years, the class then pulls in money and makes a handsome donation to the alma mater.
Yeah, I think they should do that. The lawyers can afford to do it.
I think, that's a wonderful tradition that we can follow. And as lawyers, if we start making that donation, which comes up every year from a different batch, that will actually put in the college with a lot of resources at its command, and that will help giving some relief to the students concerned. But what concern that you have raised is definitely a matter to be flagged, yes.
Thank you so much.
Sir, one more question. Here, sir.
No, sir, I'm so sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
I think if you can appeal 10 top Supreme Court lawyers, give only 10% of their income donation. That will be enough to run the entire legal system, I think.
The entire
Very
legal
well.
framework
Very
of
well,
this
very well. I take the point and I'll certainly, work in that direction, yes.
Justice Lalit, one more question.
Sure.
So recently, with respect to the elevation of lawyer from Delhi and Madras, there was this talk about the judicial bias. So how judges bring down the judicial bias or prejudice to ensure non-partisanship? Is there any routine or SOPs which you follow?
See, again, your question is directed at the collegium system. I can't answer this question unless you give me 10 minutes.
I think we'll have to have a separate interview with him on that. Thank you so much. We've
Thank you
completely
so much.
run out of time. But
And
I hope we can
I
have-
must say that, this is my first exposure to ThinkEdu, but this has been a great learning experience for me. And I enjoyed this session, perhaps as much as you enjoyed listening to this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big
think
round
next-
of applause, and I request our chairman
About the
to please
collegium.
join us on stage to do the honors and present Mr. Lalit with a memento. It was wonderful having you here, sir. Thank you so much. It's wonderful to see our audience so engaged and interested, and I'm sure this same energy will continue through the day. He's already on his feet, ladies and gentlemen, so please put your hands together once again for Mr. Adur Gopalakrishnan, 16-time recipient of the National Film Award, as he joins us on stage for our next session. So let's have you on stage, please. The next session is the art of filmmaking, blending old and new. So we will welcome him on stage. And once again, I'd like to hand things over to Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist, who will be taking this session forward. Let's give them both a big hand.
It's a personal honor to interview Adur. It's a big gap in my education, in my cinema education, that I've not had the opportunity to talk to you. I'm so glad we're addressing it today. There's so much that we need to talk about, but let's begin with the idea of film watching and the film society culture that you actually started in Kerala way back, I think, in the 60s. Yeah, 65. After, I think, coming out of graduating from FTII. Talk a little about how that whole idea of cinema watching and cinema literacy has changed.
Well, way back in 65, we had very little of audiovisual exposure. Yeah. In fact, it was non-existent. Cinema was the only thing before us. And also, people had no chance of watching good films, in general, anywhere in this country, except through this one single source of film societies. So film societies were formed in other parts of the country, but in Kerala we did not have any such society. So as soon as I came back from the Film Institute in Pune, after having passed out, I started this film society in Trivandrum and encouraged my friends across the state to start their own societies. And we gave them the advice and also material help through supply of films, etc. Those were circulated. And in a state where there was no society before, we had some 100 and odd societies functioning at a time. This was surpassing even Calcutta.
Which was the
Bengal,
home of...
Bengal was the home.
Film
they had the largest number of societies before.
Right.
We just overtook them. And it had some impact on the society in general. And also it meant that many young people went to study in Pune Film Institute.
Yeah.
So they got the taste of good cinema, through these societies, and then they wanted to further study. And Film Institute in Pune had the largest number of students from Kerala all through.
Yeah. In every department.
In every department. So this was a big impact. It had a big impact on Kerala's film scene. And slowly they got absorbed into the film industry. And many of them went to Bombay also. Some people came to Madras, like that. So the film watching, and we had also, the movement also could produce several film critics.
Yeah.
If you look at the national awards for film writing, there are so many of our Keralites winning this prize.
Yes.
Writing, in fact, at one time it was my idea to have this award instituted. I had advised it to the government because as a member of the advisory board. It was my idea. And then it caught up. And then in all the 14 languages, most of the languages, people started writing in their local languages. So it became very important to have films treated as an important subject. Before Satyajit Ray came on the scene, nobody believed that it can be an honorable job, it can be an honorable profession. That thing was not there.
Yeah.
Here came a great artist who was a master of so many areas.
In every department.
In every department, not only film department, but as an artist, as a painter, as a writer, musician, all that. You say that it is there.
Yeah.
And he was also a student at the Shanti Niketan.
Yeah.
He studied under Nandalal Bose, all that. But he was a great fan of cinema. So all his knowledge and experience in all the other sister areas, sister groups, he brought into this cinema, into his cinema of Bengali cinema. He brought it in. And none of the people who worked with him had any previous experience in the film industry.
Yeah.
So everything was new about it.
Right.
The kind of total devotion to it, and not that they were untrained in any sense, because they were all self-trained. Including Mr. Ray. Everything was new. They looked at the reality very differently.
Yeah.
So that made a big impact on all of us, not just Bengalis in Calcutta, but then now all over the country. My generation of filmmakers were greatly influenced by that. You talk about cinema, immediately first you say,
No, I mean, you go to Cannes even now and they can only talk about Satyajit Ray and how they had to create a bed for him that was special because he was 6'4", but they did it every time.
Yes, yes. Not only Satyajit Ray, then after him or along with him, you had Ritik Ghatak, Mrinal Sen.
Mrinal Sen.
No, they were all great.
And you, let us not be so modest.
No, I'm always respectful to my gurus. They are all my gurus. Because without them, I couldn't have done what I did in my life. It's very important. No, in Japan, there is a system, the way they have progressed in every field, that they respect the gurus.
Their mentors.
They're always, before taking a decision, they consult the gurus. We also had it. In fact, they took it from us, in fact. It went from here to China to Korea, Korea to Japan. So, but then they have improved on it. All these influences they received from outside, it was improved upon. It has been made into a very great fine art, like that.
When you talk about the respect for gurus and you see the state of institutions, the cinema institutions in this country, I'm of course referring to the K.R. Narayanan Institute of Visual Science and Arts. But not just that, I'm also talking about the kind of collapse of the 4 institutions that you've had at the national level under NFDC, including the Children's Film Society, the Directorate of Film Festivals, the Films Division. These were all institutions that had their own separate film culture. They've all now been subsumed under NFDC. So there's a change that is happening. Let's talk about both these changes.
All these departments, they have their individual existence.
Yes.
They have also excelled in some areas, somewhere they were wanting, but they are now all bundled together.
Yes.
The attitude is that you can you can manage it with women managers. This is a very wrong approach. And to have several functions under one head is a very wrong thing to do. In fact, what was required was a separate ministry for cinema. It could have come under that ministry instead of I&B, because to bring it under I&B makes no sense. In fact, that could have been changed. Like any advanced country, like in France, they have a separate ministry for cinema, and they are they should be the model. France is one country which respects art. Artists, it's not the last priority for them. It's amongst the high priorities.
But don't you feel cinema itself, for so long we heard about cinema as soft power, as, cultural diplomacy, such an integral part of it. Don't you feel that of late it has somewhat been reduced in importance? And there's a particular effort to reduce it?
Everyone talks about, the politician particularly talks about cinema and its power.
Yes.
What they are talking about is their own propagation of ideas of themselves or promoting themselves. It is not about cinema proper. Unfortunately, in this country, we have been, our audiences, our people have been exposed to rubbish over and again. That is the image of cinema they have. What the film societies did was to bring from whichever country produced a film all over the world. There are films, good films being made, films which can be called works of art. Our audiences have to be exposed to that. You have to de-educate them about cinema. That is what is required, and it's not a small job. Film societies can create only ripples, not beyond. It had its contribution, but then what will you do in an ocean of rubbish? What will you do? There is no scope.
So how do you negotiate this ocean of rubbish and then talk about cinema as soft power? What needs to be done?
We are making the basic mistakes to start with. Films division, it had a real role. Films division is also a great storage of the life in India. Right from the British to the present days, it always copied, it also is recorded, life here. It was the most important document. It has been stopped ever since the television came.
Yeah.
Because every politician wanted to appear on the television the very same day. You have the direct telecast, things like that. So they did not want this film distribution to be working anymore.
No, in fact, they call it a colonial legacy, which we are well rid of.
No, it's a legacy. Certain legacies we can make use of.
Yeah.
For our good, our own good, you cannot dismiss everything else because it came from outside.
Right.
It was a legacy of the past.
Yeah.
But the film division developed on its own. There have been heads of the film divisions who saw, like Mr. Pavanagiri,
Yeah.
Jean Pavanagiri, during his time as the chief producer of the institute. He was brought in by Jawaharlal Nehru. And then the producers were given freedom to work not only for propaganda but about arts and things like that, and there were wonderful films being made. They were almost like the National Board of Film Board of Canada.
Right.
That kind of thing was there. Then started the big slide down. This is what happened because you want only propaganda to be done through your machinery. Then this is what happens. It degenerates. In fact, even in the present shape, film division was doing well, making films on particular subjects and things like that. It's a very serious approach to making films.
Oh, the documentary culture is
Yes.
quite,
Yes.
it's quite alive in India.
Right,
It's doing
yes,
very well.
Yes, in fact,
Yeah.
it has also supported a lot of filmmakers who wanted to enter in the film industry. It was their training ground in one way. They were, because the experience of having made documentaries helps you to make a feature film better. You don't go after the so-called glamour, but then you go after the art of it. You find several of the former filmmakers who used to work for the film division, either as independent or as an employee, you find them making better films than the others.
Of course.
More than the film, it's like almost like a film institute, where you learn, with hands-on experience gathered. That used to be.
Film Institute reminds me of K.R. Narayanan Institute. I have to ask you.
I'm happy that today, unhappy also.
What is going
today
on?
Everybody is asking me about K.R. Narayanan Institute. I'm happy because the first time people are hearing about this institute. It was started in 2014 and nobody knew about this institute except even in this small locality it was not known. Now suddenly because of all the bad news about it, people have taken note, the media has taken it up and then it is spread and all that. But it is a certain calculated, scripted plan to do anti-propaganda against this institution. So now unfortunately what happened is many of the teachers there have resigned. They are gone. They say that there is no future for this institute because it has been brought under such terrible situation by very vicious propaganda, very effective propaganda, I must say.
But what is the purpose of this propaganda?
That's what I'm also wondering about. What was this for?
Right.
I don't understand. I
Right.
don't understand. I have no real answers. But I know some people who are elements which are within the institute and also without the institute, outside the institute. They have certain interest because before Mr. Shankar Mohan was brought in 3 years back as the director, it was total anarchy that existed there because the institute was started without a proper base and there were no good teachers, there was no facilities also available. It was almost like the people, the government at that time thought that it's like starting a school.
Right.
They had no idea about a film school. So once Shankar Mohan joined the institute, he started working it as a very important institution. And in fact, it was already about to surpass both Pune and Calcutta.
Okay.
It was at this stage. Unfortunately, then suddenly started because there was discipline brought in, because there were teachers. There recruitment done for all departments, teachers for all the departments. They were being put in position. All that, and we have some of the very best professionals as professors, teachers, etc. And they are all terribly disappointed, dejected, and they have been living in total disappointment. Unfortunate thing.
When you look at the state of the Malayalam film industry right now, suddenly everyone is talking about the resurgence. Do you agree that there is a resurgence? Do you feel that the kinds of themes that they are working on, say the Great Indian Kitchen or Jaya 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 Hey recently, do you watch these movies? Do you appreciate them?
No, I have not seen all of them. Some of them, the filmmakers, they bring the film to me and then either in the VD, CD or...
Do they still
DVD.
consider
They want me
their
to-
guru?
They want to see me and
Yeah.
see it and then give a comment, etc. That I invariably do, not only from Kerala. They come from West Bengal, they
Right.
come from Tamil Nadu. Particularly those who make their first films. They, most of them, so many of them have been bringing it to me, and I always encourage them. I never discouraged any filmmaker, budding filmmakers. And some of them have done well in the industry later. Because so, if I find some spark of artistry in it, then I try to encourage it.
Right.
And I also, if they are coming in person, then I also discuss it with them. I always do that.
Is there something that you watched recently, or a filmmaker or an actor who's come up recently whom you admire or who you think has a great potential?
No, see, I cannot talk about, there are so many of them. I cannot mention one or two, then I will be leaving out the others.
There'll be,
that won't be
yet
fair.
another controversy.
That's not controversy, that won't be fair. Because there are at least, in Kerala itself, there are at least half a dozen of them who are really good. I see a hope for the cinema in Malayalam because it used to be in a real rut before. There was no hope of anything coming new. But suddenly it has started. Because of many reasons. One is the Film Society movement. Second is the International Film Festival we have started there.
Yes.
And that these are all the real causes. And then there is a lot, in fact, again with my insistence, cinema studies have been introduced in the university classes. They study, including myself, practically all of my, most of my scripts have been a subject of study for them, etc. So there is amongst the young people, there is a lot of interest in cinema proper.
What do you think is the state of FTI currently? Are you happy with the kind of students who are coming out with their politics?
FTI, I don't hear about FTI anymore because
Is
FTI,
that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, FTI, because
You were in the second batch, right?
There was a strike in the FTI.
Yeah.
And then because they brought in a television extra artist as the chairman.
Yes.
And they really opposed it. And I was one of those who very vociferously opposed it.
Right.
Because it will affect the future of the institution. I thought it was a very wrong thing to do. So I was in the forefront of the protests. But 145 days they had strike and they were defeated by the authorities.
Right.
And most of them had police cases against them. Even today they are going to the police station. They have to report to police station every week or something like that.
Right.
So they have been absolutely, completely demoralized.
Right.
I don't know what will come out of that. Not only that, they have started several short-term courses in the institute. That is to kill the main course. 1 year for this direction, another half an year for the script writing, like that. It has been devalued, So an institution like that cannot be doing that. That is, leave it to others to do. There are several private institutions running 6 months course, 3 months course. Such orientation they are giving for very high price, So let them do it. It is not for the government to do that. This institution had a certain prestige. It has gathered it around, over a long period of time. Don't kill it. At least, you nurture it. Don't kill it. In fact, they have really killed it.
But we have a tradition of killing our best institutions. So
yes. One of them.
One of them is this.
Yes.
But just coming back to the idea that we had, you had people like Ray, Mrinal Sen, you, who were globally renowned, respected at the best festivals in the world. You don't necessarily have that anymore. There are a handful of directors and filmmakers, perhaps Mani Ratnam, Meera Nair, who can be in that category. What happened?
No, if you look at the policy,
Yeah.
see when the film, when the government had, with the vision of Jawaharlal Nehru again,
Yeah.
the Film Institute was started because of the S.K. Patil Commission's report. I know it was one of the major recommendations to improve. The idea the Nehru had was, he even made a statement in the parliament at that time that we make the largest number of films and we are proud of it. It is very wrong to do. Our films cannot compare with what is being produced outside this country. So we have a reason to improve the standards, and that's how the S.K. Patil Commission was set up. Patil made fantastic recommendations, very interesting reports. It was as a result of the report that those recommendations were made. One was to set up a film finance corporation. Then the other was to start a national film archive. Then the Children's Film Society, International Film Festival. No, they were
all of
far-reaching. All these great institutions have been set up.
Yeah.
Now look at what is left. They are all bundled together.
Yeah.
And then they think the event managers will manage it. They cannot. So you see how it is being discouraged. The kind of film film appreciation, how it is being completely with at least regard for these things.
You're not a great fan of OTT.
Not at all.
Why is that?
OTT will ultimately finish off cinema.
Yeah. You think watching on your phone is the worst thing you can do?
Yes, I will never do that.
Right.
I don't even watch films on television. I don't watch. I don't like it because cinema is made to be seen. It's a communal experience, in a dark room, on a large screen. And you have taken every member of the audience has taken a decision to come and watch it.
Yeah.
So they've come, they are completely devoted. It's a devoted audience sitting inside the hall. The lights off, and then you have all the rituals done, then the film starts. You are ready to be worked upon. Right. You become part of this whole thing. Nothing like that happens with OTT or television. It is, you can take it as casual, watching very casually amongst other things. You can go out for something and come back and see it.
Put it on again.
And that kind of thing. So it's no more given the respect it remains. And the other thing is cinema is, the great capacity of cinema is that it can be meditative.
Yeah.
That
and
is taken
your
out.
movies.
Yes,
that is taken out. If you go away from your movie and come back after 2 minutes,
you're gone.
You're gone. Because so much is left unsaid.
Yes.
And it's all about the beauty of the frame.
Also our cinema has this, popular cinema has this problem. The audiences have forgotten to watch the films.
Yeah.
They only hear.
Listening to
only the speeches made on the screen.
Yeah.
They are not even talking naturally. They make speeches.
Yeah.
Particularly when your hero is talking in the language of the region, and if he switches on to English, the audience will clap. So the hero can talk English very well. That is the kind of culture associated with cinema.
And if the hero is not talking, then the background music is so loud that the dialogue gets drowned. So the visual aspect of movies is actually gone.
Yeah,
unless you have a shock visual like RRR. It's a series of shock visuals.
They look for, they are hearing cinema, not watching.
Right.
This has been happening. And you look at television, the same film if you see on a television screen, on television screen, the highs of the sound are not heard.
Yeah.
The lows of the sound also is not heard. The medium one. Actually, it is at a medium level. It works at a medium level. Because, and no issues are tackled there. No issues are discussed there. Because you are happy. No, it is just commonplace.
Mediocrity is always comfortable.
Mediocrity is ingrained in it. There is no escape from it. You cannot make a masterpiece on television. Never. Nobody has done it.
Not even Ray.
Not
Two quick questions and then we have to wrap it. Yes, please, quickly.
Good morning, sir. What are your views on the global success of RRR? Is it redefining Indian cinema? And secondly, has the regional borders of Indian cinema slowly disappearing, and is it becoming one particular unit?
Thank you.
No, this RRR, I only heard about it. From what I heard about it, I don't want to see it.
And the regional
Because I have to pay for it if I see it. Because I will be contributing my 25 rupees to a bad film.
Not 25, sir, 500 rupees.
500 rupees to a film which I cannot approve of. It's not in my grade.
Another question, quickly. And you had a secondary question about the regional borders.
Regional.
Yeah.
Regional borders. Actually, the regionality or regionalness of the film is very important. You know, Bombay has been, even Madras also has been producing all India films. Kerala also. They think that it will be appreciated all over India.
Yeah.
With the result, it loses its roots.
Right.
Loses a particularity about it.
Exactly.
You know, it becomes very typical Bombay film.
So it begins in Bombay and ends in Switzerland?
Anywhere. It can. It can.
And the helicopter takes off from Afghanistan and lands up in maybe Russia?
Yes,
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah. And the hero emerges?
There is no fuel problem.
No fuel problem, nothing. Another question, quickly? Otherwise, we'll call it a day. Thank you so much, Adur. It's really such an honor to be here with you. And I hope, at least after this, if you've not watched his movies, please do. And begin, I think, with Videyan is a good way to enter your cinema. At least they'll appreciate the star in it and then get into the cinema.
No, actually, my films, different people have different likes about my different films.
Yes, everyone has a favorite.
Not one film.
Yeah.
Different films.
Yeah.
I appreciate that because you bring a certain understanding of the world and your own self to the appreciation of a film. So a work of art, like even including cinema, is not like this table and bench.
Yeah.
Table and bench, It cannot look the same to everyone.
Exactly.
So bring in your own self to the understanding of what you see. So I am happy to hear that different people like different films, not the same.
That's what cinema is all about, really.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think
Wonderful.
so.
Thank you so much. Sure, please. Oh yes, of course. Yeah.
Because your heroine Sharada is also one of my favorite actors.
She is. She's lovely.
Wonderful films. I've seen it several times.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That's the Vice Chancellor of JNU. So you'll hear her later in the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. And may I request the editor of the New Indian Express, Santwana Bhattacharya, to please join us on stage, do the honors, and present Mr. Gopalakrishnan with a memento. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that lively session. I think it goes without saying you have lots of fans, admirers, and supporters in the audience. We would like to keep things going and stay on track. So we'll now move on to our next session, also very look forward to, which is Public Service as a Career, Empowering People. Please put your hands together and once again welcome on stage Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor, Puducherry.
Good morning, all of you. I'm going to change the wavelength a little and show you a PowerPoint presentation. A presentation I worked for you, not yesterday, day before yesterday. Let's get going. I want to save my time because time is ticking. Does it click? Where does it click? It's a very interesting shift. I was preparing this presentation on public service. I wanted to understand what is public. Can I have the mic? I wanted to understand what is public service. And guess what happened? Carefully read it. Yeah, this is where I started. As I was launching it, I got a little forward from ChatGPT. And it talked about Bhagavad Gita, and he said Bhagavad Gita unlocks the wisdom of Krishna. It says you can ask any question. I'm asking a question, I'm searching in Googles, in Wikipedias, etc., what is public service to do my research. And I got a forward. Look, something like, you need something? Here you are. So here it is. And this Bhagavad Gita thing came, unlocking the wisdom of Krishna with ChatGPT. And I thought, let me play the game. I was searching what is ChatGPT, and I decided to do this naughty thing. So I started to ask. I asked Krishna. He says, Krishna, what is public service? I asked ChatGPT. And Krishna said, it's serving the public, it's benefiting the community, it's volunteering, it's improving the lives of others, it's creating a better world. I couldn't find a better answer than this. I decided to accept it. It is an act of serving the public, it's benefiting community, it's volunteering, and as Mr. Lalit also said, law as a public service is volunteering when he talks about internships, improves the lives of others, as he also mentioned, go to the rural areas, help improve, create a better world. What better answer? I was quite impressed. So I went to the next question. And I said, can we have good public service? I asked Krishna. And Krishna said, yes. Bhagavad Gita teaches that public service is an important part of spiritual growth. It's an act of selfless service. I liked the answer and I believed in it. Then I went back again. I asked the next question. And the next question I asked was, is the public service viewed like this in today's world? Where it's talk about selfless work? And Krishna says, I cannot answer this question, as it is not related to Bhagavad Gita or my teachings. It's very interesting, because I took the Bhagavad Gita to the current world. That is the public service viewed like this in today's world, which is an act of selfless service. So I still go back and ask. I don't give up. And I said, why do people deviate from the path of real public service? And Krishna says, according to Bhagavad Gita, people deviate from the path of real public service because they're driven by their own selfish desires and attachments. They become attached to the material world and forget their true purpose, which is to serve the divine. Here, you can call it humanity. They become distracted by the pleasures of the material world and forget their spiritual duties. So I ask my next question. So I say, how can we keep them on the path of true public service, Krishna? And Krishna answers on the ChatGPT, Radhe Radhe. According to the Bhagavad Gita, the path of true public service is to act without attachment or expectation of reward. We should strive to do our duty without any thought of personal gain or recognition. We should also strive to be impartial and unbiased in our actions and to serve the greater good. Oh, great. So I said, wow. Then we said, then I asked Krishna, how can we create such public servants? Because that's our challenge today. And that's my focus. And Krishna says, Radhe Radhe. Imagine, it keeps saying Radhe Radhe. The Bhagavad Gita teaches us that public servants should be selfless and devoted to the welfare of the people. They should be honest, just, and compassionate. They should be willing to sacrifice their own interests for the greater good of society. They should be wise and knowledgeable, and they should be able to make decisions that are in the best interests of the people. So I ask the next question. I say, what should the public servants do to remain on this path? Krishna, and he says, too many requests. Try again after but 1 minute. But it says too many questions, got bored of me. But I went on. I waited for exactly a minute and I asked the next question. What should the public servants do to remain on the right path of service, Krishna? And Krishna says, public servants should strive to serve the people with integrity and honesty. They should always act in the best interests of the people and not be swayed by personal gain or ambition. They should also strive to uphold the law and ensure justice is served. So I have one more question. I asked Krishna, what are the key practices the public servants should follow to be good public servants? And Krishna says, Radhe Radhe. The key practices of public servants are to be honest, just, and compassionate. They should always strive to serve the people with integrity and fairness. They should always be mindful of their actions, and strive to do what is right and just. I have one more question. Krishna, any practices the public servants can follow to be like this? Krishna says, too many requests. Try again after 1 more minute. Isn't that interesting? It says too many requests, but it does not. Then it last but not the least, it says, any key practices I ask again, they can follow to be like this? Krishna says, the Bhagavad Gita teaches us to practice yoga, meditation, and self-reflection. I think the key is here self-reflection, self-audit. These practices can help us to cultivate a sense of joy and peace in our lives. Additionally, it is important to be mindful of our thoughts and actions and to strive to act with kindness and compassion. I couldn't find better answers. It goes to our root of our being, our DNA. That's what public service is. And this is all on ChatGPT. Friends, I thought, let me now take you to what is good governance. According to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, these are all the components of good governance. One, which is accountable in a time-bound manner. One which is transparent, now using great technology to become more transparent. One which is responsive, again, visibly or through use of technology. One which is equitable and inclusive. That's what you see in most of the policies which is being claimed at. One which is effective and efficient. One which follows the rule of law. One which is participatory with lots of town halls, consultations, consensus-oriented. These are, friends, the characteristics of good governance as far as United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. This is what public servants are expected to be doing: accountable, transparent, responsible, equitable, effective, and efficient, following the law, consensus, etc., participatory. I wanted to show you something very interesting, which I thought I would. It's an African proverb. It says, the dog is not barking. If the dog is not barking, when the thief is stealing, it means both are friends. I want to now share with you, before I get into the Q&A with Kaveri, is 5 good practices for public officials. To be humble and to be honest, these are the 5 key practices I followed to the hilt as Lieutenant Governor Puducherry. And they delivered. and they worked. But since it's not coming from Harvard, it doesn't make much sense. Had it come from a Harvard research, that would have been called a Harvardian model. It won't be called Puducherry model, because it's not come from Harvard or Columbia. But it is a model. If we start following, it will work for public officials, and we are bound to have better governance. Number one is the redressal system, where in Pondicherry, any complaint which it came was totally digitized and tracked. It was tracked, every grievance redressal system, every grievance, however big or small, little or little whatever, it was consequential or whatever. Our approach was, why should people wait to be served? And what did we do? All sources were tapped. Social media, open house, toll-free, WhatsApp, emails, postal, portal, all these were tapped. Grievances reserved were acknowledged, recorded, and tracked with government departments for redressal. Petitioners were staying connected with their grievances was satisfied. We would pick up the phone and check. Anybody from here, from Pondicherry background, can probably say yes or no. Go up and say, don't please me. Go up. Do you remember? How was it? Sorry? Transparency. But did you experience it or you heard it? You experienced? We lived it, friends. If we start doing this in every level, chota level to bada level, every level, if grievance redressal system is properly tacked, you have an app, the mygovernment.in right now. Many times when people say, kisko shikayat kare, I say, go to mygovernment.in. It's tracked and it's sent to the department. After that, I do not know what happens. But if every department from the tehsil level up here, we develop the system of grievance redressal, it will work. Second, we absolutely did CSR mobilization in Mission Ridge. Pondicherry was going dry, friends, and they had no money. And whatever money they had was very little. And public contractors were not giving orders to PWD because they were not sure of money, bills being paid. And Pondicherry being going dry and it was getting saline waters, poor men were buying Bisleri water. We tapped the CSR and government spent no money. We got the machinery and the contractor paid directly. And we only, as junior engineers, supervised the irrigation canal cleaning. And we left Puducherry 7 meters high. By the time we left, it is because of the CSR mobilization of the Lucas, the Inox, the MRFs, etc. We had these, and we left. Do you know what? We spent millions and millions on PWDs. If we tap most of these companies which have this machinery as CSR responsibility, we will save crores and crores of rupees and genuine good work would have been done. This is something which can be tried on to make India water rich. I do not know if any politicians from Tamil Nadu are sitting here, but this is something which can be done because you got the Larsons and Tubros of the country here. Third, good practice. WhatsApp groups across rank and file. I had a WhatsApp group from Lieutenant Governor, Chief Secretary, all secretaries, directors of the government with me. Every day we would share the news, whether it's coming through the New Indian Express, etc. Whatever was the news of the day, we all shared because everybody was not reading all papers. But we made them read the important news, what was challenging us. And this is how we connected from Lieutenant Governor, Chief Secretary, all secretaries, deputy directors, and a certain politician came and disbanded the whole WhatsApp, saying this is not required because it was providing transparency and accountability. I had to reinstitute it to get that gap going. Even the bureaucrats did not want it, but we had to do it. Fortunately, I was in that position to insist on it, and we got it. That WhatsApp gap, it was naming and shaming and recognizing. Why can't we have WhatsApp groups from top to level? Vice Chancellor to HODs and teachers have a chat, share a message. Even if something is not palatable comes up, you can have a discussion. But allow free flow of communication of this. And I tell you it worked. It works. It provided that internal interaction. And fourth, financial prudence and strict adherence to financial rules. If we strict adherence to spending according to the budget allocated, And there, the finance secretaries of the day, chief secretaries of the day, saying this is beyond the budget, cannot be done. And not say, shift yahan se yahan, shift yahan se yahan. No, go back to the assembly and get the shift cleared, because you cannot do the shifts like this. You got to go back because the budget is approved by the assemblies. If you have making a shift, go back to the assembly to ask for a change of the heads. Once we were adhering to this in Pondicherry, we were maintaining financial prudence. We did it, much to the annoyance. And of course, we cut out all our business travels. And we kept a close watch on wasteful expenses. Most of all, we promoted the DBT, the direct bank transfer. That's a big boon which has saved crores of rupees to the government of India by direct bank transfers. In Pondicherry, this decision of the Secretariat was challenged right up to the courts, highest courts. And the highest courts upheld the decision of the executive to see that DBT is practiced. And imagine, we had to go right up to the highest courts to get an endorsement because it was hurting certain money bags which were getting filled up otherwise. And last but not the least, focus on officers-led field visits. Field visit is very important. Why can't the collectors, the chief secretaries, the DGPs, the SPs, the DIGs, the education secretaries, the health secretaries, the law secretaries, anybody spend at least 1 hour in the field? Rural secretaries, 1 hour in the field? Just 1 hour, go visiting villages, go visiting schools, go visiting dispensaries, go visiting the colleges, go sit in the class and see how the teaching is happening. Why not? Why not? I'm not preaching. As Lieutenant Governor, I cycled the city, Pondicherry, over every weekend. I biked and cycled around to see how things were happening. And in that biking, friends, in that biking, NCC students would join me, NSS students would join me, cops would join me, volunteers would join me, but we went to the dirty ponds, the dirty areas to get the matter cleaned up. Why not? That was, or in a bus together, rather than every car going around separately, we would all jump into a bus and go to areas together, all departments together on the wheel, government on the wheel. Collectors can do this, SPs can do this, secretaries can do this, chief secretaries can do this. The ministers can do this. Why not sit down together? Why go so many cars with so many sirens? Sit in a bus and go to the place of solutions or problems. Listen to this. Sound, please. Sound, please. Can we have the sound?
Self-discipline. What exactly do you mean by that?
The rule number 1 is to get vitamin N.
It's on discipline.
Vitamin N?
Yes. That's the rule number 1. You need to inject yourself with vitamin N.
N is for?
N is to learn to say no. That's a vitamin. Yeah. That's how to get self-discipline. Secondly is setting your priorities right. Thirdly is avoid complaining. Those are the 3 factors which can lead you to self-discipline.
That to me, that's your presentation as I organized for you the day before yesterday. And the last one was the vitamin N, learn to say no. Public servants will have to have the courage in the conscience to say no. And second is get your priorities right. Get your purpose intact. You came to this public service to serve the people. Keep that purpose right before your eyes. And stop complaining, saying, "Main ye nahi kar saka. I couldn't do this because of this reason." No reasons. You do what you're supposed to be doing and do it the right way. So vitamin N and priorities right and no complaining. If these 3 things also are followed by the public servants of India, India will be different in another 2 years. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Keep that. Kiran, we have just about 2 minutes. So I want to ask you a quick question. Firstly, I think I would rather ask Kiran than ChatGPT. I think you make much more sense. But you've been an IPS officer, you've been a politician, you've fought an election as well, you've been an individual in public service as well. Which has been your finest role in public service? In which do you think you've contributed the most?
Pondicherry.
Okay. And why is that?
Because I had the holistic approach. I had total administration, governance, I had the power, the resources, and then the position, and the rules and the law, and the judgments of the courts. I could do the best. I emerged, I could contribute to the maximum.
But do you feel that you were let down by the politicians who perhaps didn't support you all the way? Could you have done much more?
No, if they were letting me down, the courts were pulling me up.
No, I mean by, in the sense that your term was curtailed.
No, my term wasn't curtailed. I did almost 4 years and 10 months. I didn't need to do more.
Right. Will you ever contest an election again?
Never again.
Why is that?
That's not me.
Okay.
I'm not transactional by nature. I'm very, very transformational and giving by nature.
So, could we request the Prime Minister to appoint you in some other role?
No,
and
sir.
what would it be?
The Prime Minister has enough to do. Don't bother him.
Right. I'm so sorry we can't take questions for Kiran, but you know she's so accessible. You can ask her anytime. We've absolutely run out of time for this session. Thank you so much, Ms. Bedi, as always, for enlightening us and for showing us both the power and the limits of ChatGPT. There are certain questions even ChatGPT can't answer.
मैंने पूछा वो तो ठीक बोला.
हाँ, but वो busy भी था ना, कभी-कभी busy भी था ना, too many questions.
नहीं तो भी 1 minute में जवाब दिया.
Okay.
It was prompt. In fact, it really measured up to. Otherwise, I want to present it to you if it was not correctly done.
But I would rather ask you than ask ChatGPT.
Exactly, it was going by my thinking.
Okay.
It was
Mr.
going
Chawla
by
is telling me to keep quiet now. Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Believe me, if it was not with my thinking, I wouldn't have included it. Here, Kaveri, done?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I now request our CEO of the New Indian Express to please join us on stage and present you with a memento. Thank you so much for that fantastic session. A big, big round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. We'll now move on to our next session, which is diversity in action, a different kind of leader. We're really looking forward to this panel discussion. So I would like to invite our dignitaries to please join me on stage. And of course, a big, big round of applause from the audience for Shanti Shri Pandit, the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. Welcome, ma'am. Let's keep the applause going for Sunaina Singh, the Vice Chancellor of Nalanda University. Welcome as well, ma'am. And of course, a round of applause for Kaveri Bamzai, Senior Journalist, who will take this session forward. Kaveri, over to you.
So we have two wonderful ladies with us, one of our oldest universities, one of our youngest. You have a 50-year-old legacy, and you have what, a 10 to 12-year-old legacy. So it's quite interesting to see both of you together. And Santishi, welcome back. It was such a pleasure to have you last time, and of course this is your own city, so welcome. JNU has not been in the news so much of late, except of course for the BBC documentary screening. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
No, it's a very good thing because I think the media doesn't report good things. We are doing very good academics, research. You would be happy to know we jumped 220 ranks in the QS ratings. We have broken the 500 rank mark. That was never told. We beat all the IITs except two, and that is Delhi and Bombay. And so JNU is back to academics, as well as we believe in what to say, diversity.
Yeah.
So all interpretations, all narratives have enough space.
And you also have a woman as the head of the Teachers Association,
Yes.
a woman as the head of the
Yeah.
Students' Union. So that's the answer to
No, and
everything,
even
I
we
think.
have increased from 19 chairmen who were women to 39. And for the first time, we have a CVO who's a woman, as well as the director of R&D, a woman from the scheduled caste, who's a professor.
So is the answer to good governance having a woman at the top?
Top and even diversity, including
Right.
all types of diversity.
So Naina, what has your experience been? Because setting a new institute is a tremendous task, that too in the middle virtually of nowhere, but you've managed to get it up and running with 45, I think you have 47 staff, compared to, of course, her 8,000.
10,000 students and 1,200 staff.
Wow.
Well, thank you, Kaveri. You know, I don't think we should compare JNU with Nalanda, since Nalanda has an illustrious history.
Of course, it's
of,
older.
8 centuries of interdisciplinary international education in that age and time, which got it the name of Vishwaguru. And then after 8 centuries to recreate the magic of Nalanda yet again, you know, itself I think was a major decision of the government of India. But we've been there now for 12 years roughly, but I think the university actually started running post 2017, not because I took the charge at that point of time, but because I firmly believe that the university was non-existent, because we took courses, and in the backwoods of Bihar, you know, in a two pota cabins for classrooms, that's what I inherited at that point of time. Journey has been massive, I must say, in the last 5 years. In fact, I had requested for some pictures to be moving of the campus that we have built.
Designed by B.V. Doshi's a company, Vastu Shilpa?
Those were the architects.
Right.
Those were the architects' firm. And he himself was not involved.
Right.
Somebody else was involved. We had a very young person who needed to be reminded that he has to give the drawings in time. But nevertheless, the journey has been extremely interesting and productive, because one had to look at a composite picture of the university, keeping the illustrious history in mind, and the 17 countries, member countries, that have supported the re-establishment of Nalanda in the East Asian Summit. I think this is a flagship program of Government of India. Therefore, I thought the total commitment, what Kiran Bedi ji said. Now, this is the new campus that's come up in last 4 years. So I had to work in multi-dimensional fashion. I build the infrastructure in a completely, state-of-the-art fashion, befitting the name of ancient Nalanda. The image had to be upheld. But I also had to work simultaneously in building an academic architecture, because that to me is intrinsic. That's the soul of an institution, because that was very important. And I embarked on that. Complete support of government. Government never interferes, you know. That has been my experience. This is my third or fourth tenure as head of the institution. I've earlier headed a research organization which was international, and then a central university, just like Professor Shanti Shri. And that was in the same mold as JNU. So you had many challenges, but then you need to take up challenges and transform them into productive work. You know, how do you translate an idea into reality? Nalanda today, if you take a closer look, we created about 100 acres of water bodies, 300 acres of greenery, and the remaining, it's 555 or 65 acres. It's a completely net zero sustainable campus made in the mold of ancient Nalanda with ahar pines, all the ancient forms of creation. So I see a a very bright future. While it has challenges of locational disadvantage, you know, we still need to work. We are work in progress, I would say. But right now, are we in a good place? I would say yes, because it's extremely promising.
So, Santishri, but the ultimate products of any university are its students. And, you know, you've interacted now with so many students from diverse backgrounds in your year. You've just about completed a year as the head. What has your experience been of the students, of their needs, of their aspirations? What is the sense that you get of the young India, which you're really, you know, molding?
I think the young India is extremely, innovative. They have good ideas. What we need is to give them the proper direction. And in JNU, not only direction, we also give them variety. They are exposed to so many narratives, and we have one of the most brilliant faculties in India. I can vouch for that. And most of the students come, the competition is so high.
Yes.
It is 1:1 lakh who come into JNU. And let us commend the central government, because they have kept up the spirit of JNU, which is to serve the brilliant among the marginalized.
Yes.
Our fees is still 10 and 20 rupees. And let me tell you that this institution is serving the purpose. And I can also say all my students are very creative, very innovative, as well as very nationalistic. Kaveri, let me tell you, all the top defense institutes of India, meaning NDA, IMA, all the naval academies are affiliated to JNU. So I think we are one of the most nationalistic, but at the same time, we hold up the spirit of the Indian civilization state, that is diversity. Ekam sat vipraha bahuda vadanti.
And argument.
Yes.
Which is important.
Very important.
So when you have incidents like the BBC documentary screening, that sends the wrong message to people, isn't it?
No, the question is, see, it's a public institution. Nobody is questioning anybody's individual rights. But in institutions, you cannot, permit the screening, because there are people of the opposite view also who feel that it should not be screened. So the best we told them is that this is the advisory, and we would not advise it to be screened on the campus. And let me tell you, JNU did not screen the documentary on the campus. And this was done with the cooperation of students and faculty. Yes, they disagreed, but we agreed to disagree. And there was peace on the campus.
Peace on campus is important,
Yes.
of course, but how much of a role does your faculty have to play in that? You also have to get the faculty on your side. Not all of them agree, perhaps, with your point of view. How do you persuade them? How do you work with them?
We keep talking. We have the academic councils, the executive councils, where there are a lot of dissenting voices. And let me tell you, we are not so fragile that any criticism would bring us down. I think the civilization is the only one with China to enter the 4th industrial revolution.
Yeah.
So it is extremely strong to dissent, and dissenting voices are appreciated. And even they agree that there is space for everybody in this country.
Right. Have you had any personal experience where someone that you disagreed with violently, or let's not use violent, someone you disagreed with, whose politics perhaps you didn't agree with, you were able to persuade?
I think let's say all of them are persuaded. The peace the whole year has been that we are working together. And I think let's remember that diversity brings this beautifulness. All of us agree. And I don't think any faculty was ever violent, at least in the last 1 year of there. And we have been, and all of them are very happy to, work positively. And they believe that, everybody has a role
Are
to
they
play.
happy to give attendance and all that they were
No,
objecting
see,
to?
they take their lectures. I have made this very clear to them, that they have to take their lectures as per the rules of the University Grants Commission. and their presence on the campus is needed, though we don't have attendance. The Honorable Supreme Court said JNU should not be put into under any force.
Yes.
So they've made us an exception to the rules, so I cannot put up things that, I think all teachers are accountable. Self-discipline, as what Kiran Bedi ma'am said, I think many of them practice self-discipline.
Right. So, Sunena, what can you learn from Santishri's year at JNU?
Well, there are many things that one can learn from JNU per se. And, the experiences tend to should bring the best from us. On the question of how to persuade, I don't think it's necessary to persuade, or be persuasive all the time. I think it's very important that an institution has its backbone, and as administrative executive heads, we stand up to the ethical values. We stand up to the academic framework of the institution. And I've had several experiences in my earlier Central University where I had to stand up and say no to many things, like students. It could be different demands. For one, I would always make it very clear, if you have a request, you may come to me and I will address the issue. But if you come with a demand, I may not look at it. Because it's very important for me as an academic that we teach our student the discipline of respect to begin with. The basic courtesies, the Indian ethos it rests on politeness, it rests on our sanskar, or, I've said many times no, and the students have relented many times. They have to, at times, when they see that there is logic, when they see there is commitment, when they see that in your heart you would want the university to progress. So as heads of the institution, when we are committed to the goals of developing an institution, it's perceived by others, it's understood by others, if not earlier, later. And it has worked. End of the day, you do succeed. But also I must bring another point here as different leadership that we look at. Leadership per se is gender neutral, I believe. And
but I do feel that women have a tendency to carry people along better.
Yeah, they do. There's a lot of plus points.
No, I ignore. I think it is gender neutral. It depends on the individual and the position. I would rather say we shouldn't fight for the superiority tag.
Yeah.
I think there are also very sensitive, gender-sensitive men. And I think it's possible because I think that we also believe in Ardhanarishwar, on the idea of balance, on the idea of harmony. So I think the way we look at gender is in a more harmonious fashion, including the transgenders.
Yes. What's your one wish for JNU in the next year?
Basically, we have to improve our infrastructure. We are bringing in a lot of industry to work in university, in infrastructure, as well as in restructuring many of our courses to make it more flexible in the whole framework of the NEP 2020, as well as, I would say, the student faculty, coming together. We are more or less working well together at this point of time, and we hope to make it much better in the university. So first I would say infrastructure. We really have a dwindling infrastructure of more than 54 years. And we need to, and the government of India has been extremely generous.
But you need to raise your corpus for that, don't you?
Yeah, we are raising our corpus.
How are you doing that?
I'm getting a lot of corpus grants from different sources. One is I got a corpus grant for the study of Tamil. We are setting up a special center for Tamil studies, culture. We already have a Tamil stream where we translated Tolkappiyam into Hindi.
Who is funding this?
The state government of Tamil Nadu. I thank the Honorable Chief Minister, Muka Stalin. He gave us 10 crores.
Wow.
And this sent a domino effect. We have the state of Maharashtra, the state of Odisha, as well as the state of Assam. Setting up different chairs in JNU where they're giving us 10 crores each. So from 50 crores, I've taken up our corpus to 90 crores.
And your plan is to raise it to 250?
250, yes.
What you're going to do?
We are going to go even to private, industry, where they can do it in the form of infrastructure and others. And for that, the image of the JNU has to become much more positive. So the first year we achieved, I think to a large extent, we're able to achieve that.
Right. So what are the other chairs that you plan to do? You've gone to the government.
One is Shankar Deva chair.
Right.
And the other is Odisha. We have the Odia Sarla Das chair. And then in Maharashtra, we are having the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj chair. We also have the Special Center for National Security Studies, where we hope to study the Cholas and their naval power, and the Marathas, their guerrilla warfare, and their naval power, Sardar Angre. So these are the other courses that we are bringing in, so that this would enrich the already existing courses that we have. And in philosophy, we are bringing in Shaiva Siddhanta, especially from Tamil, the southern part, Vaishnavism, both from Manipur and Tamil Nadu and other parts. So we're bringing in other disciplines which greatly enlighten and make holistic students out of the university.
And do you have the support of your faculty?
Yes, yes, everybody. We have passed it through the academy. Let me tell you, last 1 year, Kaveri,
you've been working very hard, I know.
Yes, academic councils, executive councils were one of the most civilized bodies. We debated, we discussed, and then we came together in a consensus, which is very much the Indian tradition.
Right. And everybody wants a better university. Who wouldn't?
Absolutely, absolutely. Everybody wants it, and especially the Prime Minister, we are following his idea of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas. And in JNU, we are following it.
There are no anti-nationals in JNU
No,
anymore?
see, nobody is anti-national, as long as criticism has its limits.
And so you don't call anyone anti-national anymore?
We are the most
Thank
nationalistic
you. Please
university.
let us not have labels anymore.
No, Kaveri, we produce the graduates in the Indian military.
Yeah.
For last 50 years, the most nationalistic Army, Air Force and Navy are JNU graduates. So let us, be proud of it. And we are also changing our history programs, where we are looking into the gaps in history, and we are bringing in courses where these gaps can be rectified. We are not, I wouldn't say it's rewriting. I would rather say what is already there we appreciate, but we are putting in the gaps where many chunks of history have not been written and celebrated. Like, for example, take Savitri Bai Phule. We celebrated her 192nd birth anniversary on 3rd of January, and have also appealed to the Government of India to declare it as the National Women's Day.
Wonderful. Sunaina, your wish for your university. This is a great model to follow in terms of funding.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the universities will have to look at funding models and perhaps have to do a little bit of remodeling where systems are concerned. But having said that, I would like to focus a little on the NEP.
Yeah.
This has been a game changer. We finally said goodbye to Macaulay's way of teaching or, having institutions. I think this will ensure that the Indian knowledge systems play a very important role in our, projection of India at a global level. Because the knowledge systems that we had, and Nalanda being the Vishwa Guru, we've just started, I must say, that a program on Hindu studies, which is extremely popular. Nalanda, the other important thing, I will focus on it because I think that's what we need to explicate and put out in the domain of public interest, and that is that we have students from over 32 countries at present. When we started off, there was only one country, but today, the kind of interest that we have, and all my students in Hindu studies are from other countries. We have 2 students from India. I hope to see more students opting for a course like that. because the repository of knowledge that we have had in India for years, for centuries, I think that needs to be again rediscovered. It's very important as heads of the institution. I would agree with what Shanti Shri ji has just said, but I think as leaders we need to keep changing goalposts. Well, we have one vision. I think our goals need to be expansive, to be inclusive, and the way we take forward a university would much depend on how and where you would want to see the university in next 10 years, because this is where we are shaping the young minds.
That's true.
I think it's very important that we take another look at our institutions and the roles and responsibilities that they have for the nation per se.
And I hope you're both open to having mature students like us on the campus.
Sure, sure. We
Yeah,
will
yeah,
welcome
we don't
you.
have an age bar.
Rather, you'll teach us things better. And we have also in JNU started an MA in Hindu Studies, as well as a 5-year Ayurvedic biology course has already begun, where we are trying to connect our ancient knowledge of Ayurveda systems, both from Kerala and other places, with modern science. And this is being taught to students, and it's a 5-year integrated course.
So I think we've learnt a lot today. Yes, sorry,
I want to tell you, Kaveri, no opposition. When you do it properly, have a consensus discussion, JNU faculty and students are all very, very reasonable. You know, they're the best. So like Amartya Sen said, they are the argumentative Indians.
Yes.
So
and
they
let
do
us
argue.
keep that tradition alive.
Yes.
Thank you so much, and I see the future of our universities is in really good hands. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Thank you so much, ladies, for the session. I think the audience was definitely engaged the entire time, and unfortunately, we are out of time for questions, but I would like to request our editorial director, Prabhu Chawla, to please join us on stage to do the honors and present our dignitaries with a memento. Let's give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, sir. We'll now move on to our next session, which is India, Present and Future, the Roadmap for the 21st Century. Please put your hands together as we invite Sunil Ambekar to take the stage. Akhil Bharatiya Prachar Pramukh, RSS. Welcome, sir. Let's get a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And an equally big round of applause for our chair for this session, Professor M.K. Sridhar, member of the Drafting Committee, NEP. Over to you, sir.
Vanakkam, Namaste. I think India, that is Bharat, is catching, is emerging, not only among ourselves, but in the Committee of Nations. I think we are passing through a phase. Bharat, India, is emerging and catching. Therefore, what I personally feel, friends, that about India and the world, what do we think about today and what do we think about tomorrow? Not only thinking, but also act. What kind of actions today? What kind of actions tomorrow? To debate this and to present this, I have a great spokesperson, Mr. Sunil Ambekarji from Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, which has completed 98 years of its existence, just inching towards centenary. Can there be anybody else better than such the largest voluntary organization of the world to speak about India today and tomorrow? Shri Sunil Ambekar.
Vanakkam, namaste sabko. So, my elder brother like Professor M.K. Sridhar, and he is well-known educationist, so I am lucky to be with him on the stage. Now, we are sitting in 2023, and of course, our country, as a nation, we are looking forward for the better Bharat, for prosperous Bharat. So that is the idea which is very much common, which is very much dear to heart to all our citizens. Either they are from big cities like Chennai or from the far rural areas or hilly areas, wherever they stay, but they carry the same aspiration. So present Bharat is an aspirational Bharat. Before 25 years, nobody was such hopeful for our country that whether we will stand, whether we will fulfill our basic requirements or not, those were the questions and doubts. But in last 25 years, I see everything was changing. And in last 25 years, now we are to the point at present day that our country is an aspirational country. It is not a government or party or somebody. It is the whole country as a way thinking like this. I see the confidence level of the people. That is also changed. I used to move everywhere, so I find the common people. They are aspiring. Before 25 years, we have to go to the common people and ask them, oh bhai, aapke bacche ko school mein bhejo. Please send your daughter or son to the school. But the now situation is changed. Whether people are, the parents are illiterate or literate, whether what is their economical condition, they are aspiring that yes, their sons and daughters should find a good school, good education, and they should, by themselves, they should prosper and they should contribute for the prosperity of this nation. This aspiration has traveled to the far distances areas, and that has also given a confidence to the people. Yes, the change is possible, and we can see the change. We can be part of the change. I think this is the basic requirement for any nation, any country which wish to prosper, which wish to be a developed nation. And I see last 20, 30 years, I was moving to the different campuses and universities and discussing with the students of different batches in different institutes. I have personally seen the change is happening. Now, as this aspiration goes on, people think they look to the world. So now our students, our youngsters, our young people, they are exposed to the world. Geographically, they are moving here and there. By internet, they are exposed to the world situation. So they are not in an illusion or some dreamy picture. They have the very clear picture in their mind. And so now they can compare their situation, their requirements to the world situation. So I think we have a very better generation now. That is our present. Next is, they want everything to know on the facts. And that is good. Because last so many years, we were taught about the history, distorted, manufactured facts. I am not saying just because of my version or my emotions, but it is a proven fact. So now this generation, they want the fact-based history, the fact-based versions they want. And so they are challenging it everywhere. And not only challenging, they are searching for this. So this generation is going to the primary source. So everything will be set in a right direction now, I think. So yes, they are pointing out the wrongdoings in our intelligentsia, our history, even in media also. They are pointing it. And that is the expression of the common people in social media. That they are challenging. No, this is not fact, this is the fact. It may be a smallest incident in some area, or it may be a very intellectual version of somebody. So we are in the era, yes, it will be very much fair and very much fact-based. So people want to know it in a real sense. Another thing is, now people they don't want to be spectators of this process. The bigger change is everybody want to participate in the process. Either it is, you see, a government puts some draft for the public opinion. Lakhs of people put their very reasonable, highly reasonable opinions. So our democracy is also now vibrant. The government comes with some act and people react it at a large level. They participate in the process. And of course, we have the governments at different level. They also ask the people to participate, and of course, they try to incorporate it. That is a good situation. World over, there are democracies, but see the oldest democracy situations are also changing. We can see the oldest democracy, how they are changing the prime ministers. Some democracy, their president can't take oath immediately or getting their houses immediately. The democratic, highest, most oldest democracy, our situation is different. But parallelly, we can see our democracy is vibrant. People are participating in the process, debates, votings. They are changing the governments. I think this is the good situation. So I think this is a aspirational, confident, very positive, and now everything cannot be said like this, that somebody has said something and it's go. So people doesn't want a cut, copy-paste model or solutions from somewhere. So now it is the time, because there is no comparable example in the world. If our social problems, some people, they tried the solutions from world over. But our situation is different. Our history is different. Our sequence is different. So we have to develop our solutions. Our social combinations are different, our family structures are different. And development model. See, now people are thinking that most developed countries, they are economically prosperous. But what is the cost of that development? Cost of development is they have compromised with their family values and family structures. America is having the 46%, 43% of divorce rate. And the victims are the child. 43% of the child, they are single parent and they have a lot of issues, depression, so many issues are there. So the development at the cost of this. Another is environment. Development at the cost of environment. So now as a country for future we have to think. Some technology comes, robot or somebody else will not decide the technology. The prosperous country or a confident country has to take a choice. We are not in the scarcity of technologies. New technologies are coming and will come. So as a country for future, we have to take the choice of our technologies. We cannot leave it to the robots or some outside persons. As a country, we have to discuss, debate, and what is environmental friendly, what is nature friendly, what is required for us, and what is the cost of it, that development, that we have to revisit it. So this generation will be taking a choice, which technology they will show. Then economic models. Last 120, 100, 150 years, different models are tried. But different technologies are tried. But now, as a country of 140 crore people, and it was not only an agricultural country, Krishi Pradhan, nahi, it was an enterprising country. So we have to be an enterprising country. So what will be our economic model? We can't just cut, copy, paste. Okay, for some years we have to walk on the same model, some compromises will be done. But after all, we have to come up with the new models for this era, for the next 100, 200, 500 years. And so this is the aspiration and this is the wish of the people, and I think this is the future of our country. So accordingly, we have to set up our education, our health structures, our economic models, and everything we have to set accordingly. So I think this is the time the whole country, whole nation is under debate. So I think I congratulate all of you that you have also opened up the debate, and I am happy to be part of this debate. Thank you.
Sunilji, I think you made certain remarks which are extremely positive. Not just your points, referring to the points made as aspirational. They gave us a lot of confidence based on facts and trying to find our own solutions based on our own models. But I have a couple of issues that I thought I will pick up from you before I ask some of the people to ask a couple of questions. One is, you were referring to the young people. What about others?
See, every family looks for the future, and they take the opinion of the young people, because our life is okay, but what's the future? So choice of every family will be with the future generation. I think you can better understand it.
Yeah. No, when I said, I think the young people really decide the future. The child going to school, when it comes back with a question, the child can make the family to pick up what the child wants. So that is the strength of the children. Let me go to another dimension. What do you think when as a country, when we are seeing today and we are trying to look at the entire contemporary world, do you think, you said we are aspirational, we need to develop our own models, etc. But any specific issue on which you feel that this is one way that we need to look at a different model? You talked about environment, you talked about technology. Anything else you would like to say which will be of some relevance?
As a society, we have some social issues. As a society, yes, we have certain issues of disparity on the basis of caste. See, what will be the solutions? Solutions, because anywhere in the world we can't find the solutions for this, because situation is different. So the formula is there should be a peaceful atmosphere in the society, and the leaders, social leaders at top level, at district level, at local level, they have to sit together and have to discuss the future arrangements in our society, which will be equal, which will follow the equality, which will give the opportunity to everyone, but how its solution will become. Now so many people, they just get and find some, how they can divide, or they search what is different. How we are different from somebody. No, if we want to find a solution, we have to find out what is the common things. And we have to sit together, and then we can find the solutions. So our solutions will be different. Our solutions, I can't just draft out it, because it will be a society of so many 100 plus crore people. So that will be the way. So how I work, how I see the people at the ground level working, they are finding such solutions. People sit together, come together, and they find the solutions. I think then only we can find the solutions to such very crucial issues.
I think a very important point that you mentioned. It is not the solution.
If somebody always want to make politics out of it, then it is not possible.
No, actually, it is not just the solutions which are going to matter, but it is a process of solving, the process of finding solutions. I think that is a very good point. Now I think we have a couple of minutes. Maybe if anybody has any question. Yes, madam, please. My request is please make it brief and to the point. 3-4 minutes.
I am Professor Rajalakshmi, economist from Madras University. We have imitated economic models like Mahalanobis imitating Herodomer model and Leontief in the 5-year plans. But what it has proved is completely a failure. So till 14, we are providing and also processing with financial inclusion, demonetization.
Just keep away.
Yeah. The economic model of Mahalanobis.
Yes. The economic model of Mahalanobis, they all proved to be a failure to our countries, our system. So till 14, we are having different methodology followed, including financial inclusiveness, our demonetization, insurance, giving homes to everybody. So all these things, reaching to the downtrodden. Why we have not, we must name it to have it in the international arena. What is this model? Even Tamil Nadu, they have produced, the present government has produced a Dravidian model. So apart from Navroji, we don't have a model. So we have to set up this model. That's my request.
See, I am not here to mention any model. I am talking about the process. See, somebody writes book or somebody passed the resolution and that is the model. That should not be the process of taking up the models. That I am saying. I am saying it is a very vast and very different situation we have. Different districts have different capacities, different skills, different possibilities because of nature. Everything is. So such variety is not available at the world or in some other countries comparatively. So we have to go into the deep and let us come above the politics of like this. So I think then we can find the solutions. The basic fundamental is, so we have to recognize of the capacities of the local people. We have to recognize their skills, the requirements, and simplify the process. Decentralized production of the production process is required. Labor intensive production process is required. So I first initially said about the choice of technology. So that is also very important. So it's not just some Tamil Nadu model or his model or that model. I'm not limited to that way how our departments are teaching about the models and this only. I think the classroom should be a point of debate how we can find a new models. That is that I was raising the point.
Anybody else? Yeah, please, sir.
PC, sir. Oh.
Sunilji Bhai Sahab, thank you very much. You have raised a very important question regarding social disparity. You are in a most important position in a 100-year-old institution. May I request you about tribal development which Janjatiya organizations are doing, not up to the mark what I am feeling. You have seen even activities of tribal universities in central India, now I am in Andhra Pradesh. It is not sufficient, they are doing, but it is not sufficient. Okay. I request you how organization like RSS can take it up, because it is not only poverty or caste, it is economy also. It is education also, it is health also, it is sanitation also, it is agriculture also, it is marketing also. May I request about this? Thank you.
See, simple, as you asked about the RSS as such. So our way of doing the thing is empowering the people. RSS as such, as an organization, we don't lead the situation, we empower the local people and help them for such people. So now, in any area specific, we meet the people, our Karyakartas will meet the people, discuss with them, and then they will give the solutions that this is their requirement as a local, and several Karyakartas we try to help them, whether from the local governmental institutions, offices, or from the local people. So they will initiate any startup, then people will help them how to find out. If they will, because RSS, local Karyakartas will have the inclusion from all part of the society of different economic and social level, all people will be there. So organization can do to help in networking and connectivity, because our economic prosperity is possible with helping together or working together. That is the only model which will give the solutions. So as RSS is reaching to the different areas, to more and more areas, our local Shakha people will take this job, meeting the people and involving them in different projects, initiating the projects accordingly to the local situation. So that is going on, and presently one campaign is going on, Swalambi Bharat Abhiyan, SBA, that is going on, where Swayamsevaks, local organizations, business organizations, youth organizations, local clubs, they are participating in it, and working together they are finding some different opportunities in districts. They are also involving the local banks and government officials also. So by training, by making the project proposals, by how trainings, by initiating the market opportunities, like that they are trying to develop, giving the opportunity for the local people or new startups at the very low level.
So
I think time maybe.
So I think with this, I think Sunilji, thank you very much for your views.
Thank you, thank you.
And let
thank
me
you to all of you, and especially the New Indian Express and our Prabhu Chola sir. He has asked me, and I can't say no. That's why I'm here. Thank you.
Let me only just sum up. India is becoming very aspirational, gaining confidence, in an upbeat mood to make changes. And when you want to make changes, you'll have to provide solutions not only to you, but also to the world. I think that time has come. We are providing solutions to ourselves and to the world with our own mind, with our own heart, and with our own hands, not borrowed head, heart, or hands, with our own head, heart, and hands. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I request our editorial director, Prabhu Chawla, to please join us on stage to do the honors and present them with a memento. Thank you, gentlemen, for an extremely lively discussion. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to our next session titled Education, Technology and NEP 2020, What Lies Ahead. I'd like to invite our dignitaries to take the stage. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Milind Marathe, former Assistant Professor, KG Somaya College of Engineering. Welcome, sir. Dr. Andrew Thangaraj, Professor, IIT Madras and National Coordinator for Swayam. Gentlemen, please join us on stage. Let's give them a big round of applause. And let's keep the applause going for our chair for the session, Jayaprakash Gandhi, career consultant and analyst. Over to you, sir.
Sir, very good afternoon. We'll start the session with my opening remarks, then we'll go to the other panelists. The topic is technology, education, and NEP. My dear friends, the way the technology is revolutionary, we need to bring a lot of changes in our education system. In fact, knowledge, intelligence were making human beings smarter, but now technology is making machines smarter. This is where, and the biggest threat is knowledge is becoming automation. Lot of revolutionary, like the wonderful Kiran Bedi said, she started with ChatGPT. How many of you know that the next thing, see how these big giants like Microsoft, Google plays. Google 2 days back launched Bard. Can you believe last night Microsoft gave back to Google saying that we are launching the next generation ChatGPT. Totally becoming outdated, making outdated Bard. Google is taking a back step. This is where the technology is moving. the quantum computing, the parallel reality, the Web 3.0 technology, all these are making a revolutionary in education system. In fact, today, the world, we need to prepare our India for the future. In fact, the future study says 82% of the jobs which our students are going to work in 2030 are yet to be created. Are we preparing our students to those? That's my question. Right now, 33.2% of the youngsters who are working are doing jobs nothing related to their degree. So these are the few things. We need to really develop our technology, make sure that we need to bring some huge changes in the learning system. In fact, today the knowledge is becoming in fingertips. I don't know how many of you know that. The Google Talk to Books, I don't know how many of you are using it, Google Talk to Books. The knowledge is in your fingertips. So when you have those type of things, we need to really develop. In fact, our Prime Minister and the National Education Policy have established a National Technology Forum. But very sorry to say this, we have never enhanced this National Technology Forum by updating all the technology and skill sets which a student and the faculty requires. In fact, I'm really sorry to tell you, I visited one of the top universities to address the top faculties which is under 50 rank in NARF. Can you believe it? And I was addressing to most of the PhDs. None of them, not even one single professor was knowing about the technology what I'm talking. Now, this is the sad state of affairs. Now, we need to bring, I'm very happy that National Education Conclave by the Indian Express should be the first step to make sure that we prepare our children in the future. And the National Education Policy is wonderful, very good in point of view, with the students' point of view, but I still think that many of the institutions have never realized the challenges they are going to have if the NEP is implemented completely. There's going to be a lot of change. Why I'm saying this? Because in future, the students are going to learn, prepare, not from one institution, from different platforms in the same academic year. So that is going to be the biggest challenge for the institute. Anyway, we'll start with the two big panelists. Sir, my question to you is, how do you change this technology is going to have an impact in our learning system?
Now, technology today is having three important aspects. Why this complete technology in education and education technology, these words are coming at this point of time is fast computing devices availability. The generation to which we are interested in teaching, they are techno-savvy. They are 21st millennium generation. Data storage, processing, retrieving the data has enhanced like anything. And that is the reason why the technology in education has come to the place today and not 15 years back. So that is the basic reason in development of the technology. But still it's a very new area. Now in what way technology will impact? I would like to say that we will have to reimagine our education, our classroom, physical classroom to online classroom. Bricks and mortars will change to bits and bytes. The role of faculty from information transformation to learning facilitator, and content of education will change from material content to digital content. So this is the very important impact of technology in education. Now, what does it mean practically? Honorable Professor is here, who is a coordinator of Swayam, and you will find that 3 crores of students has enrolled on Swayam platform just to take online courses. Now, the students will have choice to design their aspirations and the courses, because that is another important aspect of the education, NEP 2020, what future lies. Flexibility is the buzzword of the National Education Policy 2020, and students will opt for choice of subjects depending upon their career aspirations. Now, in that case, the technology will play a very important role. So your question is how technology will impact. I will have to tell 3 points. First, teaching learning. Second point, making networking access to the students. And the third point is education administration. May it be HEC Act, there are 4 verticals of HEC Act. Due to the technology, the efficiency and transparency of the 4 verticals will increase. So this is the way technology is going to impact in coming future. So teaching and learning, I will add upon the teaching and learning bit later because there is a difference between technology in education and education technology. So I feel that 3 areas are very predominantly will get impacted due to the technology. And we have experienced COVID. Just imagine if the online education was not there, what would have the situation of the education and overall administration of this country? That's why the word was coined new normal. No doubt, there will be some limitation about this new normal also, as you have very correctly pointed out. But see, whenever we have any new thing which is coming up, judiciously we have to think and accept the good things and screened out the bad effects. So that is the human judgment is very important, and that human judgment will be done by the teachers who has got direct contact with the student in front of him face to face. So that is the way the technology will impact the education in coming future.
Sir, I would like to ask you, because you've been Swayam, do you think that the hybrid mode of learning, teaching will be the future?
So, thanks once again for inviting me. Thanks to New India Express for calling me for this panel. Let me just take a step back before I answer that specific question on what I think technology and hybrid will do in education. I think it's important to always look at higher education from a high level to understand what the gap is, where the problem is. Today we have about 85-90 lakh children every year joining undergraduate education. A very small fraction goes to the top IITs. IITs are dream institutions. We still take less than 20,000 a year among all the IITs put together, while about 12 lakh write JEE, and there's this huge frustration in admission, right? You don't know where to go and join, and so many people end up getting frustrated. And then even if you look at public universities, private universities, they account for about 12-13% of the enrollments today. A huge majority ends up in college. 80 to 85% are in what we call colleges, and there's variety there, levels are different there. That's the reality today. While we're talking about technology and all that, reality is that today. And there's this big aspirational group of people about which people were mentioning earlier, and access to IITs and the top educational institution today is actually not there for them. Why? You have to spend lakhs for coaching. You can look at it. I mean, there are places where people start coaching in 3rd standard today. That's the reality. So someone who's aspirational cannot even think of getting into an IIT. So if you look at this big picture in this large scale, what do you do, you know? What should you do in the next 10 years? We're not going to be able to suddenly spend 10% of our GDP on education and build all these campuses. That's not going to happen, right? So it's going to happen much more slowly. We have to wait for the economies to build up. More states have to become trillion-dollar economies for all that. What do you do in the immediate term for doing high-quality, large-scale, low-cost higher education in the country? At least to me, the solution is obvious, and the only solution you can think of is online. Online has its limitations. It's got a lot of flack. A lot of people think online is easy. Online is less rigorous. Online is not dependable. The IITM in particular, IITs together have come together and shown that that's not true. Today, NPTEL is a model that so many people use for credit transfer in institutions. 20 years we've been running the NPTEL project. So many governments, successively ministries have supported us on this. Lakhs and lakhs of students have benefited, crores of students have benefited from that. We do it rigorously, we do it sincerely, rigorously. We just don't, put the content out there and forget about the students. We engage with them very closely. 3 years ago, armed with this kind of strength, IITM started an online BS degree today, right, in data science. Today, you have access to the topmost institution in the country, at least as per NARF, and you can get a degree from there. All you have to do is work hard, be sincere. You don't need to do lakhs of rupees for coaching. The tuition fee itself, in fact, the whole degree costs less than 3.5 lakhs, less than $5,000 today. So we are able to do it at that cost. How are we doing on quality? You can look at the numbers. About 1 lakh students applied to this program so far in 3 years. About 20,000 or so qualified. There is a small qualification step. And still 17,000 are with us today. So in online, we're able to retain, we're able to engage, and we're able to keep up the quality. You can talk to our students. They'll all say, this is a tough program. It's not easy. We thought online will be easy. It's not easy. You can't just pass. All exams are in person. We engage with them 8 hours a day online. We have student fests on campus. So we're able to show that there is a model within the next 5 to 10 years to meaningfully increase GER, provide access to aspirational people to the top institutes, and bring up the level of higher education in the country. So today it's possible, and I think you talked about hybrid. I'm just talking about online with a personal connect, online with an engagement model which is very strong, has potential not just to educate, to really transform the country and meet the aspirations of students. That's something I strongly believe.
But sir, you said 3.5 lakhs, but do you think how many of the middle level, lower middle class people can afford? That's the biggest.
So
now,
just to
why, my question is, why IIT should become like a commercial online institute? There's no need.
So there's that 3.5 lakhs is the total cost, but if your income level is less than 1 lakh, you have a 75% discount. So you pay less than 1 lakh for it. So the costs are quite less, and people are doing it. So the next question you asked is, why should IIT do it? Why can't somebody else do it? Well, nobody else is doing it right now, right?
No,
so if somebody else comes up and takes this up, maybe an IIT doesn't have to do it. Today, the quality and the reputation and the name and the brand is very important for that.
It's phenomenal, sir, because I know you're doing extremely great job, especially in the data science course, because you are one of the very few people who have included the few chapters which is not available in the regular engineering courses are available. We are really happy. But my next thing is, I would be very happy if we get some questions before we have the conclusion things. My dear friends, the way the technology and the educations are moving up, we need to make sure that the reskilling, upskilling should be affordable. In fact, we were the first people to tell even the union budget that why don't we, the bank, consider to give bank loan for online education. Still no proper regulations have started coming. We all need to put together, put our hands and make sure that at least from the next budget, there should be some regulation. We have only the education loan is coming only for the regular. Why not when the world is moving towards hybrid, why not we have some loan?
We have been successful. Actually, many of our students are able to get loans. So it is changing. It will take some time. I think you're right. It will be great to have budgetary provisions for it.
Yes, sir.
It'll be fantastic.
Now we need your support because we need all the educationists to talk about it. Yes, sir. My thing is, Sridhar sir is there, great. He said that we are our aspiration. Do you really think there is a political shade in NEP? Shade of colors.
Yeah, I personally don't feel there is a political shade in the NEP, because when the redrafting committee and the earlier committee was working on the national education policy, if you look at the level of consultations done by both the committee members, it is enormous. No doubt by chance, it has come to a particular period when a particular political party was at the helm of the affairs. But I am very much confident, and my personal opinion is, looking towards the tremendous deliberations by a number of organizations, universities, vice chancellors, teachers, I just don't remember, but when the first draft at 2019 was put by the redrafting committee under the leadership of Professor Dr. Kasturi Rangan, lakhs and lakhs of suggestions were poured on the internet. And so I don't believe that this is a policy of a particular political party. It's a policy of people, because for last 34 years, the things have changed. Common parents and students were aspiring for the changes in the education system, and actually NEP 2020 is the result of that. And last but not the least, many times in such deliberations, people ask that NEP is nothing but the Modi's policy. I am very much against this particular statement because it is redrafted by an eminent scientist, former ISRO chairman, Kasturi Rangan, with a very fine deliberations and logistics. And so I feel that it is the policy of the common students, people's aspiration. So I don't feel anything about there is a political agenda or political shade in this national education policy.
Sir, last
Thank
question to you, sir. Last question. Sir, the way the technology is moving, Swayam, why not people like you can bring very specialized courses for the faculty? For example, the IBM says they are going to launch the first super quantum computer with 4,000 qubits. I mean, unimaginable the speed. I knew that you started some course for the faculty. Why don't you throw open to even for the students? Because I know many students wants to do come out in quantum computing, parallel reality. All this type of new upcoming technology, why not you have a separate...
We have a course on Swayam. There is a basic quantum computing course.
Yeah, no, basic.
It's a joint course.
I'm talking about for quantum, how the MIT brought in twist programming language, how the twist is really moving the programming language. Why not we bring it to our students?
So there is a course that's offered on Swayam today. Okay. IITM in collaboration with IBM offers that course. So students can go in and join that course, learn about quantum computing. Unfortunately, I think making the, up to code level you can write, but then running it on the computer, that time costs money, right?
The money,
so
yes.
that is a little bit more restricted, but if people who do well in the basic course, IBM is willing to support that as well. So today we have a course on this.
So thank you very much. You have any questions? Yes, sir.
I knew Vaidya would ask me.
Yes, even I was expecting.
Question is to my good friend Professor Andrew. Now that the ICSR has hit the 1,000 crore target, any plans for Swayam to also move to a different model competing against the Byju's and the other edtechs? I think Swayam has that capacity. So would you plan a similar model that can really unleash a potential that is hidden?
So there is a discussion going on in the ministry right now about digital university. It's at a fairly advanced stage. I don't know, maybe even in this session you may get a bill, who knows. And if that happens, then Swayam would have a firm offering for people at cost. So, and as that model evolves, it might become a little bit more stable.
So, I completely concur with the panel that the NEP's implementation has nothing to do with politics. Modi ji and NEP are different. But can I ask you, people who are opposing the NEP, is there a politics behind it? The states which are opposing NEP, is it politically motivated?
Yes, definitely there is, but we need to sort it out. The more the government sit and talk and sort it out, it will be better, because we always feel that we should have a uniform policy across India so that none of any one particular state student should suffer. So what you said right, yes, there is some politics. We hope that it gets sorted out and make sure that from the next 2024, the entire country follows NEP. Yes, ma'am.
Sir, it's, I still do not see millions of students in schools learning properly the computers. So years from now, you will still have a large bulge, aspirational, but not skilled. Why can't we address this basic? And these are very bright minds. They're hungry minds, curious minds, designing minds. How do we address that? So that when we don't have a bulge of illiteracy, computer illiterate, and again then come up only the skewing up of very little. Why don't we start working on the base? Many schools, even good schools, even paid for schools, still have a computer class 1 period a month, a week. And that too only just basics or very little. So can we address this now before it's getting too late? Who addresses this?
Ma'am, it has to be done because why? That's why we educationists keep telling in the budget that please increase the GDP spending in education more to 6%. We are spending hardly about 2%. Only if we spend over 5%, we can bring all the possibility in the lower rural side. And that you rightly said, we need to do this, otherwise our rural students will stay back. Yes, I think she is very much correct. I think anybody else has to.
So one of the amazing things I've seen, we have 2 people working for us in our own office. They are coders. Both of them can speak only Tamil. They are from a very rural background, and I can tell you stories about them which you won't believe. I mean, really grown up in a village, and all of that is possible. So that clearly shows the capability to code and understand is there everywhere. It's just that we have to get there, and I think school education is the solution. We have to spend better at the school level, and coming up to college is already too late. I think somewhere at the school level we have to impact this process.
What Madam has said is very absolutely right. There is a gap between the group of people, or the, what you can say, there are high income group, low income group. If you just go by one small statistic which was published in 2019, only 14.9% of the rural India has internet facility, and 42.0% of urban India has internet facility. There is an issue of devices also. And so there is a disparity, agreed. And that's why we will have to fine-tune the solutions. But with this also, there is a large number of chunk which is aspirational, and so we cannot go for averaging. We will have to go for uplifting the facilities in the rural area at one hand. So for that, let there be the devices that should be designed with low cost. Now, in Mumbai, IIT Bombay has, say, 5 to 6 years back, developed one tab which is called as an Akash tab. And you know that in normal laptop, many functionalities are there which are not really required for the teaching learning process, and so its cost was almost 10,000 rupees of an Akash tab, and it went successfully. So what I feel that there will be multiple problems, so the solutions cannot be one straitjacket. We will have to start with the giving the facilities, devices, internet, capabilities, penetration to the rural area at one hand, but at the other hand, where there is a group of high income aspirational, for them also, ideally our ultimate aim should be advanced personalized learning, because individual learning capabilities and styles are different. So with the help of technology, can we put the technology to work and identify how advanced personalized learning can be done? And you all are aware that the IIT Bombay has started education technology course in Mumbai. SNDT has started education technology course. So the situation is different, but we will have to work out the solutions for each and every group. And then only we can bring the total mass towards the one minimum level. That's my point of view.
So thank you very much, all. Hope this education conclave, there is a saying that longest journey starts with the first step. Hope the Indian Express conclave will be the first step towards the right direction to make our future students employable and make India a great country to live in. Thank you very much, Jai.
Thank you so much, sir. I think the conclave is definitely on the right track. But we would like you to remain on stage for a moment longer. Ma'am, we'd like you to please come on stage, our CEO of the New Indian Express, and present our dignitaries with a memento. Thank you so much. Let's give all of our panelists a big round of applause for that session. And thank you, ma'am. So ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to say that we are running almost on time. So we will now take a quick lunch break. We will see everybody back here at 2:25 p.m. Thank you so much for your cooperation. Enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and a round of applause for all the early birds who made it back into the main hall on time. Your prize is the extra round of applause, but no, we really do appreciate it. Thank you. We're really doing our best to keep things running on time. So if everyone could please join us in the main hall, we're all set to begin with our next session in just a few minutes. Thank you so much. sure everyone's had a lovely lunch. If we could request everyone to kindly make yourselves comfortable and take your seats. And that little reminder to make sure that your mobile phones are on silent mode. Thank you. We'd like to get started with our next session. As I was saying earlier, we'd also like to have things run on time. Thank you so much. So our next session, the always look forward to post-lunch session, it's considered the lucky session, is titled Hopes and Dreams, What New India Thinks. We'd like to invite our dignitaries to take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sachin Pilot, MLA and former Union Minister. Welcome, sir. He has been selected as one of the Young Global Leaders 2008 by the World Economic Forum in recognition of his professional accomplishments and commitment to society. So we're so glad you could join us here this afternoon. And please put your hands together for our chair, Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist, as she takes the stage. Kaveri, over to you.
Welcome to Chennai, Sachin. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Pleasure is mine.
So next year is going to be 20 years in politics. It looks amazing because until, I mean, you're like a kid in politics. And what, 20 years already almost?
Yeah, it'll be 22 years next year. So
22 years.
I joined.
I was going by the first election that you won.
Yes, but I started working in the party 2 years before I joined. So 2002 was when I officially joined the Congress party. And you're right. And thank you for reminding me that it's 22 years now next year.
Yeah. So amazing. What has this time taught you?
You know, 20 years seems like a lot of time. But in my own experience, the changes I've seen in our democracy, in our parliament, in the voter profile, in the demographics, and in our country as a whole is actually phenomenal. People don't realize this, but just 20 years ago, where we were, what country we were in, what values, what ethics young people aspired to follow, all that has changed dramatically. And in every profession, there's been a sea change, including yours, whether it's media, business, and I think it holds true even for politics. The way politicians function, the way the voters perceive the politicians, things that we have to do, governance models, social media influence on voting patterns, the campaigning style, the speeches in parliament. In my own experience, when I first entered parliament, we had Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, we had Deve Gowda ji, we have Chandrasekhar ji, and Atal Bihari Vajpayee. All four people in the same house. And it was a different set of individuals at that point who I thought were really adding value to the debates in parliament and to what was being said and what was being told. So all that has changed. I won't say all that has changed is negative, but I won't even say that all the change is positive. I think it depends on how you see it, how you perceive it. But a lot has changed in my own experience. My first election I fought in 2004. And I sometimes watch some of the videos and some of the newspaper articles that came out. It was a different era.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it, but the more I talk about it, the older I feel. So I'm going to stop talking about it.
No, but it is, isn't it? I mean, if 2014 was the Twitter election, I think 2019 was the WhatsApp election.
Right.
I mean, in 2004, we didn't even know what social media was. So that's what I want to understand from you. How have these changes in technology impacted the way politicians conduct themselves and the way they're perceived? Now, I think a 24/7 politician, you have to be one. I mean, you're on duty all the time.
I think anybody who ever thought that politics was not a 24/7 profession was absolutely wrong. It has been since before.
Certain people may have thought it in your
one thought
party.
it. No, not at all. Today, a politician, a policymaker, whether it's a sarpanch, whether it's a councillor, mayor, MLA, MP, whoever he or she may be, in any political party, the time devotion, the commitment, and the presence has to be 24/7. And not only does it have to be, it has to be seen to be 24.
Seen to be 24.
Yes. So some people are masters in perception, and some people actually do the groundwork in reality. But politics as a profession, really, it's not a job. I think it's more of a lifestyle, and it's who you are, because you can pretend to be something different for a few hours every day. And Kaveri, I say this because a lot of people think that televisions, social media, news channels can actually, create perceptions. Perhaps they can, but I think you can only be who you're not for a few hours a day.
Yeah.
You can't be somebody 24 hours a day. So your true sense, that's why it's best to be honest about who you are, accept who you are, and then people actually appreciate that, as opposed to trying to pretend to be something that you're not. That doesn't work. And I think now with the glare 24/7, social media so penetrative, everyone has an opinion, everybody has 2 mobile phones, so everyone knows exactly what you're doing and what you're saying. The other point I want to make, and I say this to a lot of friends of mine who have young kids, that what you tell your children and all the good things you want them to grow up with, they may listen to you, but they will follow what they see.
Yeah.
So I can keep saying all day all good things to my sons, अच्छे इंसान बनो, अच्छे काम करो. But if I'm doing the opposite, that's what they'll pick up. So what you say is perhaps not as important as what you actually do on the ground and what people see you do. And you can't fudge that. You can't fake it for much long. So therefore, I think that transparency has come in because of the tremendous penetration of the media and social media, but it also has negative effects because now there's so much propaganda, falsehood, negativity, character assassination, videos and audios that are morphed. So people tend to get confused, especially in the rural parts of India where people believe that what you see on your phone is actually the truth. Right?
Exactly.
So that is a negative aspect, but as a democracy, as a society, we have to evolve through that. And I think it has to be a moral stand that people take as politicians, as media platforms, to make sure that what we are pushing out into society is going through the filter of some thread of honesty and principles. It can't just be, just saying what you want. And what is also a negative impact of the change that I've seen is that the level of discourse has certainly come down. I mean, what people say now to get into the news, how they say things about their opponents, political opponents, is unhealthy for our democracy. I think that's not the way to be. We can oppose each other, we can disagree with each other, we can severely criticize each other, but it cannot be at a personal level. It can't be something that that people don't appreciate. And I keep saying this everywhere I go, that I will never say something about my opponent which I won't want to hear about myself. Right? वो मैं जो किसी के लिए नहीं बोल सकता हूँ, वो मैं अपने लिए कैसे, so that I think is something that is sadly happening, and we have to all collectively think about how not to give our future generation this sort of example.
You were lucky, Sachin. You had a great role model in your father, and you saw him negotiate tradition with modernity, and he did it beautifully. It was a terrific blend of both. We see that conflict now more and more. The past has come to haunt us in many ways now. History is being discussed. Everything is up for discussion, How do you negotiate that? And how do you tell young people that, okay, this is perhaps what our past was, we accept it and move forward? It doesn't mean that you have to constantly otherize people.
See, other thing I've noticed, Kaveri, is that we spend so much of our time talking about people and individuals who died 70 years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Centuries sometimes.
Sometimes centuries. I mean, what material benefit does the audience get, do the voters get? If you talk about sanitation, jobs, industry, investment, growth, climate change, things that matter to people's lives, daily lives, inflation, jobs, and we end up talking about things, issues, and individuals who died a century ago, and there is some version of history which I may not agree with, but really, do I spend all my political capital trying to rewrite that history or to convince people otherwise? It is, frankly, personally speaking, I think there's no use. We should really spend our time thinking about the future, what India will be 25 years from now. And you know how quickly time flies. 50 years from now, where will this country be? What will be the job situation? What kind of society will we have? What about our social indices that we
10
have?
years from now. I mean, things are changing so fast.
Yes, but I'm saying a real policy planner will think further than you expect them to. And I've seen many countries, whether it's Singapore, whether it's Japan, whether it's some Western nations, they actually have plans for 25, 50 years. And for us as policymakers, and I say this collectively, beyond party lines, that we can have differences of opinion, we can win elections, we can form governments, we can be in opposition. We have to maintain a certain quality and standard of discourse. and we have to be able to think of nation first. It can't be about grabbing power. It can't just be about showing your strength and flaunting your muscles and, and road rolling every other issue. Because if we keep harping upon defeating and deflating our opponents all the time, we're not really concentrating on governance and issues that matter. So you can make noise, you can occupy people's mind, you can give slogans every 6 months, but unless you make people's lives better, and there's a tangible difference we can make if we really work with that singular point in our minds. But all the time all we're doing is acrimony, there is tensions in society, there is all sorts of negativity, and I mean, I have to say this, the government really, I'm talking about most governments, tend to think that they will stay in power forever. And that's not a good thing. You have to be mindful that there are people who don't agree with you, there are people who are opposing you, respect them, regard them, take their views on board for national interest. But just to do character assassination, to demean people, to devalue them, to humiliate them, to target them, I think that doesn't speak well for the future of our democracy.
But Sachin, you deal with young people. So many, you must be meeting them all the time. You must be, they must be talking to you about what they want out of life, out of their careers, out of their families. What is the sense you make of them?
Earlier, Kaveri, I think earlier people were looking for jobs for sustenance.
Yeah.
Then people were looking for lives for better quality of life. They wanted to have a two-wheeler or a car or a good job or a home. And today a lot of India is aspirational. Now they're looking...
But we've always been aspirational.
No, our aspirations were limited. Our aspirations were, we want to become a doctor, engineer, lawyer, architect, that's about it. Today, the young person in this country is actually thinking of competing globally. That has changed. And what has changed in a person who was an IIT engineer working in NASA 40 years ago was that he had a brilliant mind. He could get up the corporate ladder because of the proficiency, before the intellectual capacities he or she had. But they were not really good at making presentations to 1,000 people. I think a young Indian professor or an intelligent man or woman today not only has the brain power to go through the professional ladder, but also the self-confidence of speaking, addressing, and presenting, because the presentation of skill comes with confidence. If you have confidence in your society, in your country, in your family, it comes out. 40 years ago, I think Indians were as smart as they are today. But today, a young Indian person actually has a lot more confidence, and he or she can take on the world globally. So the competition spirit is much more high. Aspirations earlier were limited to what we knew. What we don't know, we can't aspire for. So today, the world has changed. We're so interconnected. We know what's going on in different parts of the world, whether it's gadgets, whether it's lifestyles, whether it's job satisfaction. So today, it's not about earning more money. It's also about having a quality of life for yourself, contentment, job satisfaction. It's very sad when I see a graduate or a double graduate applying for a clerical job or a PN's job. So people are then underemployed. So there is unemployment and there's underemployment. It's a huge issue in India, and I say this with all sincerity. It doesn't matter which party is in government in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, India, Rajasthan. Nationally, as a country, we owe it to our next generation to give them a better India than what we received. What we've seen, the transition in the 90s and the 2000 decade, has given us something. And I'm very sorry, but when someone says that 2004 to 14...
I was about to say it was a lost decade.
No, I'm saying, I completely, with all humility, I have to completely disagree. 2004 to 14 was a decade where 140 million people were lifted out of abject poverty. That was a decade which saw reverse brain drain. That decade saw investments, Indian economy, it came into its own. And the fruits of which, of course, we're all eating them now, but the foundation of that economy, the liberalized economy, the investments, the job creation, the IT, the communications, the telecom sector. I happen to be a minister in that government in the telecom sector. I know what we did. The broadband connectivity to panchayats, 2.5 lakh panchayats were connected. That time started off. So fiber optic cable laying, IT companies, telecom companies, computer innovations, artificial intelligence, all of that started then. And look at the growth rates. It's simple arithmetic. The growth rate in those 10 years compared to these 10 years, of course, you can say there was COVID and there's Ukraine war and all sorts of things, but those 10 years, it's wrong to say they were a lost decade. I think that decade really, and I say this when I heard Dr. Manmohan Singh say once in Parliament, that history will judge him much more kindly than the
He
president.
said it at a press conference.
And when he said that, and I look back today, he's 90 plus, I had the honor to work with him as a minister, a man with impeccable credentials, a man who really did so much for this country as finance minister, as prime minister. How can you call that a lost decade? I think that's pure politics.
And you forgot the rights that were, you had the Right to Information Act, for
here's
instance.
what I think. I think India needs a strong growth story, because unless you create wealth, it won't percolate down to the bottom of the pyramid. But at the same time, you have a large section of our country which needs the government support, the helping hand, the social sector, whether it's midday meal, Narega, right to information, right to education. All these rights, I think, were given because this country can't have the drag of half its population not doing as well as the other half. Therefore, when you say the Congress governments, UPA governments were liberal, very open and reformist, it is because unless you create a larger pie, you can't share it with everybody else. So the social sector schemes that we launched those 10 years, I think, are still helping us out. I'm telling you today that when the lockdown happened, when the industries closed down, the workers came back to the villages in many states, it is because of Narega and the employment schemes that we had at that time that people had money in their pockets. So it's wrong to look back and say that before 2014, kuch nahi tha, sab kharab tha. I think that's the wrong way to look at it.
But going forward, and this is a tough year, you're going to have 9 state elections, and then of course 2024. I mean, what is the plan? What is the plan of the Congress? You've had a successful Bharat Jodo Yatra.
Yes, I think that.
What was your experience of it?
I happened to be there. I mean, we started off in Kanyakumari.
How many kilometers did you walk?
Not as much as the Yatris did, but I walked, I think, 5 or 6 states. We did whole of Rajasthan, about 500 kilometers. Idea is not about logging the kilometers. The idea was really to be on the ground, because some of us felt that this country needed a voice, and everyone agrees when I say this that India needs a very strong opposition that can make the government accountable and answerable. Now, this yatra was not a vote-catching exercise, but it certainly had the connect, and I saw it personally also, that when you walk with people, you talk to them, you meet them, you don't have solutions while you're walking, on the road, but the empathy, the compassion, the sharing of concerns, the listening to, as opposed to being talked at, and the mass contact that happened, that I think has really shifted things quite a bit. I don't know how people in government will view it, but to say that this yatra was not, is not going to have any impact, I think that'll be very unfair.
What about going forward? You have very tough elections.
We have elections. Karnataka is coming up now, and we have many.
You're going to see a lot of polarization, a lot more divisiveness.
So I think there is a limit to how much you can polarize, right? So there is a
You
percentage.
think so?
Yes, I think so. This country, Kaveri, please understand, we are a country of 1.3, 1.4 billion people, with every practicing religion being practiced in this country, and if a majority of this country, which is Hindu, actually was not internally secular, we wouldn't have lasted this long. It's because everyone believes in our constitution, in our history, in our shared common culture. That's what makes us a shining star in the world. So I'm very confident that no matter how much you try and polarize or kind of shift the discussion from jobs, education, fuel price, gas price, investment, industry, to other emotional issues, that has a ceiling also. I mean, beyond a certain percentage, you can't do that.
But Sachin, fear has no ceiling, right? And paranoia and creating fear and paranoia usually has no ceiling.
So I think that's when there are societal pressures, right? When you're in government, you have to, well, I know that some people speak a lot, but I think we have to do it from within. No one's going to come and tell us. People around the world are happy to see, all this talk about acrimony and this clashes, and we see some violence in our society. That's not healthy. And like I keep saying, why do we have to go back and talk about people, issues, and individuals that have died 100 years ago, 200 years ago? I mean, they're buried. Let's talk about our future, our children, our grandchildren. What are we going to give for them? So this hatefulness, this sort of negativity also has a shelf life. And I don't think anyone in this country deserves to live in fear. We cannot live in fear, and that's not what our forefathers gave us. They gave us a free country. They gave us a nation that was proud, that was resilient, that was hardworking, that was not developed, but had the potential. We've done a bit in the last 7 decades, but we have to all come together to strive and do next 25 years really can be India's time. But if we get caught up in our own little issues and political differences that will override our larger concerns, then we're not doing justice to the next generation. And I keep saying this, Kaveri, I was lucky that I got a chance to be in parliament when I was 26. And unless I'm 45, unless I give that mentorship and my experiences I share with the younger lot, I keep meeting kids, young people in college, universities, and I tell them everything I can as openly, as honestly as I can, because unless I handhold them and show them the way about what I did was right and what all I did wrong, they must learn from my experience. So if I don't mentor them, then how am I doing justice to becoming an MP at 26?
What did you do that was wrong?
So
we know what you did was right.
My experience is right. So you don't have to go through all the negativity to understand. So that's what older people do. That's what parents do, right? They guide us, they mentor us, they tell us, they make us aware. So I was talking in general. So I tend to talk a lot to younger people across the country and tell them, right? They have anxiety, they have fear, they're very curious, very angry, very...
There's so much rage, simmering
yes, so
rage.
I try to go to campuses, on universities and colleges, and I talk to them. So, when you hear a young person, listen to them, he or she will say so many things. But by listening, by giving them sane advice, we're doing a good thing for our society. So young people must enter public life. I think not everybody can become an MP or MLA, but if you're a smart citizen, if you are interested in public policy, and there's so much to contribute, and I keep encouraging people. When I was the president of my party in Rajasthan, we had local body elections, municipal elections, panchayat elections. So there, I decided that 40% of all Congress party tickets will give to people who are below 40. So we had young mayors, young corporators, young pramukhs, pradhans, sarpanches, young, like 25, 27, 28 boys and girls, and they got elected to leadership positions. Now that grassroots experience, some of them will make it to parliament and assemblies, but unless you give them that openness, that platform to come and contest, how will they come up? If all of us old up, I'm old now, I'm 45, if I keep choking up the avenues for going up, how do I expect young ones to come and take from 20 years from now? I want someone younger, brighter, more smart, more energetic to take my position, whatever little position I have today. So that's the spirit one has to work with. But if you keep squatting on things and keep choking the path for everybody else, that's, I think, not fair. And like I said, many people like me have got chances to be in public life at a very young age. So it's our job, our responsibility to give the same opportunity to people who are younger than us.
Talking about young people, can we have some questions from young people at the back? If there's some advice that you'd like to ask Sachin? Yes, please. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Maybe we can have that young person first and then not so young. Please, go ahead. Go ahead, just ask your question, we can hear.
I'm Jayaprakash Gandhi.
Just 1 second. Just let that young man ask his question. Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Pilot, thank you for a very interesting talk. I'm 24 years old, and I've not yet cast a vote in this country, unfortunately. And we pride ourselves as being the world's largest democracy and the lot, but I have a serious trouble trying to understand how to vote. Like, should I worry more about the leader in my constituency or the one that gets elected at the center?
Good question.
Very good question. That's very good. Can I answer that question?
Yeah.
So here's what I think. A smart and evolved democracy is one where I feel you should vote for the person you can relate to and the individual that will represent you. Now, maybe it's not the right party. It doesn't matter, because people tend to create large waves of populism by voting for a particular party, and sometimes not so good people get elected, right? So that filter is you. If you can judge and vote for the right person, I think that's the decision you should take. And that's how good people come into assemblies in parliament. If you keep voting for the guy at top, jo niche wala hai, you don't care he or she is, then they won't be answerable to you or accountable to you. And that's, I think, not good, because and then it reduces the quality of the people that you choose in your assemblies in parliament.
Yes, please.
Sir, Jayaprakash Gandhi, you said that in Bharat Joda Yatra, you were about 5 states you walked across and people got their concern. My question to you, anybody spoke about the concern about the education, what they're facing? Anybody came and spoke?
Education.
You'll be surprised, almost everyone.
Oh.
Education, because now everyone is so aware that they don't want just average education. Most people, even in rural parts of India, are looking to send their kids to the best schools possible. A person who's pulling rickshaw in Chennai or Delhi or wherever it is, he or she wants their kids to go to English medium school. So that aspiration has now come into a generation that wants their kids to go to better schools and better colleges. But the sad part is that ones who go to schools and colleges are not getting those jobs. The last 5-7 years, we have had the highest rate of unemployment ever seen in this country. While we're growing at a furious pace, our population, and the educated unemployed are the worst off, because after a few years, they become unemployable. And they become old and become a drain on society. So every person, I mean, most people that I spoke to on the way while we were walking, talked about getting good education, about how higher education is becoming so expensive, about capitation, about the quality of colleges that are getting sanctioned in different states and don't deliver what they're supposed to. So education, frankly, still remains a very, very like top priority for most people that I've been interacting with across the states. Thank you.
A last question? Otherwise, I'll take the liberty of, yeah, sure. No one wants me to ask questions. Yeah.
Mr. Sachin Pilot, can we see you as Chief Minister of Rajasthan in near future? Please come out.
You know, before I got on stage, I told Kaveri, I said, you know, we'll have a discussion, but we'll try and keep this discussion without any breaking news or headlines or very controversial question answers. So
thank you for asking that question.
She lived up to her commitment, but obviously she has planted you there to ask the
No,
question.
no, not at all. This is totally genuine.
But to answer your question, frankly, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what will happen in the future, but what I can say is that this election year is very important because the states that go to elections are important North Indian states, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, etc. And 24, we have Lok Sabha elections, right? So for me and the Congress party, we must win these 3 crucial North Indian states. And in Rajasthan, sadly, for the last 30 years, we've had 5 years of BJP, 5 years of Congress, right? And that cycle needs to be broken. And it's not that it can't be broken. There are other states where Congress has had governments where we've repeated ourselves. Delhi, we had CM Sheila Dikshit thrice voted back to power. In Assam, we had Tarun Gogoi, late Mr. Gogoi. 3 times he became CM back to back. Haryana, we had 2 governments. Andhra, we had 2 governments. So there's no reason why Rajasthan, we can't have a Congress government again. So we're all hoping to do that. What the party decides to do, what and how to change things, I've had that discussion. So let's wait and see what happens. But our effort will be to win these 3-4 states, important states, because in 24 April, May, we have Lok Sabha elections. And we all know that unless in North India, we are able to comprehensively give the BJP a challenge and overcome their strength in northern states, how do we dislodge the NDA? The NDA, by the way, only got 30 and 40% vote in 2019, despite Pulwama and all that. So 40% vote at the peak of what they thought was their best performance. 67% people voted against the NDA. So the opposition parties and leaders have to come together. We have to form a strong, united opposition. But the Congress has to deliver on the states where we have a one-to-one fight. And that's the reason why winning these states is very, very important for us. Unless we do that, we can't have a formidable challenge in 24 April, which is just a few months away from that.
So you had 2014, which was the Twitter election. 2019 was WhatsApp. What's 2024 going to be? Insta Reels?
I don't know, but I think this reel business is really now taking a life of its own. But my fear is that younger people get so engrossed in this reel business that they frankly don't watch so many politicians or what they say. They talk all this, iski shaadi ho gayi, isne ye kar liya, uska wo. So a lot of time is spent on that. And I keep telling my own sons that, take your nose out of the phone sometimes, look at the clean environment, walk around, go play something. So I don't know if it's going to impact elections, but it's impacting our young people for sure. People are getting neck pains and their fingers are getting all sorts of problems. So this change is good, but anything in excess is not nice. So 24 election, I really hope the 24 election is fought on real issues.
Yeah.
It's not fought on some Hindu, Muslim.
Real issues.
Real, not real. So this temple, mosque, mandir, masjid, Hindu, Muslim, India, Pakistan. I think we should have this election on pure issues, pure delivery and governance, on jobs, education, sanitation, economic growth, what's happening to our unemployment rates. All those issues really have to be in the forefront for us to make a conscious, clever decision. When we get swayed in by emotions, and then we think, chalo bhai aur nahi to isi ko kar do. That's not the way. And for all the young ones at the back, please research, read, listen, talk, and then come up with who you think is the best alternative. And I think we've seen last 8-9 years what was promised and what is delivered. So I think 24 can be an election of change, a positive change, and I hope it's an election that we fight on real issues.
Great. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. And although I didn't plant it, what was that? Sorry. Yeah.
Check.
Thank you so much, sir. I request our editorial director, Mr. Prabhu Chawla, to please join us on stage and do the honors and present Mr. Pilot with a memento. Let's have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, sir. And we now move on to our next session of the day. Also look forward to one titled Freedom and Dissent, the Life Breath of Democracy. Please put your hands together as I welcome on stage Mr. Omar Abdullah, former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. And also a warm welcome to our chair for this session, Mr. Shankar Iyer, author and analyst. Let's give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Sir, over to you to take things forward.
Thank you. Welcome, Omar. Welcome to the southern tip of India. Metaphorically, you're the one K and this is the other K towards Kanyakumari. I want to start this conversation. We're going to talk about dissent, freedom, stuff. I try and translate something that all of us have grown listening to about Kashmir. So in Tamil you can say, Inda bhumiyil swargam enral, adi inge. Is dharti par agar swarg hai, to yahi hai. If there is a heaven on this earth, it is here, and that is Kashmir. We will get to ask Mr. Abdullah, what is the state of the paradise? But before that, an overview on how you see dissent, how you see liberty, how you see freedom playing out, the weaponization of language, the weaponization of symbols. Frankly, conversations have ended. So how do you see things playing out?
Well, I think most sensible thinking people will see the situation with a fair degree of concern. Because dissent is not just an abstract concept. I mean, it's enshrined in our constitution in the form of the right to free speech. And therefore, we should have no hesitation in being dissenters or being in a position to put a point of view that may be unpopular or may differ from the point of view of the government or the establishment. But the fact is that we are far removed from there. And not just vis-a-vis our ability to criticize the central government, but we've seen numerous examples at state levels as well, where laws of preventive detention and things like that are weaponized to arrest and detain critics of governments. Small things like Facebook posts can result in arbitrary arrests. Cartoons have seen people arrested. Comedy sketches, the same sort of result. And none of this is healthy for this country, because at the end of the day, democracy and I mean, no less a person than the Prime Minister recently said that he considers India to be the mother of democracy. So if India is the mother of democracy, then I believe dissent is democracy's firstborn child. And rather than sort of caring for it and giving it space, what we seem to be doing is throttling it. And I come from a state where perhaps more than any other, well, I came from a state, now I belong unfortunately to a union territory, but we've done more than perhaps anybody else to set an example for how not to conduct oneself. I've been at the receiving end of it. I spent 8 months in detention for absolutely no reason whatsoever. Why? Because the government of the day felt that I would dissent. I would disagree with what they did on the 5th of August 2019, which is what I would have done. But I wouldn't have done it violently, I wouldn't have done it illegally, I wouldn't have done it unconstitutionally, I wouldn't have done it in a way in which the atmosphere in Jammu and Kashmir would have been adversely affected. But they had the laws on their side, they used them, and 8 months I was away. We've seen people detained for even longer. So it is, I mean, the situation is concerning, and I think all of us, particularly those in positions of power, need to realize that nobody is in office forever. Today's government will be tomorrow's opposition aspires to be and perhaps will be in government one day. The same laws that are today throttling the voice of the opposition will be necessary for these people when they have to do that job.
Very true. I mean, every regime learns from the earlier regime, new tricks and older tricks are
Yeah,
reinforced.
they just seem to go on improving them.
Yeah. So there is some amount of innovation that is happening there, and maybe we will rank somewhere up there on that index. But, I mean, we are sitting in a state where dissent was born along with independence, where Periyar and others spoke about dissent, brought about a different viewpoint on how society is to be organized. In 1967, this state voted out a party on imposition of a language, and that party has never come back. But there is also those people who say dissent is a conspiracy. Dissent has become fashionable. As a practicing politician, as somebody who is in public life, how do you conduct your activities? How does this impede you in terms of what you want to do, how you want to reach out to the people?
Well, in today's day and age, it makes you think twice. There was a time when I wouldn't have thought twice about accepting invitations to speak in colleges and universities. I wouldn't have thought twice about going to a conference or speaking in a college overseas. Today, I'm in a position where I won't accept an invitation.
And why would that?
Because I don't know whether there is that space any longer to dissent or disagree. There isn't, and that's a fact. I mean, you're talking to a person who thought nothing of traveling to Pakistan and meeting Pervez Musharraf. I wouldn't do that today, not on your life. I mean, there's no amount of money in the world you could offer me to travel to that country and to meet the leadership there, simply because I just don't know what sort of reception I'll receive when I come back here. So I mean, that's the sort of worry one has, that again, nothing that is being said or being done threatens the unity of this country. I mean, to disagree and to say that dissent is now fashionable is extremely unfortunate, because you brought out the point. This country was born out of dissent. It was born out of a peaceful satyagraha led by Mahatma Gandhi, a non-violent move to dissent against the British. Now, how can a country that saw that now term dissent as fashionable? Dissent is the essence of democracy. I mean, we talk about being the largest democracy in the world, and in terms of numbers we are. But are we the largest functioning democracy in the world? I think that we need to do some soul searching and ask ourselves.
But in Kashmir, dissent is an existential question. I'm sure you've traveled elsewhere. You grew up, and I remember you being educated in Bombay. I think the first time I saw you was at Supriya Pawar's wedding. When you go across other parts of the country, how do you see people viewing your dissent? How do they view the atmosphere of agreement or disagreement?
Well, I know a lot of people, particularly those aligned with the government in Delhi, would like to see my dissent as being anti-national, as being anti-India. And that's also become very, in fact, that's more fashionable than dissent now. That to disagree with the government is somehow to disagree with the country. And to criticize an individual or to criticize a government is somehow to criticize India. But that's not true. You can definitely disagree with the government of the day without disagreeing with India. And if to disagree with the government of the day is tantamount to disagreeing with the country, then what happened for those 10 years that Dr. Manmohan Singh was in power? Was criticizing him then not the same as criticizing India? You can't have your cake and eat it too. At that time, criticizing Dr. Manmohan Singh was was pro-national, it was in the interests of the country, etc., etc. Yet today you're in a situation where if you criticize the current government, you're painted as being anti-national and anti-India.
So, just to step back a minute, is the dissent that you express, the anguish that I can sense in your voice, is that a consensus view among all Kashmiri parties, all the parties in Kashmir?
I would think so. Well, I don't think all, because there are some that are more closely aligned with the BJP than others. But those of us that are not, yes, it is definitely a situation of concern.
Now, your family and your party has had a historic relationship with the Congress and the people in the Congress, the Gandhi family. Recently, we saw you joining the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and there was much discussion about the white t-shirt that you wore. But you walked along with Rahul Gandhi. Is Rahul Gandhi walking along with you on Article 370?
No. I mean, there's no secret in that. The Congress has a different position on Article 370 than we do. And I'd like to say I understand that. I understand that. I'm not happy about it, but I do understand the compulsion that pushes the Congress to take a position.
Is that a compulsion, political compulsion, or is it a belief?
Of course there is. Look,
is it a doctrine?
On the one hand, we expect the Congress to take on the BJP in the states that Sachin mattered, the states that matter. To do that in the current environment and still be able to talk about restoring 370 to Jammu and Kashmir, I believe is impossible. And why single out the Congress? I mean, other than a handful of political parties, show me one that has found common cause with the people of Jammu and Kashmir. Parties that my party has been aligned with in the past, people that my father considers as friends, people that my father left his own election campaign for, to campaign for them. None of them have found common cause with Jammu and Kashmir on the question of Article 370. I think you can count a handful. You can count the DMK, you can count Mamata Banerjee and her party, the left parties. I don't think you can count another one after that.
So in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, when it passed through Kashmir, I noticed that the Mufti family, Mehbooba, and her family joined the Bharat Jodo Yatra. You joined the Bharat Jodo Yatra. I think Farooq Saab also joined at some point. Where does Ghulam Nabi Azad stand in this?
I don't know. I really don't know. I wish I did, but I don't. I haven't had an opportunity to sit down with him and understand why he left the Congress the way that he did.
Has he expressed, are you in consensus, does he concur with your view on Article 370?
I don't know. I don't know what
he has an Azad view.
I don't know what Azad Saab's views and his new political party's views are on three. Well, actually, yeah, to some extent I do, because he made a speech in Uri where he said that people talking about the restoration of 370 are making fools of people. So yeah, I guess that's what his viewpoint is, and I vehemently disagree with that, because the matter is still alive in front of the Supreme Court. Why should we prejudge what the Supreme Court is going to do?
And you're hopeful of this?
You know, with every passing day, I'm more hopeful, because if the government had a strong case to make in the Supreme Court, they would have done everything possible to ensure hearings had started by now. The fact that we are in 2023 and hearings haven't started, to my mind, is the single biggest indicator that this government is deeply uncertain about its own defense of what it did on the 5th of August 2019.
So just step back 1 minute. We are now in the 3rd year after the revocation of Article 370. Have things improved in the paradise? Is it a better paradise? What's your top view?
Well, it depends.
No, I mean, the government's case is that the security situation has improved, that they had promised investments will happen, that people are able to move freely. We see some of that in the tourism aspect.
Which aspect do you see it in?
the government claims that there are a higher number of tourists. See, most of India will
Sorry,
have to
can I
go
just-
by
can I-
go
sorry,
by the
can
numbers.
can I just debunk the tourism numbers argument
sure.
just for a second? Because,
Yeah.
even I was
no,
amazed.
no, the whole contention that whether the paradise is better off without
I
370
will,
or
I will
without.
come to that. But let's touch upon the tourism one, because even the Prime Minister talked about it in his speech in the Lok Sabha yesterday. I was amazed when the government released the tourism numbers and they were 1 crore 30 lakh something. And, I couldn't believe it, because having been Chief Minister myself, I just didn't know where these tourists were coming from. And I was saying, look, what did I do wrong that these people have done so correct that you have these numbers? Until you start breaking down the numbers, as a conscious decision, we never count religious pilgrims as tourists, simply because there's very little tourism activity associated with their visits, particularly, let's say, the ones who come for Mata Vaishno Devi's darshan, which is 1 crore plus. They come, they go to Katra, they climb to the cave, they do darshan, they go back. For the first time, Mata Vaishno Devi darshan were counted in tourism. So that's 1 crore plus right there. Then they counted the Amarnath Yatris, which is another 3 lakhs odd, somewhere there. On top of that, you add the regular tourist numbers, which we always have, which is about 15 lakhs, 16 lakhs, or something like that. That brings you to the number that the government released of about 1 crore 20 something lakh tourists. So all it was is a jugglery of numbers. The number of tourists coming into Kashmir is pretty much the same as it was during the good times in my government. And the reason I know this is because you haven't added a single new hotel bed since then. Nothing new. The investment that you talk about, we don't see it on the ground. There are no new factories, no new universities, no new colleges, no new hospitals, no new infrastructure for tourism. What has changed on the ground, and that much I will accept, is that there is less stone pelting to be seen. Now, whether this is because people's their ideology has changed, their approach has changed, or whether they're just too afraid, I don't know. But I will grant this much, that yes, there is less visible protest on the streets. But what hasn't improved is the targeting of minorities. You saw recently blasts in Jammu city. We haven't seen that in many years. You saw blasts in Rajouri targeting minorities. You've seen minorities targeted in Kashmir, something that we had almost completely forgotten over the last few years. And the final point I'll make, that if for a moment we accept that the security situation is conducive, it's good, why have we been denied an election?
Okay, I'll come to that once again. I visited Ladakh in 1990 at the height of Free Ladakh from Kashmir agitation. So the Ladakhis were in some ways not in consonant or not in tune with the valley's politics or the valley's political parties. The people of Jammu have constantly had some theory about 370. And so when 370 was revoked, there was jubilation in Jammu. There was, I think jubilation in some parts of Ladakh also. Now of course, Sonam Wanchuk and others are singing a new tune. So we don't know what the story is there. Are you saying that if tomorrow you poll them, these people will be on your side of the view, will dissent, or are concurring with the idea of revocation?
I'd like to believe that they'll be on my on my side of the fence for dissent, regardless of where they see Ladakh or Jammu. Because dissent is not just about one's own political ideology. It's also about the overall framework, the overall atmosphere in which one works. The fact that in 1990 the people of Ladakh could stand up and say, we don't want to be with Kashmir. Great, that's what dissent is all about. The fact that people in Jammu could say, look, we believe that the people of Kashmir have eaten up our rights. We don't want to be with Kashmir. Great, that is the freedom that they should have to be able to express that point of view. I may or may not agree with them, but I'd like the fact that they have that freedom, that space to be able to express that point of view. Today, when Sonam Wangchuk says that we were better off with Jammu and Kashmir than we are as a union territory, he's detained. The police surround him, and then he's given a bond to sign, basically gagging him for the foreseeable future. That's not space for dissent.
So, I want to ask you an introspective question and then a political question. I think, Kaveri, how much time do we have? Okay. So, we can also ask some of the youngsters to ask questions. But the introspect.
Oh, it's hidden behind the speaker. It
speaker
says
picture.
12 minutes.
12 minutes, okay. So, do you think the parties born out of the valley, whether it was a national conference or the PDP, did right by Kashmiris, did right by the people in Jammu, and did right by the people in Ladakh? In these last 3 years, have I'm sure you speak with Mehbooba Mufti.
I'd like to believe that we did the best that we could.
Okay.
Okay. It's unfair to expect me to give a completely unbiased sort of view, because I can't. I mean, I belong to that party. I would be lying if I told you we did everything. But I think it would be unfair on my party if I turned around and told you we did nothing. So I think it's better that let history judge us for what we've done.
Okay, so let's move to the elections. Do you think you will win? Do you think the...
Show me a political party that has ever approached an election saying, I don't think we'll win.
No, but
I mean, honestly,
but aren't you a politician with a difference just now?
Yes, I am, but I also am a politician who wants to win, and the worst way to win, or the easiest way to lose an election is to tell people before the first vote is even casted, look, that I don't think I'm going to win.
So you have said on television that the government of the day is scared or afraid or worried about holding the elections because they will lose the election. The counter thesis could be that maybe there is a coalition that is building between them and Mr. Azad, or Ms. Mufti and Azad. Why do you think the elections are not being held? And what do you think will happen in the elections?
Look, so far elections have not been held because various roadblocks or stumbling blocks were put in the way.
We are in a different geography, so you might as well take the effort to explain the delimitation.
First and foremost, we were singled out for delimitation, which again was something that is objectionable, because the whole purpose of 5th August 2019 was to bring Jammu and Kashmir at par with the rest of the country. Yet having brought us at par with the rest of the country, you singled us out for delimitation. We are the only territory in the country whose delimitation will be done on the basis of the 2010 census. The rest of the country's delimitation will be done on the basis of the 2020 census. So that in itself was inherently unfair, regardless of all the other constitutional arguments. So first, you had delimitation.
So that exercise is done.
That was one delay. Then you had to revise the voter lists, which was another delay. Then you said winter has come, which has become another delay. Now, most recently, the Election Commission, they were as honest as they could be. They said, look, delimitation done, voter lists ready, polling booths identified, returning officers all done. Only two things now remain to be seen: the weather and the security situation. As much as the BJP may want, it is not going to snow in Kashmir in April. They may try all they like. They cannot organize snow in April.
मुमकिन नहीं है.
वो मुमकिन ही नहीं है. बाकी चीजें बहुत मुमकिन है. This is not मुमकिन. Okay, so there is no snow, so the weather is not of hindrance. Now, if you're telling me the security situation is stopping you from having an election, then what was 5th August 2019 about? Because you promised the country that 370 is the biggest stumbling block for peace in Jammu and Kashmir. All your elections previously have been with 370 in place, with whatever security environment there was there. So if you're not ready to have an election right now, one of only two things: the security environment is not conducive, in which case I'd like to hear that from the Prime Minister or the Home Minister. Let them stand up in Parliament and say, the security situation does not allow an election in Kashmir. Fine. If that is not the case, then the last thing that I can understand is that the BJP is afraid.
Have you had any conversation, communications with the government on when the elections will be held? That is an administrative question. The political question is, have you had any discussion, communication with the government and the BJP?
I've had no communication with anyone about when elections will be held, and I think, let's be honest, I think only two people in this country really know when elections in Jammu and Kashmir will be held, and neither of those two are speaking to me.
So those two people haven't spoken to you about a possible alliance either?
They haven't spoken to me about anything since the last time we met, which was when the Prime Minister called all of us. They don't call us and ask us what they think we should do in Jammu and Kashmir. They just do it.
Omar, you are a reasonably well-informed person. Are they having those two people having a conversation with other people in the valley?
You know, you are asking me questions that I can't possibly have the answer to. I mean, I hope they're talking to people in the valley, even if they're not talking to me, because I think it's important they hear at least what some of the people in the valley think. But there is no way I can sort of say that with any degree of certainty. I mean, that famous TV show, Game of Cards, House of Cards, where it said, you may possibly think that, but I couldn't possibly comment. So,
So we have 5 minutes, and I want only questions from the student group behind. I see a white sleeve up there. Please stand up, identify yourself, and ask a question.
Am I audible?
Yes,
Am
of
I
course.
audible? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Just a while ago, you had acknowledged that the number of pilgrims.
Identify yourself.
I'm Anand Kumar. I'm studying law. Just a while ago, you had acknowledged that the number of tourists who are coming to Kashmir are only visiting Vaishno Devi and Amarnath. Do you acknowledge what happened to all the other temples that existed in Kashmir before that, from the period of 1947 till 2022? Is the environment there safe for minorities? What do you think about Pandit resettlement? And
no, sorry.
Okay.
Can I ask
about
you
the demographic balance?
What happened to temples up until 1990? I visited. I used to see all the temples in Srinagar or in the valley. What happened to temples up until 1990? Okay, I'll assume you believe that they were ransacked, which they weren't. Some temples were damaged in the once militancy started. A lot of those were reconstructed with government help. Some haven't been able to, but by and large, most of them are protected. I don't in any way condone what happened to the Kashmiri Pandits in the beginning of militancy. What happened was abominable. It should never have happened. Kashmiri Pandits should never have had their sense of security snatched away from them. I'll be the first person to say that they should be given that sense of security so they can come back and resettle where they left from. That being said, the environment for them to come back is a lot worse today than it was maybe 4 years ago, for various reasons. The fact that you have seen targeted attacks against minorities in Kashmir today, which is something we hadn't seen for many years before this, is a matter of deep concern, and it's something we should all ponder over.
Just a follow-up question on that. Do you think since 1990 there was ever a reasonable case, reasonable possibility of the Pandits being resettled in Kashmir? Was there a period, a year, where this could have happened?
Yeah, I think while Dr. Manmohan Singh was in office, and we actually had a move to resettle a number of them. They were, I mean, I won't say they were in the lakhs, but in the thousands, with various jobs and other incentives to help them re-establish a productive life in the valley. There was a movement of some of these youngsters back into the valley. That has reversed today, because the people who had settled at that time, were working in the valley, are today agitating in Jammu, asking to be resettled back outside of the valley. So that was an opportunity that we had both to sort of move forward on the Kashmiri Pandit issue, on the Armed Forces Special Powers Act issue. This was a space that we had, but we don't have it any longer.
2 more questions, only students.
Good evening, I'm Jatin and I have a question. So when we talk about dissent and democracy, don't you think we have seen bigger protests recently, like whether it's anti-farm laws or anti-CAA, while in 1990 a whole community was forced to leave their homes and there was not even a murmur of a protest across the country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari?
No. I'm glad you touched upon the CAA, because I hardly think that's something that should be bragged about. The way in which the protesters who were protesting against the CAA are today facing cases. A lot of them are still incarcerated. Many of them under preventive detention. Is something that when you can Google it, please do, and you'll find a long list of people who are still detained. Let's not forget how the government tried to completely squash the farmers' protests, terming them, and even with anti-terror cases being filed against some of the leaders of that protest, economic offense cases being filed against them. So it's not as if the government didn't try to use the laws that it has at its disposal, both against the anti-CAA and the farmers' protests. So let's not try and give this impression here that the government was very magnanimous in allowing anti-CAA or the farmer protests. Now, as far as what happened in 1990, look, whether there were protests or not, I don't know. But I don't think you had very many people in the country who stood up and justified what happened to the Kashmiri Pandits. I mean, I know you're probably too young to remember newspaper coverage at that time, but ask the New Indian Express to pull out some of their archive material. I'm sure you'll find that newspapers, editorials, magazines, television news coverage, civil society, they were all resoundingly opposed to what was happening to the Kashmiri Pandits at that time. Yes, you may not have seen them on the streets doing it, but that doesn't mean they weren't opposed to it.
We have just one more question. Yes, that lady there.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Nandini. By definition, tourism includes pilgrimage tourism as well. And it's one of the ancient forms of tourism as well. So while debunking the numbers that were mentioned in the Lok Sabha, may I know why you meant that, tourism cannot...
Look, I'll tell you why we don't count tourism as, and particularly in this respect. It's one thing to talk about, let's say, the Buddhist circuit and bring tourists from Thailand and elsewhere to Bihar and those parts, or you bring them to South India to visit the temples here. Our own experience with regard to, let's say, again, I'll make the point of the pilgrims who come to Mata Vaishno Devi. They don't go beyond the temple. Tourism works if you stay in a hotel, you visit restaurants, you go to the handicraft shops, you come to Chennai and then you go to the neighboring towns. You leave Chennai, go to Pondicherry. Now that's tourism. But if I was to come to Chennai, land at the airport, drive straight to the temple, do my darshan at the temple, come back to the airport, get in the plane and fly out within a space of 6 hours, how can you count me as a tourist? What have I contributed to your economy? Now, I'm not saying that we don't want people like that to come. Of course, their beliefs and the fact that we're able to have them there is a huge honor for us. But they don't contribute to the economy as a tourist. They don't come and stay in hotels. They don't visit, let's say, Gulmarg or Srinagar or even in Jammu. They don't go to Patni Top. They don't go to the lakes there. That's why, as a conscious decision, we don't count them as tourists. It's as simple as that. It's not that we in any way sort of try to undermine their importance to us. It's simple that we don't consider their visit as part of tourism. That's all, nothing else.
Thank you. I think the board says time's up. You've been very candid and very passionate in your call, in your exposition of this cause. And a big round of applause to Omar Abdullah to come here and speak from a land that is in dissent to the original land of dissent. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We request our editorial director to please do the honors and present a memento. Thank you so much, sir. Can we have another big hand, ladies and gentlemen? That was a very, very exciting session. Thank you so much. We have another very exciting session coming up, ladies and gentlemen. This one is titled The Tamil Nadu Model, Lessons for India. So please put your hands together and welcome P. Tyagarajan, Minister for Finance, Tamil Nadu. Welcome, sir. Once again, joining him on stage, our chair for the session, Shankar Iyer, author and analyst. Shankar, over to you.
Elorukum Manakam, Madurai Veeran is here. He's the most combative politician from Tamil Nadu visible on television screens. So in some ways, Omar, he symbolizes the idea of dissent in the economic and financial world. He has been speaking an outspoken critique of the government on fiscal federalism and the methods that they've been adopted, and has espoused the cause of fiscal federalism, I think, most passionately and in great lucidity and articulation. So that was really nice to see, and I think students of finance and economics sitting behind should know a little more about you. But today we are discussing the Tamil Nadu model. And I'm an old fan of this model, so we are in some ways in a similar. So in pre-independence era, I don't know how many students you know, Madras municipality used to give free food to school students. I think it was the Swatantra Party and Rajaji who used to do it. And then K. Kamraj, as the chief minister, expanded it. And thereafter in 1983 under MGR, it was universalized in Tamil Nadu. Now, not many people know that two of the largest funded programs in India originated from an idea in Tamil Nadu. And one of them is the midday meal schemes, which has propelled India's literacy, India's enrollment numbers, and the way the government at the center looks at welfare of students. It has brought down. And there are several studies. If students are interested, you should look up World Bank studies on malnutrition, on better education, on enrollment and others. But this midday meal scheme actually created the room for another idea. Mr. N.T. Ramarao in the neighboring state of Andhra Pradesh introduced the 2 rupees per kilo rice idea, which today is the National Food Security Act, which was passed in 2013. Till recently, people had to pay for that ration, and now they're getting it free. 800 million people in India get free ration, and that's the second one. I'm sure there are other ones. I recall the more interesting ones as the ones that were done for maternal mortality, maternal health, which is again a World Bank recognized program. But for the youngsters, if Chennai and the area around Chennai is called the Detroit of the South or Detroit of India, it is because Tamil Nadu created the model for the ecosystem of automobiles and automobile giants. Almost 50 to 100 Fortune 500 companies are here. So there is a Tamil Nadu model at play, and we recognize that. I will ask you to speak about the Tamil Nadu model, and maybe we'll have some questions and then some questions from the audience. But the one striking thing that you must explain is, how does Tamil Nadu fund all this?
First, thank you for inviting me. Second, let me just correct a factual error. The free food in Madurai, in Chennai, what was then Madras Corporation, was started by the Justice Party, in 1921. One last caveat, I am the establishment. I am a finance minister in a large industrial state, one of the biggest economies in the country. If I am seen as a voice of dissent, something is structurally wrong.
But you are,
right?
but you are
So-
seen as the
no,
voice
so-
of dissent
that's
in
what
the
I'm saying.
GST Council.
No, I agree. That means something is structurally wrong, because a man who should be riding the establishment train, if I am the one having to point out a lot of things, something must be structurally wrong. So let's leave that for a second. I think the core difference of the Tamil Nadu model, what we call the Dravidian model, or what one would have called the Justice Party model going back to the 20s, is a focus on human development, in the sense that if you have a stratified society where opportunities for education are restricted to some, where opportunities for employment are restricted to some, by definition, you cannot have a weighted average productive kind of workforce, right? You're keeping people suppressed. Now, we could not have envisioned that 100 years from the first Justice Party government, we would have a global economy, and therefore weighted average productivity would be the single best predictor of your competitiveness, because you're no longer competing just state to state. Like our greatest competition is Vietnam for the ex-China trade, right?
Maybe you should explain that in one line.
Yeah. No, I'm saying as people are de-risking China, and as they're moving their supply chains and their operations out of China, and the financial services companies are moving it out of Hong Kong, then the natural kind of destinations are India at a country level, but within India, Tamil Nadu, for various reasons, for the workforce, for the mass of existing companies that already do that, for the connectivity of the internet wires, for various reasons, mostly the workforce availability, Tamil Nadu is a natural destination within India. But when we compete, of course, some of them also come to Kerala, to Telangana or Gujarat or other places. But by far our greatest competition, especially in the manufacturing space, especially in high-end services, is Vietnam. And that's just the way the economic model works out. We are like a middle-income country. We're about $4,000 per capita income. We have a very high tertiary education ratio. About 52% of our young children of college-going age enroll in a college. Almost all of them speak English. Therefore, we have a globally competitive workforce with relatively high skill and relatively low labor costs compared to most kind of advanced destinations. But if I go back to my original point, the point was that we wanted opportunity for all, education for all. The original legislation for compulsory elementary education passed in 1921 under Dayaki said boys and girls in 1921. Equal education for boys and girls in 1921. So in various ways, we did social justice as the core of everything. And in some sense, that's very similar to Singapore. If you've heard Senior Minister Tharman Shanmugaratnam talk about the Singaporean model and how they went from $400 or $450 per capita to $45,000 per capita income in less than 50 years or so, the model of the late Lee Kuan Yew was to engineer the society and the economy would progress. Make sure that everybody's educated, everybody's got nutrition, you have communal harmony, you design the housing estates and the primary schools in such a way that the ethnic Malays and the ethnic Chinese and the ethnic Indians, many of them Tamils, have to get along, and you build this harmonious society, you give quotas, only so many people can congregate in one place, you can't have a building block that's 80% Chinese, and you engineer the society in such a way that the productivity, the opportunity, the investment comes. Now, Singapore had some other advantages geographically, just like Tamil Nadu has some other advantages. But the building block is human capital and a harmonious society. And I think that's the hallmark of the Tamil Nadu model.
So that's the rationale, and that it has been recognized also in terms of the human development indicators and other aspects. But there is also this question that comes up now, and I don't know whether the word is popular here or heard before. Some of what is being done in Tamil Nadu or by regional parties has a nomenclature now in Delhi. Some years back, I had done some study about manifestos, and I found that Tamil Nadu even gave goats, promised goats and gave goats to people. And it led me to sort of examine whether there was any change, and the subsequent animal census showed that the goat population had gone up. Now that might be a correlation or there might be a coincidence, but I don't know whether there was a causation. But coming to the things that, I mean, the perception is that much of what is done by parties in Tamil Nadu is to buy votes, and that's how welfare is born. And the phrase that is used frequently in Delhi is the Revadi culture or the freebie culture. Do you think the Tamil Nadu welfare model rests on freebie culture, or how would you like to sort of contest that view?
As with everything, I'll answer this in about 6 different layers of depth. So let's start with the first one. The word Revdi and all is yesterday's word, right? It was spoken by somebody at some rally and it caught on. Otherwise, I didn't know, I hadn't heard the word Revdi like 1 year back. So Revdi is not there. Freebie culture, I had heard 100 times before. So let's look at it as that perspective. I think back in 2018 or something, I had given a long exposition. I said, you know, every government everywhere in the world provides something for free to its citizens. Maybe it's free road transport without charging tolls. Maybe it's free education at government schools. Maybe it's free healthcare at government hospitals. So saying freebie culture again is kind of a, you know, low level IQ thing. It's not sophisticated people shouldn't engage in this. Then you go to the definition which the 15th Finance Commission used, where, or the terms which then, you know, then it's a populist measures, which the then Finance Minister through Arun Jaitley put in. And I argued in front of the 15th Finance Commission, and now my now friend through N.K. Singh, who is the chairman of the Finance Commission, would agree. I said, who gets to define what is populist? Do you as the Finance Commission get to decide? Do the people get to decide? Is there an economic textbook definition of whether I give 5 kilos of rice, it's essential food, and I give 8, it's populist? You know, these are all nefarious concepts. Populist is easy to say the word, but how will you categorize a measure as populist or not populist? Then you see political hypocrisy that has no, you know, limits. The same people who are telling us about Revdi and all in the Himachal Pradesh election, my counterpart and good friend, the Union Finance Minister, published a statement showing the 50 things they promised for free were they to get elected in Himachal Pradesh. They didn't, that's a different story. So is it that when they promise it, it's considered development measures, and if we give it, it's considered freebie? I mean, these are all meaningless, you know, this is just political posturing. Let's go down to the real issue. The real issue is, if we provide things for free, some of them will be accretive, they will add more value to society than me spending that money any other way. Some of them will be mixed, they will add some value, but also create inflation and create other problems. If you want, I'm happy to give you examples. And some of them will be downright bad. For example, since I have no political angle here, I'll take the cow and goat scheme. Both of them were introduced by our predecessor, late Chief Minister, Ms. Jayalalitha. It turned out the goat scheme was quite successful, as you say, because sourcing goats was not that hard. There was already enough hybrid genetic kind of composition in the goat population. And it was much easier to breed goats, and they were productive in multiple ways, from milk to mutton to everything else, and they were relatively easy to feed. So the goat scheme actually was quite successful. I mean, it reached some limits, but that's a different story. It allowed women to make a decent living and a give. The cow scheme turned out to be almost impossible to implement. And I say this because I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee and saw a whole bunch of AG reports, audit reports. Because the way they designed the scheme, just think about the complexity now. If I have to give somebody a free cow, the question is, where do I source the cow from? If I source the cow from within the state, I got 2 problems. One, the total population of cows doesn't increase. That means I'm just circulating the cows between some buyers and other buyers, and the market's intervening into an efficient, the government is intervening into an efficient market and will distort it. And I'm going to have genetic inbreeding. So then the logic was that you go and get the cow from outside. The question is, who will buy the cow and who will accept the cow as a donation from the government or a benefit from the government? So then they came up with the smart idea, no, you should take the beneficiary with you on the trip to Andhra Pradesh or Karnataka or someplace to the mandi, to the cow exchange, the market, and then you should jointly select the cow. Then the local farmer says, by looking at a cow, I can't tell whether it's a good cow or not. I need to know whether it milks properly or not. I said, okay, no problem. 3 days average milking, and then you'll decide whether it's a good cow, and then that can be bought and brought back. How many cattle markets do you know where they'll let you check out a cow for 3 full days? None. So effectively, the scheme became unimplementable. They just, either the beneficiary wouldn't go, or they'd bring some cow back and say, no, but now the cow doesn't produce milk, and it became unimplementable, and we stopped doing it. So having an idea is one thing, executing is something else different. Take the MNREGA, right? Take the MNREGA, excluding when you have a pandemic and there's no work and nobody has any income. Under normal circumstances, if we pay people, let's say 200 rupees a day for X number of days a year, and they do some real work, then we are getting a win-win-win. Those people get a subsistence income, the state gets some work done and probably cheaper than giving it to a big contractor and allowing corruption and stuff like that. And the society gets the benefit of the newly built Anganwadi or the dike in the river or the cleaning of the temple tank or whatever it is. But if you pay people to do nothing, now what you're doing is you are actively creating inflation. Because what you're doing is in the rural areas, you're paying people 200 rupees a day to do nothing. If they do nothing, then the people who do something will ask now for daily wages of 400 or 500 rupees so that they are compensated fairly. Those are the people working on agricultural output. That means the input cost of the rice or the, whatever crop goes up. That means the output crop price goes up. So now what you've effectively done is you've injected money for zero extra productivity, and you've increased the liquidity and kept the input cost high and kept the output the same. That is the definition of inflation. You have just created inflation. So these schemes need to be thought of very, very carefully, thoughtfully. Sometimes it's in money, sometimes it's in insurance value. Like if we used to give gold for, even though we didn't start it, I was okay with it because it prevented somebody from having to go and take a loan. And there's no an unsecured credit in the bank, right? If they take a loan, they're taking it on the street at usurious rates of interest. But the problem was that the previous government, they fell behind by 4 years. So if the wedding happened today, you'd get your gold 4 years from now. How is that going to prevent you from taking a loan today? So it became infructuous. It became useless 4 years from now. We don't even know if they're still married.
Where do you place the TV, mobile phone?
I don't think anybody gave mobile phone. Mobile phone we give only to disabled people who need special communication. Right now the government of Tamil Nadu gives mobiles only to people with disabilities. But the TV we gave at that time, we gave the TV as a principle of social justice. We didn't realize the benefits we were going to get from it. We gave it as a principle of social justice because we went from having one Doordarshan kind of channel to an explosion of cable and few OTTs like we have, but now there's many more. And what would happen in villages is that the poor people would go and stand outside the rich people's windows to watch the TV through the window because they couldn't afford their own TV. So our chief minister, our late leader and late chief minister, Kalaignar, he wanted to make sure that nobody had to go and stand outside somebody's house for 2 hours, 3 hours watching TV through the window. And so he said, we'll give them, they were cheap, they were like 2,000 rupees, they were like a small CRT screen. But now you see all the studies, and it turns out that giving village people the awareness of what the rest of the world was like actually reduced domestic violence. It increased kind of other participation of women in the workforce, stuff like, these are all like Oxford University studies, these are not Tamil Nadu studies. And I can send you the references, but I don't think we envisioned all those secondary benefits when we gave it. We gave it as, and it was like, it was a few hundred crores, right? 2,000 rupees a family for a few families. It was relative to the budget, it was an irrelevant amount of money. But it was a social justice thing, and it got ancillary benefits we didn't expect.
So, to come back to somebody is paying for this.
Yeah.
And while the growth is there, this is a good idea, it works. I don't know how accurate this is because when I first saw this number, I was a little taken aback. The Reserve Bank of India's recent state finances report says that all the states put together in India offer subsidies of 3 lakh crore something. And Tamil Nadu tops it with 1 lakh crore or something. So I'm a little struck by that number, but is Tamil Nadu the highest in subsidies? In terms of, in the non-development expenditure scheme, Tamil Nadu is behind Uttar Pradesh and 2 other states. But how do you the more important question is, how do you fund this?
Yeah, so either you are implying a point-in-time issue or you're implying a historic issue. So let me just address the historic issue first, because I think that's more meaningful.
No, of course historical, because this is a trend in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So let me put it a different way. When the FRBM Act was introduced in the Parliament and passed under the late Prime Minister Thiru Vajpayee, and equivalent acts were passed in all the states. At that time, Tamil Nadu's debt to GDP ratio was about 28%. And its interest to revenues ratio was about 21%. In 11 years after that, first ADMK government from 3 to 6, then DMK government 6 to 11, then ADMK government 11 to 14, before Ms. Jayalalitha's incarceration in Bangalore. In 11 years, Tamil Nadu's finances improved dramatically. We went from 28% debt to GDP down to 16. We went from 21% interest revenue down to 11. We were the model state. We had fantastic outcomes. No other state improved that much. And all while we were doing what you would consider to be freebies or subsidies or transfers or something. I'm saying basically you have to decide which way your model works. Now I'm saying that we had 6 or 7 years of really bad economic management. I don't say that politically, I was saying it outside. The statistics show that we went back from 16-17% debt to GDP to 26-27 before the pandemic. And then we went back to a really bad interest ratio. And then last year we showed a huge improvement. This year will show another huge improvement, because I'm making the budget numbers ready. And we will show such remarkable progress that in 2 years we would have wiped out probably 90% of the slide of 7 years. That's an amazing outcome. We have not in any way changed our philosophy that human development should be at the core of it. For example, my chief minister has announced a program which we funded as a pilot program last year, which we're taking up in greater scope this year, which is a free breakfast program. Now, is that a freebie? Is that revdi? Is that development? In my mind, I couldn't have come up with a single better way to spend those few 100 crores. Because what it does, it makes sure that the kids who go, and this is first starting at elementary school, it makes sure that the kids who go to school go with the right level of nutrition or arrive with the right level of nutrition. It greatly increases their likelihood of learning properly through the course of the day. We are doing it for the corporation school or government school children who are the poorest of the poor. The great feedback we've had is, why are you not doing that for the rest of the schools? Because middle class parents, many of them are now 2 working family parents, and they're saying, I find it hard to feed my children cooked food before they go to school at 7 or 7:30 or 7:45, very early in the morning, right? Now, here's the difference though. When we do the free lunch program, we do it through the traditional way. I don't want to get into it, but I'll just say that more than 50%, in fact more than 60% of the total cost is labor. And that's not an efficient way of doing it. But in the breakfast program, what we have done, in the rural areas, we have created self-help groups of the mothers of the children who are the beneficiaries. We give a block grant local body, they give the money to the self-help groups, those people procure the items, prepare the food and deliver it to their own children on the premises of the school. Do you think that's going to be high quality or not? Of course it is. I'm feeding my own child. In the urban areas, we use the latest technology, Internet of Things, as much automated as possible, and we maintain the quality and the hygiene at central kitchens for every block, and then we send the food to the actual schools. So here our labor costs are a small fraction of the total, and therefore the program is much more efficient and much more consistent quality with much less leakage and other problems. And we're not looking at, 2,000 crore statewide tenders and all where there's a risk of other problems. Right?
So
we have greatly improved the delivery model, but the principle remains the same. We want to feed the children because that is the greatest investment we can make in our future. So our model of success starts with, let us get really well-fed, well-educated, healthy human beings. The rest of it will fall in place. Another model will say, let me build roads, let me build ports, and then they will come. Right? That's what the union government model is basically. About 5% of the budget has shifted from social spending to infrastructure. It's another matter that 60% of the projects are behind time, and maybe the, Agra-Kanpur highway is like 12 lane and only like 20 years from now it will be fully utilized. That's a different matter. But they have a different model of development. We have a different model of development. Ours is producing results. Why does somebody think they can tell me what I should do differently? In every measure, in every statistic, Tamil Nadu is double or better than the Indian average. And of the states where you say they're focusing a lot on infrastructure. Let them catch up to us, then we'll see.
So hold the thought 1 minute. I want to just sort of give a background note. Almost every centrally sponsored scheme in India came out of some state. Narega is actually born as the employment guarantee scheme in Sangli. Midday meal scheme born in Tamil Nadu. You see the later versions of the PM Kisan Yojana. They were born in Telangana and in Odisha. The Jan Aushadhi schemes, the free medical scheme, was born in Tamil Nadu and in Andhra. There were several schemes, all of these were called freebies or reveries or whatever at some point of time, and all of them have been assimilated into the national development programs. Currently, the government gives money to farmers to overcome a certain deficit. Now, all of these, you can call them flyover economics, you can call them Robin Hood economics, you can call them whatever. But the fact is that there is a general consensus that all of this has been assimilated into the program. Now, the worry at the center is that the government of India is doing X amount of welfare, its deficit level is whatever it is, and whether this is a good idea or a bad idea. I mean, I don't know how many people know that just on direct benefit schemes, the National Payment Corporation of India, which is where the money goes from the government to the individual, which you receive the OTP and the SMS saying that your money is come, NPCI has listed 8,000 plus user codes for welfare schemes, out of which maybe half are not functioning. Government of India runs something like 310 direct benefit transfer schemes. I don't know how much. But the central question to this is, Mr. Minister, is that yesterday I was reading a report put out by Dr. C. Rangarajan and K.N. Shanmugam about Tamil Nadu being a $1 trillion economy, and they examined whether this could happen in 2030, and they have come to the conclusion that it could probably happen in 2034, or that it will require a 9% consistent growth. Now, we also know that Tamil Nadu is on the wrong side of the demographic story in the terms of your replacement rate. I mean, I don't know how many people here, youngsters, there are not too many people following you, because the replacement rate in Tamil Nadu is 1.4, which is the lowest in India. It's the outcome of development, it's an outcome of education, and it's also an outcome of women's empowerment. Tamil Nadu has the highest number of women working in manufacturing, and that says something, I think, about the socio-culture of the state. But if you have to grow at 9%, and if you have a high sustained expenditure which is classified in whatever way as non-development, what are the steps that you would like to take? One of the criticisms or one of the points that Dr. Rangarajan's report says is the non-profitability or lack of profitability of the state public sector units. There's also some emphasis on, so where would you, I mean, to move up that 9% thing, you will have to lift the economy to a higher value chain, just like you spoke about Vietnam and Tamil Nadu experience. So what's the plan?
I'll say there are 3 or 4 steps. The first, I think, is keeping our fisc in balance. That means the FRBM Act said 0% revenue deficit, 3% fiscal deficit. And as I said, for 11 years, we largely followed that. especially the 5 years of the DMK government, 6 to 11, despite the global financial crisis, despite some pay commission, major changes in wages and benefits to the pensioners, it was a net surplus revenue government. 5 years, there was a revenue surplus. So what you're trying to say is that the difference between borrowing for revenue expenses, even though they may be good expenses like free food to school children or free laptops, as opposed to building roads or ports or hospitals or drinking water systems, there's a different multiplier effect. Possibly, to some extent, at the gross level, yes. So the idea is to bring the revenue deficit down to zero and put as much of your borrowing into capital expenditure as possible. I'll come back to that in a minute. As far as the PSUs go, it's relatively clear that many of them have been mismanaged badly. The Tamil Nadu electricity, the previous TNEB, that's now TANGEDCO, TAN Transco, TAN Disco and all that, collectively went from 45,000 crores of debt to 1,45,000 crores of debt in the 7 years that Ms. Jayalalitha was not there. The Tamil Nadu Civil Supplies Corporation that never carried more than 3,000 or 5,000 crores in debt is now carrying some 15,000 or 17,000. So there has been a lot of mismatch. So we have done 2-3 things already. One is that we re-examined the existing model and we reissued an updated model from the finance department that says because the government of Tamil Nadu is 100% shareholder in many of these PSUs, in addition to your board, these are the limits beyond which if you want to take any major decisions, you have to actually come back to the government of Tamil Nadu through the finance department's division called BPE, Bureau of Public Enterprises. And without our explicit approval, you cannot do these things anymore. So that put a complete check, and that's a revolutionary step, at least as far as the last 10 years concerned. 10 days ago, we revealed that we have improved the infrastructure for reporting. Otherwise, some PSUs were giving their statements, annual statements, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years late.
So all your PSUs report
That's
earnings,
why,
the national record is pathetic.
That's why we put in a website now where we are requiring the boards of these companies to report at least internally to us for local audit, internal audit, in a timely manner because they can't use the external auditor as a basis. So I would say we have taken a lot of steps to bring the PSUs under some kind of control.
Whether you know, in the CAG reports of the last year shows that public sector undertakings, state-owned public sector undertakings in West Bengal, Uttar Pradesh, in Madhya Pradesh, in many of the states have not submitted accounts for like a decade, for 5 years, 7 years.
When I was in the opposition, I was a member of the Public Accounts Committee for 5 years, so I've read many hundreds of paras and many audit reports. The Tamil Nadu version about 2 years ago was that there were 300 plus corporations, boards, regulatory authorities, entities that had not filed for at least 2 years, right? 300 plus. So it's endemic, but we're going to fix all that. Now let me come back to the revenue and capital business. As it turns out, we are improving the revenue deficit so rapidly, right? We just got the updated GSDP numbers. So in 2021, the last year before we took office, the fiscal deficit was 5.21%, of which 3.5 or 3 3/4 of it was simply the revenue deficit. Now we'll give them some benefit for the first year of COVID. The previous year was not that much better. It was, let's say, 4.5 or 4.6. Last year, we brought it down to 338 on the old estimate or 357 in the new estimate. But the big difference was that the entire savings was in revenue deficit. So we took the revenue deficit down out of this 3.5 or so to only about 1.8 or something like that. This year, we're going to publish the numbers. We've given some interim report to the assembly already. So based on that report, I would project, I can't say the actual numbers because I'm bound by confidentiality, but we will now be trending towards maybe 1.25% only revenue deficit and the rest fiscal. Because let's be very clear, in a growing economy, it is the job of the government to borrow up to 3%. Not only is it a ceiling, it's a floor. Because government borrowing comes at the lowest cost, is invested in the highest multiplier projects, and gets executed with the least risk if you do it right. So in fact, borrowing for capex, for investment is a good thing. That's what we're supposed to do. That's what gives us the multiplier effect. Now we have a different problem. Because we once used to borrow only for capex, I told you, right? We had a revenue surplus state. So we only borrowed for capex. We had the execution capability between the government and all the contractors and vendors and everybody together. We could actually execute up to 3% of GDP in projects because the state kept spending less and less and less. We have now come to a point where last year and most likely this year, we are going to miss our capital spending targets, not because we didn't have money, but because we couldn't execute fast enough. Now, last year we had the floods, almost floods of 2015. This year we had a bounce back. But again, there are systems don't stand around waiting for you to have the money. If you don't spend the money, the capacity decays. And so what has happened now for us is that if we are on this trajectory, as I've said, latest by 24, 25, or maybe 25, 26, we'll be a revenue neutral state. At that time, our GSDP will be 30 lakh crores, at least. At that time, we'll have to invest at least 90,000 or 1 lakh crores. Where are we going to find the execution capability? So now my bottleneck is not money anymore. It's execution capability. And for that, I think we have to look at PPP models. We have to look at people who are willing to put their own capital and skin in the game. Not because we need the capital, but because we need their talent, their discipline, their professionalism, their execution skill. Then we'll get the outcome. Yeah.
And the number of people for that.
And the engineering expertise, the experience of having done these projects elsewhere in the world, that kind of people. It's not just the human beings. I mean, it's not just the sheer number of people, but it's the experts that we need.
So, just for a layman's understanding, will Tamil Nadu be able to grow at a fast enough pace to afford this level of spending, or will it be stretching its legs outside the blanket?
Again, I tell you, right, the world, I'm a former investment banker, the world is awash with money. If you provide the right framework, the right environment, the right confidence level to investors, whether they are financial investors who are buying bonds and equity and mutual funds and capital shares in an alternate investment manager or venture capital, or whether they're the global corporates that are coming and setting up car factories or chip factories or iPhone manufacturing facilities. If you provide them the right environment, the right talent pool, reasonable ease of doing business, and reasonable kind of quality of life for the expats and the people, you can get unlimited amounts of investment. There is no shortage at all in the world. We are not capital constrained. The one who agrees with me the most on this is Thiru Nitin Gadkari. We were both at a ceremony in Delhi.
You know you're a dangerous company.
Is that we can raise unlimited amounts of money. India is such a shining story in the global environment. You provide the right environment, there is unlimited amount of money. It is the execution skill. It is the framework. It is the environment. These are the things that good governance and good governments can provide. The money will come. I'm saying I wasn't able to spend the money last year that I budgeted to spend. I don't need other people's money. If I want, there's a lot of money.
So, yeah, the absorptive capacity and the execution are all this. Now we have 3 minutes. You're here, you're from Madurai, the finance minister from Madurai in the center. We can't let you go without your comments on what you thought of the budget and whether we will really grow between 6 to 6.8 or 6.4. How do, I mean, there is a perception that you completely diametrically differ from the way the government in Delhi thinks about development, growth, economic progress. And so one way to express this, how you diametrically differ from the government or don't differ, is to sort of give us an analysis, a quick 3-minute analysis of the union budget.
Look, I have been loath to go on TV, both for personal relationships with a lot of the senior officials, the finance minister, the finance secretary, all good personal friends of mine. And, you know, it's a difficult job. I would say, as long as somebody says what they do and does what they say, then the people get to decide. I have a completely different model. I want to focus on human development, quality of life, equality, keeping the stratification of society low. And I know that that will attract the right level of investment and talent and give me the right outcome. That's my view of the world. It's been validated to some extent over 100 years of the development of Tamil Nadu. The Gujarat view of the world, which is now the Indian government's view of the world, you must have seen the Economist article, The Gujaratification of India after the Gujarat poll, is that you actually get national champions or state champions, you give them a lot of money, they build a lot of factories, and then you'll get trickled down to the people and all that stuff, and therefore you'll see political I mean, you'll see poverty alleviation and you'll see better outcomes in education. All that. In fact, that has not proven to be true. Gujarat and Tamil Nadu have roughly the same per capita income, as the economist pointed out, but their poverty rate is 4 times higher than ours, and only 50% of the girls at 18 have gone through high school. Right? So we have completely different society. It's okay. As long as I say these are my values, I act according to these values, and I get the right outcome, the people can decide if that's what they want or not. What worries me a lot about the union government is that they say they're for the poor. They say that they're putting more schemes. They say that they're sending money into the benefits of the poor. But in fact, the numbers don't reflect that. And whatever execution problem I have, they have a much bigger execution problem because they have a much bigger execution ambition. So broadly, I would say the twist away from progressive taxation and progressive spending, more to the poor, more from the rich, is antithetical to my approach of how I would frame my budget. And when my budget comes out, at least there'll be a comparison to say, what is the difference in kind of the priorities of this, right? But at the end of the day, what does it matter, my philosophy, your philosophy? A budget is a statement of intent. Only when the final account comes out a year and a half later, you'll know what was actually achieved. The numbers vary so much between, at least for me, I try to keep it down. But in the union government, the numbers can vary by 1 lakh or 2 lakh crores between the budget and the final account. So let's wait for the outcome. The outcome will tell us, which approach was right or wrong and what did it achieve. And did it achieve what you said you wanted to achieve? These are all the benchmarks that we should all be held accountable to. And then we'll know, who's doing what job.
No, your arguments are always reasonable. You have a sound rationale to all your arguments. Today I found there's a bit of diplomacies laced in your comments. So that is a new addition to...
maybe I'm finally growing up.
Yeah. So let's push you a little more. Push you a little more. Yeah. What's the one thing that they did you wouldn't do, and what's the one thing that they didn't do that you would have done?
I would have tried to make the taxation regime more progressive. Right now, too much of the tax revenue comes from the poor and middle class, and too little of it comes from the rich. And I don't have that power as a state minister because we don't have any of the progressive taxation tools constitutionally. They're only over there.
Agriculture?
No, but yeah, I'm not sure I can have a tax independent of the union, but let's, the thing that they do a lot that I wouldn't do is that this centrally sponsored scheme stuff. And at first it only used to be people like me who you consider kind of, what did you say?
The dissent.
Dissent. Now the dissent seems to have spread because when I was in the finance minister's meeting with the Honorable Union Finance Minister in Delhi in November, state after state with the BJP, pure BJP or BJP coalition government asked the questions that I always used to ask. I say, why do you take so much in cesses and surcharges? Why don't you put it into the divisible pool and give it to us? Why do you call it centrally sponsored scheme and then intrude into state subjects that you're not supposed to be in? Why do you call it PM ABC, but you put only 20% of the money and we put 80% of the money and you still call it PM ABC? These questions which only people like DMK and South used to ask, Northern and BJP and Western states are asking these questions now. So I think this is a healthy sign in a democracy because we can't all be rebellious and dissenters by nature, right? I mean...
the virus is spreading.
I don't know about that. Or logic or patriotism for the citizens of our state relative to being respectful to the leader. That way, yeah.
Do we have time for 2 questions, Kaveri? Okay, 2 questions from the students. Just 2 questions.
Happy morning, sir.
Name first. Name, institution, and question. Short question. No speech.
I'm Praveen from MGR University. Will state government face some burden if central government brings GST on petrol and diesel?
Listen, I've answered this multiple times. I'll be as brief as possible. The logic of bringing something into GST is to state that it has a standard rate, and currently all governments at all states and the union tax petrol and diesel significantly higher than the highest rate of GST. So on one level, I can see that it brings equality and all that stuff. But there are two nuances to this. The first is the union gets to decide how much of its taxes it will take from what source, progressive taxes like income taxes, corporate taxes, and how much from regressive. We don't have any progressive taxes. We only have to take from point of sale taxes and regressive taxes. But the more important nuance is that most of what the union takes today from the petrol and diesel, it takes as cess. So were we to go from a tax regime to a GST regime, the union could continue to levy cess independent of the GST and still take 20 or 30 rupees per litre as cess. And we would, we would lose not an insignificant amount of money, but not enough money to change my life. We'd probably lose 2 or 3 or 4,000 crores were we to go GST instead of that. The more philosophical reason why we oppose the union trying to homogenize the few taxes that are left with the states is that at that point we become like municipalities. If we don't get to determine any rate for anything, and the so-called GST Council, which is so-called federal, but the agenda is set by the union government, they have a 33% vote. The minimum required to pass is 75, so they have effective vote veto on everything. And for you to defeat a union government measure, because they've given one state one vote, you'll have to rally 12 states. There are not actually 12 rich net donor states in this country. So everybody's for higher taxation because they'll get more money, except the rich donor states like Karnataka, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra. So the system is rigged. And if I give up the last few levers of control that I have, then I become just an execution agency. As it is, on the way out, they decide, because they call it centrally sponsored scheme, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, finish at Z, go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 after that. Then on the way in also, they'll decide what can be collected by whom. Then what is the value of having governance here at a logical level? At an execution level, it is impossible to conceive of a homogeneous fiscal policy for a country that has such diverse states as our Indian states are. I've just told you the contrast between Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, which are already very rich states. Were I to tell you the difference between Tamil Nadu and Bihar, where the per capita income in Tamil Nadu is 4x, the gross enrollment ratio in tertiary education is 4 or 5x, then why should one homogeneous policy make sense for all these people? Nowhere else in the world do we have this kind of, administrative hallucination that you can run one policy for 1.4 billion people from Delhi and make it successful. It hasn't worked anywhere in the history of the world. It's not likely to start now.
That's a new one, administrative hallucination. I should use that on Twitter. One last question, again from a student.
Sir, warm good afternoon, sir. It was really a thought-provoking session, sir. When you were mentioning about the human development as an objective of social justice, knowing the ill effects of the alcoholism and the drug addiction, is there any possibility in the near future where we can overcome the dependency on alcohol for the revenue? As you just now mentioned that we are one of the richest states in India, and is there any possibility in the near future, sir? And I'm not asking for any specific date to be mentioned, sir.
Yeah, again, as with anything, you ask me a question, you'll get a very nuanced answer, right? I'll separate this into 2 or 3 parts. If the point is that the government of Tamil Nadu cannot run without alcohol taxes, that's not true. We can run many ways. It's 20 or 30,000 crores. It's not an insignificant number, but it's not a, kill the finances of the state number. If the point is it possible to achieve total prohibition in real terms, not in politicians speak, just for words, and then you know what can be bought in Gujarat at what time for what price. So is it possible to be a globally connected, multi-state neighbor, porous borders, state in which you can enforce prohibition? My own personal experience in life at 57 years or 56 years is that it cannot be done. It's not enforceable. I'm not saying whether it should be the right policy or not. If you go to the next level and you say, in this current somewhat restricted regime, are we really curtailing alcoholism or the ill effects of alcohol? My personal view, not, and that's independent of politics. That was not true in the previous regime, it's not true in this regime. We are probably not able to quantify the ill effects of alcohol through absenteeism, domestic abuse, health impact, all kinds of other costs of alcoholism, violence, crime. We don't know how to quantify that. we are getting some money because we see it as tax, and that also has been slipping, and a lot of fraud is happening there. That's a different story. I mean, I'm saying 10-year trajectory, I'm not talking today. So if you ask me, is this model somehow preventing the ills from entering society? The answer is absolutely not. The ills are in society. They have been for a long time. If you ask me, is there any society in the world where they don't tax undesirable activities with sin taxes? The answer is absolutely not. I mean, for that matter, we know that tobacco is extremely harmful. Probably tobacco is much more harmful to people than alcohol. You have to drink lots and lots of alcohol for a long time for you to get any bad effects. Tobacco is much earlier and you get cancer and stuff that's not curable. Why don't we ban tobacco altogether? So my point is, if you don't have an enforceable ban of practical conditions, then every society in the world taxes them very, very high because you get benefit, like, you know, win or lose, you get benefit. Either you tax them so high that curbs consumption, or you tax them so high that whoever consumes pays some greater share into the state for the ill effects that their consumption is going to provide as a cost to the state later, in absenteeism, in health, in domestic abuse, whatever. So these are not black and white, this concept cliche that this government runs on alcohol. Complete nonsense, right? There are governments that don't have alcohol revenue that are run worse than us. There are governments that have alcohol revenues that are run better than us. So, you know, politics is politics. Intelligent people should be nuanced and thoughtful and look at the issues with like some clarity. Sound bites are just nonsense anyway. Right?
So let me sort of add to this young man who must have attended the last session, that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The first step you pave that road is by telling the government, allowing the government to tell you what you can eat, where, what you can drink, when you can do, whatever. We just heard about dissent and freedom, young man. Just think about it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Finance Minister.
Thank you.
It was lovely listening to you. As always, I recently heard an economist answer a question saying that I am an economist. I can't give you one answer. I will give you 2 or 3 or 4 answers. Mr. PTR has a new way of saying it. I will give you layered answers and nuances. So thank you for all the layers and all the nuances and that lovely phrase, administrative hallucination. I am heading for Twitter just now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I think
Request Mr. Chawla to please do the honors. Thank you for a very interesting and entertaining session. We thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for the Minister for Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, for a very, very engaging session. Thank you so much, sir. We now move on to our next session titled Women in STEM, Factories of the Mind. I'd like to invite our dignitaries to join us on stage. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ramya S. Murthy, Founder, Director of Nimaya Robotics. Can we have you on stage, please? Can we give her a big hand? And also let's hear it for Sangamitra Bandyopadhyay, Director, Indian Statistical Institute. Welcome, ma'am. And a round of applause for our chair for the session, Kaveri Bamzai, Senior Journalist. Over to you, Kaveri.
So that was a great session. Hard act to follow, Shankar, but we'll try. Thank you so much to both of you for joining me. Rama, I'd like to start with you because it is unusual to have a young woman in a startup, that too related to technology and science. What is the worst thing that you've ever heard from someone that you've asked for funding from?
That's a good start, actually. Because, of course, being in the startup sector, we do tend to go to approach a lot of different investors. I think initially one of the best things that I've heard is the first thing, we were 3 co-founders, and 2 of us were females and 1 was a male. So and I was front-ending most of all of these talks, and a couple of times when these people met me, they were like, so why don't you bring in your male co-founder onto the board so that we can see what we need to take forward?
Right.
And they also wanted to know if the tech actually belonged to me. And to be honest, one of the panelists, one of the interviewers in one of the, I think it was again for an investor meet, told me when nobody else was able to think about it, why did you think of this technology? It doesn't sound right to me because it does not exist. So these are the kind of, yes.
But that is the whole point of technology.
Yes, that's the whole point of innovation, right? You actually invent something that's not there. And bringing in a line of products, robotics or social robotics for in disability sector is a completely new line. And yeah, these are few of the many things that I actually came across.
Do you laugh or do you cringe or do you get angry?
I think as a woman who's always been, I think in common words, more, sadly this is the case, they tell that I am more like a man than a woman because you strive, you want to fight and you want to fight for your rights. And this is how I was looked at. I think over a period of time, in like 20 odd years, you kind of tend to be able to handle it better. Like initially you'll get pissed, you'll get really annoyed, looking at the fact that even the basic things that we need to fight for, but eventually you'll be like, you know what, this is not the way to go. Let's take it, let's show how things work. Let's make sure that we produce something that they don't even know. Like for example, I don't need a man on my panel for them to give me my money. My product should speak for itself. So I went about the fact that let's not lose it. But you know, let's focus on the point that we require. Nimaya is important and that's what it requires. But I make sure that I spread this message everywhere I go. This doesn't even start with the panel members, or I'm just taking another second out of your time. At the very basic, like, and I think people in Chennai are kind of used to Ritchie Street. Ritchie Street is the place where you get all kind of electronics and anything that you require. So all I ended up asking was for a basic nose clip plier. And I also asked him for an industrial grade soldering rod with specification. The person behind the counter refused to sell it to me because I was a woman. He said, a woman will not know how to use this. You will do something with it and come back and complain to me. And another person behind the counter told me, ma'am, if you're looking for jewelry making, that's not the street, go to a different one.
These are the stereotypes one has to live with. By the way, Ram was to Sastra University for producing someone as talented and as spunky as you are. So well done. Shangamitra, you must have heard so much more in your career so far. You're in a legacy institution set up in 1931, started by Mahalanobis. I mean, just about every checklist is ticked off in terms of the institution, and it's your second term. What are the things that you hear about being a woman scientist that still surprise you? Or you don't hear that anymore?
No, I don't hear that anymore. I must acknowledge I have faced no issues.
Right.
As a woman. Of course, as a scientist, as a director, or as a colleague, but I have never equated that with my gender. I do not think I have faced anything because of my gender. But of course, yes, like stories are there. I get a phone call, I want to speak to the director of the institute. So I had picked up that call and I said, yes. No, I want to speak to the director. So then I had to explain that I am the director. So that took some people by surprise, but I think this is not out there, and this is changing. So the change, since we can see that change, I am very hopeful that this is going to change in the not so distant future. Of course, the effort has to be constantly on. We have to be alert, we have to be on our toes, and those who have reached certain level, we have our roles cut out for us in the sense that we have to take those steps so that the generation which follows finds the path a little easier than what we did.
In fact, that's what I'd like to talk to you about, because, you've had the door, you've had to open the door, shall we speak. How you did it, maybe you just unlocked it, or you did it by force, whatever. But now to keep the door open for the women who will follow, what are the things that we need to do? What are the things that you are doing to make sure that that happens?
That's right. One thing is, in particular in STEM, in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, still the representation of women is very low. Therefore, in institutions like ours, representation of women, girls in the classes, it's quite low. We have been thinking about it, how to increase this representation. You see, our examination system, the way we evaluate, that is more tuned towards a lot of practice, a lot of tuitions and things like that, where the boys have an advantage. Social problems which we have to be aware of. We have to also be very, very alert to the stereotype.
Yeah.
We have to actually explicitly speak it out, that these are the stereotypical roles cut out for the women, where we have to be alert that this is not so. Be alert that this is a trap which you might fall into. Do not fall into these traps. Mathematics, physics are a girl can do as well as any other person. But because of very early on social conditioning, girls tend to go away from mathematics. It's such a beautiful subject. Girls tend to go away from physics. Again, a wonderful subject, the best subject, at least to me, the best subject that one can think of. But that social conditioning that the parents, us, teachers, everybody, we have to be alert that the girl is not exposed to such stereotypes from very early on, so that she can flourish in the way that her natural capabilities allow. And I'm sure with that, with more and more girls coming into mathematics, in fact, many places I've seen a lot of girls in mathematics these days. The more they will go into all these science areas, and the more we will find girls higher up. So that is where we try to play our roles in trying to, at least for now, for lack of a better option, better alternative, to put some special seats for women.
Right.
Who may not have made that cut, the threshold that we have fixed for all the students, but maybe just a little less. But it has been found that if you allow these girls to come in, later on you take statistics again, how are they faring in class? When they exit the program, how they are placed, they are doing as well as anybody else. So that opportunity, equity of opportunity, that is, and for that, if you, so it's a difference between equality and equity.
Yes.
So that equity is very important, because that girl is disadvantaged. You cannot just give an examination and say, okay, fair as well as anybody else, while for 10, 12 years prior to that, she has not been exposed to that sort of training. So that equity, lower it a little, and then train her and see she's flourishing. Yeah. She's doing as well as anybody else. So that is where the higher education institutions have to play their roles, and the junior level schools, their teachers, their work is also cut out so that the girls and the boys are trained that there are no gender stereotypes as we see in the books. Typically, doctor, we think of a man.
Yeah. A nurse, a woman.
A woman.
Yeah.
So these things have to be broken explicitly.
Yes.
That understanding and that explicit, it will not happen on its own unless we actually put policies in place to stop it.
Right.
The books have to be redone.
Yeah.
So these things we have to be conscious and explicitly take these steps.
Ramya, you've had, you obviously must have excelled in maths and science when you were a child. Did you ever hear anything when you were growing up that, this is not for you, or it's going to be tough, or did you have help when you were growing up to sort of guide you in this path?
So this is a path that I've actually lived through.
Yeah.
So one of the things, as a bachelor's, actually my degree is in electrical engineering.
Right.
But the thing that I actually wanted to do is mechanical. So when it comes to, you're talking about maths and science, the moment mechanical comes into place.
It's supposed to be,
yes.
yeah.
But that's something that I really, really wanted to do. And the day I wanted to join mechanical engineering, the first thing my mom said is, there's no girls in the class. Don't join. That was like the go-to thing because, and I was able to see that it did change a little bit, but it's not, there's still, the percentage is like 10 to 90 in a
Right.
mechanical class. And one of the things, so I made sure that I consciously changed my path, and in my master's I got into mechanical engineering, and that's how I took a master's in robotics, and then I continued, I pursued my PhD in mechanical. In fact, in Shastra I was one of the first one to have a PhD in the mechanical department as a woman, and I know Shastra just doesn't talk, right? You could see they sponsored all the changes that's required, and they made sure they supported me throughout because that was required, and that is what, that conscious change is what that made me bring up this set of products. And I completely agree, ma'am, unless you have a conscious change in it, it's very difficult to, because somehow it's a taboo, right? It's okay to take electrical, it's okay to take electronics, especially computer science and IT, because it's like...
Computers, of course.
Yes,
yeah.
yes, because it's
All you have to do is to sit and code.
and it's a well-trodden path.
Yeah.
So people kind of think, okay, if you do this, then you will immediately be able to get a job in the software firms, and then you go ahead. That's, of course, that works. That's also STEM. But imagine if you had given the equal opportunity to women in every area, and right from social conditioning in at home to people in college and university and everything. Because as and when I moved from my BTech percentage, like the ratio of women to men in my class was 45 to 55. So that's quite good. But the moment I came to my MTech, because it was mechanical engineering, out of 20 people, 3 were girls.
Okay.
There was a sudden drop there. And then in PhD, I was literally one of the very, very few to be a woman. So we could very clearly see, and one of the reasons that's happening is because when you take, for example, as an electrical engineer, when I applied for when we had campus placements, I went through the entire process of interview, group discussion and everything. And once I got selected in one of the core electrical companies, in the last round they were like, oh, you're a woman, we can't give you this job. I'm like, you didn't realize that when I was writing the aptitude tests for some reason? You had to make me sit through 7 rounds and then suddenly tell me that...
What was the justification?
Because it's a field work and women are not capable of doing that. So be it with the electrical line, they're not capable. It's not, it's your safety. No, you're not capable.
Right.
That's the difference that brings in. So, yeah.
So, Sangamitra, also your work is interdisciplinary. I mean, it's not just it's biology, it's
computer science and
computer
biology.
science, and it's a wonderful mix. This kind of interdisciplinary work, you talk a bit about that and the joy of bringing 2 or 3 kinds of disciplines together, as in fact Ramya has done as well. It's both social engineering as well as mechanical engineering. So that whole idea of interdisciplinary work is, there's so much fun in that, isn't it?
There is so much of fun in that. Well, biology just happened, by chance when I had already become a faculty member. I was terrified of biology in my school. Terrified of several subjects except, of course, physics, mathematics, and the languages.
You were always very good in them.
I was good in physics and mathematics, yes, and the languages. But anything that required memorization, I was very much afraid of that. But then what happened is I was doing computer science, I was developing algorithms, which were like, you know, classification algorithms, clustering algorithms. You have many, many things, and you want to classify. You want to say that these are the entities which belong to a particular class, etc. So we were developing algorithms for that, and I got a student who was had a biology background, and he convinced me that the work that we've been doing, the algorithms we've been developing, have a lot of applications in biology in analyzing biological data. So with him,
you mean in the way that we feel, in the way that we think?
No. In terms of molecules which are there inside the cell,
Right.
and each molecules actually there's technology by which you can measure, let's say, the concentration of the different molecules, etc. inside the cell when certain activities are happening, certain biochemical reactions are happening, and then, so for example, we have the genes. How much the gene is active? There is technology by which you can measure it. So therefore, in humans, there are about of the order of 30,000 genes. So then you can measure the activity level of these 30,000 genes, and from there, you might want to figure out which are the genes which have a particular, you know, either it's very high or activity is very high or very low in certain disease conditions. So I was looking at some molecules called microRNAs, which has a lot of role to play in cancer. So my work has been around cancer, studying cancer in terms of computational algorithms. So this student teaches me biology, and I teach him computer science. That's how it started. And every day he would teach me. I did not even remember genes, chromosomes, and so these things. Every day he would teach, I would forget. Next day he would teach me again. So he was a very patient teacher. And then I learned. It took about a year or so to pick up all the nuances of, not all, but at least majority, to understand the data set that I was working with. Because I could have just looked at it blindly as data.
Right.
But I wanted to understand the mechanism, the biological processes which created that data. So that is why I had to spend a lot of effort to understand the biological processes behind it. But then with that student, it was like, you know, two-way traffic. He learned from me, I learned from him, and the collaboration worked very well. In fact, he is now in the US for many years now. So that is how I got into this area, but this is a very, you know, it sounds nice.
Yeah.
That interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, collaboration, etc., it is very difficult to actually make it work. Because still now, in India at least, we lack that basic respect for the other discipline.
Right. And we don't have opportunities as well.
No,
right?
we do have.
Tend to work in silos.
We work in silos, but that nobody has forced us to work in silos.
Yeah,
That is silos we have created for ourselves.
Right.
And we have been unable to break those silos, so that is our problem. But that realization is there. People are now, you know, collaborating across disciplines, across institutions, but not to the extent which is desirable. And for that, for example, a biologist has to respect the mathematician has to respect the computer scientist. Otherwise, with the availability of software everywhere, every domain expert thinks that I can do everything on my own, which is not correct. That is why the work is suboptimal. If a computer scientist sits with a statistician who sits with a biologist, and this group together solves a problem, then the quality of that work will be much higher. That is why we are working, but we are still not to that level. So that is where we have to change.
For instance, in the West, there was, in the US, there was this Bell Laboratories model where most of the interdisciplinary talk happened in the canteen, apparently.
Exactly.
And that's where a lot of inventions and innovations happen.
Absolutely. The ideas get created in such
informal
interactions.
Yeah.
That, to the extent desirable, is not there still.
Right.
But nowadays you will see there are newer institutions which are coming up which do not have departments, they have schools.
Yes.
So an economist sitting beside a physicist, sitting beside a biologist, etc. And then they start talking. And then magic happens. So we are still waiting to get to that level, but we have to.
What is the thing that has given you most joy when you've discovered something? What is it that's given you most joy?
I mean, my work, as I said, because my work has been mostly related to cancer, one of our discoveries were a biomarker. And we were only doing computational algorithms, right? So we were on the computer, we were doing some simulation studies, etc. But our expertise ended there. We published. But a couple of years later, actually, we found that another group totally independently had validated that marker. That was for breast cancer.
Right.
So these are the things give you a lot of joy that the work that you're doing, you know, it has a place in that big scheme of things. It's not, my research does not solve a problem fully. It is just a small piece of that puzzle, but that small, very important piece. So that is where we find a lot of pleasure from the work that we've been doing, because it's so real life, you can see, you can at least visualize the application.
It's the same with you, Ramya, right? You can see the difference that you're making.
Yes. I think that's one of the best thing is that when the parents call up or they come back with a feedback telling a child who is not able to imitate, but using our training system was able to imitate like ads on TV or whatever the mom was doing in the house, that is when it gives me the utmost satisfaction that, you know what, it makes a change to somebody who really needs it. So that keeps me going, absolutely. I think that's one of the biggest things that keeps me going.
Shangamita, the other problem has also always been of, you know, women reaching a ceiling after a point, you know, marriage, motherhood. There's always that tendency to drop off in any line of work. Do you see that still?
Yes, it is still there. Actually, the age of when the career takes off and the age when you have motherhood.
It's the same.
It coincides. So that's a problem.
Yeah.
But there are women who are working through it.
Yeah.
I did one of my very good papers when I was on maternity leave.
Right.
So it is possible, but it's a big challenge. You have to acknowledge that challenge, and that is where the family comes in a big way. The husband, wherever they are living, and the family, the parental support, either the boy's family or the girl's family, whichever. But that support system becomes very important, because in our country yet, you will not find that level of this other support, like creche and everything is there in the big cities, but in the smaller towns, etc., that is missing. So that ecosystem has to be built. The offices, the organizations, they have to be aware of this, this very difficult time and create the ecosystem to enable the woman to actually
work through
these years.
Yeah.
That is very important. And for the woman also, it means double the effort.
Yes.
But that has to be accepted with a smiling face, I guess.
Yeah. Ramya, sometimes you feel that, you know, the senior women need to tell you how hard it is so that at least you know what to expect rather than making it all seem so easy.
That's true. That really helps, because sometimes you feel very alone.
Not to moan about it, but at least you should know.
Correct. Like, for example, a platform like this tells you there are a lot of things that we do face. Sometimes you're kind of alone in this whole fight, and it would actually be nice for anybody who's already gone through that path to actually tell us, you know what, this happens, don't worry, things are going to be okay. And that takes us really far, because it gives us the confidence that you can go far as well. But sometimes what happens is that their journey has been so hard, they're like, you know what, it's not worth it. Get married and settle down. So,
do you hear that? Has that happened?
Not much, but then I think we must also be alert that those of us, Ramya for example, I mean, she is in a very risky this thing also, where, you know, I am doing a job, I'm getting my salary is, you know,
she's
I
an
get a salary
entrepreneur
at the end of the month.
Yeah.
But for her, I mean, I would be very, what should I say, apprehensive. But people are doing this, girls are doing this, but these girls, people like us who have reached to a certain level, should not be treated as exceptions to the rule.
Yeah.
There is no rule that girls cannot do it. Girls can do it. And we are examples of that, it is possible. So if I can do it, anybody else can do it. I was asked this question that when I got a particular award earlier this year, that maybe your students the expectation of our students will increase. I said exactly the opposite. The expectation of my expectation from my students has gone up, that if I can do it, what's so great about it? You can also do it.
Yeah.
So that is what, it should not be taken as an exception to the rule. This is the rule. It's only that there was not enough opportunity, therefore women were not able to come up. Now, once you give them enough opportunity, it's only a matter of time. So this is the rule. That is how it should be taken. The career of women should be a career, not a hobby.
Exactly. Yes. Are there any questions from the audience, especially from Shastra to your former, to your alumni? Yes. Please.
We teachers like me always wonder, in graduation level, PG level, in STEM education, girls will be, leading. They are very popular students. When in research or post PG, maybe 20% immediately they will be disappearing.
Right.
What may be the reason?
So they're disappearing. That is the age where they're likely to disappear.
They become invisible suddenly.
It's likely to disappear, and therefore that is where our ecosystem needs to be alert and to bring them back into the fold. The government is trying. There are many schemes to bring women back, those who have taken a break.
Yeah.
But you see, once you take a break, that is inevitable, but then coming back and you have to cover double the way.
Yeah.
So it's a great challenge. It's a great challenge, and therefore, as I said, the boys also need to be trained that there are no stereotypes.
Yes.
Okay. So if the girl is good, that opportunity of her going out and doing all the outside work should be her responsibility. Because it's not just, you are not just giving the girl an additional advantage. It makes economic sense, because there are studies which show that organizations which hire more women, they are profitable. So it makes economic sense to have women in the workforce, to let them work. It's not, you are not doing them a favor.
Yeah, to enable, to
help everybody in this society.
Yeah.
You need the women to be there. So this realization has to be there.
Yeah, that is true. But the sad truth is, like, when we are talking about the age, the sad truth is that when a man has a master's, he's a catch.
Yeah.
When a woman has a master's, she's not very desirable. That's the problem there. Because I know the path that I've gone through, and I've faced literally every single thing. So that's always been the case. But that support starts with your family.
Right.
And of course, the most important thing is that growing up, everybody, irrespective of the gender, should be taught that there are absolutely no stereotypes across the gender at all. That comes as the very, very, very basic thing. Because in my case, my dad really supported me go through the whole thing. If it wasn't for him, that support was constant. And that helped me get to my PhD and do whatever I am here today. But that is not the case in most of them. I've seen women aspire so much, and they have unbelievable ideas, and they would make such unbelievable leaders. And to see that potential go to waste because of the sheer lack of support is where the problem is.
Yeah, please. Ms.
Question.
Yeah.
When you talked about disappearing girls, and she's partly answered that. Do these girls disappear out of personal choices they're making, or is it social pressure?
Partly both. Sometimes it's a personal choice because that is the age when they have a child. So mothers feel guilty. That guilt conscience.
Or they are made to feel guilty.
Sorry?
Or they are made to feel guilty.
Yes, made to feel, but also I've seen many women who on their own feel very guilty if they're not giving their child, particularly the child, enough time. There are very few women who do not feel guilty. I think one or two exceptions are there who say that, okay, I am like whatever I am. I don't want to be in the home all the time, and I don't feel guilty about it. So that guilt feeling, and also the expectation of the near family, that, "Arey, bachche ko nahi dekhoge tum? What mother you are?" That also adds on. I think that is more than the person's own choice, But even the person's choice plays a role. She chooses to come out of that hectic life and give more time to the child. I think that is both ways, as you said, both ways.
May we have fewer disappearing women, and may there be more women like you, more visible, more vocal, and more productive. And society benefits at the end of the day, isn't it?
Right.
Thank you so much, both women. It was a delight. A little louder applause would be nice. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. And we'll have you all wait on stage for a moment longer. Request Mr. Chawla to please join us on stage to do the honors. And I must say I was more than a little entertained and could definitely relate to quite a few of those stories. So thank you for sharing those. Sir, if you would please join us on stage, do the honors and present our dignitaries with a memento for a very insightful and entertaining session. Thank you so much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. So we will move straight on to our next session, which is Shifting the Knowledge Paradigm, the Indian Education Model. I'd like to invite our panelists on stage. Please put your hands together for Dushyant Sridhar, scholar and public speaker. Welcome, sir. And do keep the applause going for Badri Shishadri, analyst and history commentator. Welcome, sir. I'd like to also invite on stage our chair for the session, Ravi Shankar, consulting editor, Sunday Standard. Let's also give him a big hand. And Ravi, over to you. Over to you.
All right, shall we begin? Good evening. I don't need to introduce either of you. She's already done it. Now, my first question would be to you. What is the Indian knowledge paradigm right now?
Namaskaram to the August gathering. With respect to the Indian education system, one, what we are as of now. So we, largely people who are seated in this auditorium are recipients of the current day Indian education system. So the session says paradigm shift. So when I look at the Indian education system, that is quite desirable where we look into the past. There are three quick parameters which I feel will matter a lot when infused into the current Indian education system. One is an integrated approach to understanding and disseminating knowledge. For example, in the due course of singing poetry, Aryabhatta just says Chaturadhika Shatam Ashtagunam Dvasashti Ayutascha, 62,832 divided by 20,000, which is 3.14, which is the pi value. Use it in constructing an altar. So in the due course of speaking about Agnihotra, he just spells out pi value. Sthiragasa Samaradhya Vikatata Matamata, Vedanta Deshika in the 13th century, just in the course of describing the holy sandals of the Lord, solves the oiler's problem just in a fluke. When Kaushalya has to send Rama on an exile for 14 years to the forest, she says, use this ring made of Santana Karani, which is a herb. So she talks botany there. When Hanuman has to bring 4 different herbs, though it's not the binomial nomenclature of calling it a chlorophytum borivilianum, 4 different herbs are mentioned with the names. So there's botany. And when the setu is being constructed, the saltwater crocodiles, which are very specific to the Bay of Bengal, are mentioned. So the point I'm trying to make is, as poetry flows, science and maths naturally flow. Today, Wordsworth and Miles to Go Before I Sleep is reserved for 12 to 1 session in the schools after lunch. And Pythagoras theorem is mentioned for 9 to 10, because what gives you food is 9 to 10 and not 12 to 1 is what is largely believed. So people often ask me, after having undergone engineering at Pilani, how did you turn into a philosopher? I say, that's what made me a philosopher. So engineering is what makes a few philosophers. It may make a lot of them in the future too. So that's one, that's the integrated approach. Second, very quickly, is the logical approach. When Hanuman hasn't seen Sita, he hasn't seen a profile pic, her profile is locked, he hasn't seen how she looks. He goes to Lanka and spots her. That time, Valmiki says, Tarkayamasa Siteti. Through logical reasoning, he got to know this is Sita. A lot of things are deployed where her missing pallu and her sari matches, the border matches, everything, all of that happens. So logical reasoning, which is Tarka Shastram, was integral to the Indian education system that was desired in the past. So if we have to infuse that into the current day, it will be a lot more beneficial. And the last part, with respect to the Indian education system that is desirable, that should undergo a paradigm shift, is the Guru-Sishya relationship. So whenever we look into the scriptures of the past of this land, we speak of Vasishtha Rama, Vishwamitra Rama, Valmiki and Lavakusha, Drona and Arjuna, Arjuna and Krishna, Sandipani and Krishna. So there is always a beautiful relationship, a symbiotic relationship, an organic relationship that has been existed and that has been revered in the past. So these are the three approaches which I feel, to your question of the Indian education system, that is desirable, and to the topic which says paradigm shift.
Great. Now, you know, he has mentioned the Ramayana, the Puranas, if I'm not mistaken. Do you think you would classify them as history or myth?
I cannot see some of them as history with the available evidence, and I don't want to really go into trying to find evidence as well, because it's faith, and to somebody who believes that this had happened, I don't want to go and fight with them saying no, 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 show me, etc. I have a slightly different perspective on that, and I don't want to really pick battles with people, because I really respect people who have faith in something, right? But the message in them can be a guiding light for me, not necessarily the historic truth, right? I can, you know, I don't even have to really talk to somebody saying, you know, this is allegorical and it's meant for something else, because I don't know either whether they were meant to be allegorical or whether they were actual facts. I don't want to even go into that. But the content in them is quite interesting to me and educational to me, and that is enough for me, because I am not that deeply devotional like quite a few people are, but I respect them for that.
Okay, so now let's kind of, you know, education depends a lot on a combination of science and history. And it's said that history begins sometime 3,500 years ago when they found the first Sumerian tablets. So education, as you said, I mean, it's really amazing lessons, messages, maybe even calculations, maybe scientific reflections of what is being seen today as fact. But you can't teach people based on faith. You teach, at least till now, you teach people based on empirical proof. So when you are talking about the Pythagoras theorem being reflected in our ancient systems, how do you provide the written documentary evidence of that as a truth to be taught?
Okay. So with respect to history, with respect to empirical proof, and with respect to substantiation through a lot of other corroborative proof, let's say of the 1371, there is an inscription on the eastern wall of Srirangam which talks about the return of a certain deity after an invasion. it records that the verse in the eastern wall is attributed to a poet called Vedanta Deshika. So there are surmounting proof to say that he lived during that part between 1268 and 1369 largely.
No, the return is dated to 1260s?
For
or
example?
the inscription is dated?
The inscription, which is dated, also mentions the poet's lifetime. So it says Sarvadhari Varsham, this particular year, this particular day. So the presence of that particular poet is established, or that particular personality is established. Alongside, we have a lot of evidence from the inscriptions of Sringeri about a person called Vidyaranya who had a conversation with Vedanta Deshika. So there is more than one proof to say that this person existed. And alongside, there is proof that he has also composed a work. And based on that work, I was also an Indian Academy of Sciences fellow at the Indian Institute of Science. So there was a conclave that was to understand the ancient mathematical systems. So in that particular system, there was a paper presented as to how his verses have solved a certain problem called the Knight's Tour problem of the 18th century, 600 years before even there was a solution thought for it. So there is proof. But one thing that the knowledge systems of the Indian past has always done is to never largely package it and market it the way that we want to see it, the way we want to see it. So probably if a committee is constituted, probably such education systems, I do agree that faith is not something to be coaxed on a certain person. But learnings from the past is not faith. It's a moment that we cherish of the past. So for example, if there is a concept that has been mentioned in our scriptures which is relatable to the sciences today, you can strip off the extra religious elements and see it only as a concept. So that is perfectly okay.
How long back to the Vedas and the Puranas go?
For example, there is the work of Bhasa called Abhisheka Nataka, which is dated to the 2nd century BC. So Bhasa in Abhisheka Nataka talks about Valmiki. So Valmiki must have existed before 2nd century BC, one. So when we talk of knowledge systems, we also talk about sound, because a large section of the Indian knowledge system that we have bequeathed is in the form of sound. It's called Shruti and Smriti. So when it is oral culture, we cannot exactly date it to this particular year, this particular month.
See, oral culture is not something which we can trust, right? I mean, it's something which can passed on from tribe to tribe, from family to family. It takes on its own transmutation, right? Now, if you're saying that the Valmiki dating two years before Christ, or 200 years
very much,
before,
very much.
I'm dating the earliest.
No, I would rather call it BCE, not BC.
Okay,
yeah.
10 years BCE, whatever.
Yeah.
So let's say that the earliest written documents, which were the Sumerian documents, is 3,500 years old, which is 3,488 years before.
Yeah,
this,
but
right?
one thing about the
Hang on, let me
Sumerian,
just finish. So the Sumerian documents are concerned the administration and the economic affairs of the time of the empire. Now, if something would be that exact in writing 3,200 years ago, why do no documents exist in exact proof of life, teachings, etc.? Is it because documents were destroyed? I have no idea. But this is a question I am curious about.
There is something called as the ethos to a civilization. For example, there is an inbuilt ethos to every civilization. If the ethos is strong, that civilization lasts. So even if I'm not dating the 3rd century and the 2nd century BC, the civilization lasts. I don't know if the Sumerian civilization that you speak about is lasting in those territories, or the landscape has completely changed. So we just have the document. So because the ethos of the civilization is so strong and a lot of it has gone into the oral culture, the civilization still exists. At least I'm here to talk about it. So we talk about Sumerian civilization from the records available. I don't know what is a big demographics that's following that civilization till now. So they may have started as a civilization that is documenting everything on paper, on inscriptions. Yeah, but the Indian civilization education system has largely been oral. Largely, I would say oral. The documentation part came much, much later.
Yeah, but the Mohenjo-daro time, there was documentation, if I'm not mistaken, all the cuneiform
To some extent, we have the seal from the IVC, we have the Pashupati seal. all of that. I think even Badri will agree. Some of the Pashupati seals that we have got from the Indus Valley civilization, the metallurgical, there's a dancing bronze from IVC. Some of it is available, but not the exact knowledge system, not exactly the scriptures that we find from the IVC.
Okay, so do you agree with the current educational pattern, the current way education is perceived, or it has been perceived, or is going to be perceived? What is your, do you have a manifesto, a roadmap?
I have a lot of disagreements and problems with the current education system. It's difficult job to list all of them and debate. Just 2 or 3 points. The one point that Dushyant Sridhar made about education in the ancient times was more teacher-centric. It has become institution-centric today, right? The teacher chose what to teach, who to take as students, what to impart to that particular student. It's not possible today. The institution chooses who they are taking as students. They are uniformly spread across a bunch of teachers. I'm talking only about the higher education system, right? And because of which there are plenty of problems. Now, if you take a place like the US, for example, a lot of the early Indian ethos, and I'm not even talking about Vedic age, etc. To me, there's a lot of evidence available from, let's say, 3rd, 4th century CE to about 16th, 17th century CE. I'm talking about roughly about 1500 years, where there's a lot of written record available to answer your question. Yeah. I do have records, and I can understand what was happening over that period of time. Now, today, in a US university, a lab is quite autonomous. You can even write to the professor and get admitted to that particular institution, provided you have that basic minimum qualification required to be accepted by the graduate school. No, not here. You cannot do that. A good, very popular professor who can get a lot of funding, who is very popular, will have a huge student base. Taking US as an example. And somebody who is either not interested in teaching or is not good may not have students at all. Well, that's not the case here, right? We have shifted considerably away in the Indian education system. The other thing is that the autonomy given to teachers. Again, here syllabus is more or less prescribed, textbooks are prescribed, they're just thrust down on the teachers, except for few institutions which can set up their own syllabus, build their own curriculum, figure out their own teaching method, can have exams thrown away, and instead, for example, IIT Madras will have a lot more of autonomy compared to, say, some other institution. That is, in the ancient Indian model, it was complete autonomy to the teacher, right? So is it possible to replicate that today? There are some challenges, but a lot of those ideas can be borrowed, institutionalized even today. I'll add only one more point, right? I'm seriously interested in the Indian mathematicians, and I've been doing a lot of work in trying to understand their work. People have been extremely honest. I mean, we have solid name and work starting from Aryabhatta. Before that, we have some works, but we don't really know who wrote it, and there are some names. But let us start with Aryabhatta. The next great mathematician, somebody called Brahmagupta, severely criticizing Aryabhatta openly in his very core text itself. They were not mincing words. They were using extremely harsh words. And later on, somebody like Bhaskaracharya too, he has very great regard for Brahmagupta, but yet criticizes him on a certain aspect, very openly, very clearly. The intellectual honesty that was shown was tremendous, right? Now that is not there today. I mean, you cannot openly criticize the work of another school, another professor, your own colleague, because then you will somehow be taken care of somewhere. Now that was not the case then. And we have it right through. I mean, whether it is in Vedanta philosophy, or in mathematics, or in medicine, every manuscript we have, if we go through them, the level of openness and intellectual honesty shown in seriously criticizing and agreeing, that is somehow something that we have lost.
No, because the current system is still young. I mean, they're in power young. I mean, when you're just starting out, there's a bit of insecurity. You're finding your feet. You give offense very quickly. I think that if it continues another 50 years, it will become more democratic than it is. And that's my study.
We hope. So if you want to know what we can take from the available evidence to us, I'm talking only from available evidence from, let's say, something like a 5th century to 17th century CE, I would say take these things and much more.
Just to add to what you said, you just said that the Indian current education system is quite young, maybe in the years to come.
No, I'm talking about right now.
Right now, exactly.
The right wing.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
There's nothing wrong with it. I mean,
I
there's nothing wrong with the right wing.
No, what I thought was, if there is an education system with the flaws, the existing flaws today, it's easier to correct with the learnings of the past, because there is a saying in Tamil, "Aindil valayadhu, aimbadil valayadhu." So what can be corrected now is
so
the
the
best.
current education system is basically based on the British educational system. I mean, and in addition to it, there's a certain amount of left garnishing there. But I am talking about the new understanding of education, where there are nationalist elements in it, there are kind of political elements in it, which gets hypersensitive, if I'm not mistaken, about certain things. There are also a lot of absurd things going on, like people riding on little bluebirds and running out of prison. But that aside, I think right now they're very young. I mean, it's only about 4 or 5 years old, 6 years old. So by the time it becomes an institutionalized thing, like the current one is, I think people are more relaxed to open to this.
See, I don't think it's been institutionalized or formalized. In my humble opinion, in the last 5 years, I'm just giving you an example of Professor Ramasubramaniam, who is with the IIT Bombay, and he's much older than the number of decades that have passed, and he's doing a yeoman service in bringing Madhava series of the Sangama Grama school of the 12th and the 13th century, much earlier than the Infinite series that we know of. So there's proper proof that studies are happening. Probably it's coming to light in the 4 or 5 years. That's how I would rather put it.
Okay, all right. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I thought I read somewhere that you always felt like an outsider.
Outsider to?
I mean, an outsider to society, an outsider in college education system, etc.
See, I have been educated in some of the best educational institutions in India and the US. But somewhere I moved away from the core, mechanical engineering that I studied. Completely got involved in something to do with cricket, and now I'm doing publishing. So in a sense, I'm completely away from academics. Right?
Yeah, but I read about both the Cornell and IIT and Cornell, you felt like an outsider, and English had a bit to do with it, if I was not mistaken. Not you then, but No, let me just finish. So, English is not really a colonial language anymore. I mean, English is an international linked language. I mean, so the whole assault on English, which is connected with Indian victimhood. And I remember discussing about Tamil victimhood, that the Tamils reject the North Indian gestalt and as a result they feel this victimhood. And if I'm not, but actually if we look at historically, the North Indians have greater victimhood than the Tamils, because, I mean, they say they're victims of Mughal invasions, Islamic invasions, Greek invasion, this invasion, that invasion, and actually they have faced the larger brunt of the invasions. Right. So we are a subcontinent of victimhood, right? So in that situation, isn't it much better to link language between cultures to understand this victimhood if it's necessary? Or can it take it forward? I mean, when I was in college, I mean, political science, we were given the Communist Manifesto was one of the things to study. Now, I have no idea why, because you wouldn't have taken political science if you were not interested and read the Communist Manifesto. Now, why is there, why can't Arthashastra be taught along, no, not just alone. Why can't it be taught as a comparative treatise with Machiavelli and Sun Tzu? I mean, the thing is that when you look at education, we are, I think, restricting ourselves into one, because there are parallel channels, there are parallel works, which actually, like you said, which mirror each other, because civilization is actually a history of mirrors. What is in one reflection goes on like that. So to connect both these streams, how would you kind of do that?
Well, you've asked lots of things packed into that. So let me just take a couple of points there. There is a strong lobby in India which controls education, the left lobby, which doesn't value Indian knowledge systems at all. Whether it is Arthashastra or Ashtadhyayi or the large amount of compendium of mathematics to astronomy to medicine to chemistry and dance, music, these are all written documents. Architecture, this large body of indigenous literature, they are written documents. That is not talked about at all, right? On a couple of counts. They are either simply dismissed as regressive because it will have some Brahminical ideas embedded in it, right? Or anyway you have the modern educational system with modern content which is sort of, superseded all these old stuff, even if it had some value, about which I have no idea because I have not really presented it to people. I will simply take what is already there and let us just go on with it because we want to be progressive, right? There's a huge fallacy there in this whole problem. First of all, there is a large amount of content across multiple fields, right? I'm not here to even try to establish what is out there, why it is superior, that's latest. But we should really be introducing them, not just Arthashastra along with Communist Manifesto, but for every field in every classes that you are really teaching. There is equivalent material, some of which wrong, right? For various reasons. For example, alchemy was practiced by, all over the world, including by Newton, right? A Newtonian scholar will not make fun of Newton, which he thought at that time that one material, one element could be converted to another. Indians thought so too. It took quite some time into early 20th century to really understand that that is not really possible. But it gave rise to fantastic chemistry. So let us understand that there were mistakes. I'll just add one more thing, right? Aryabhatta, in giving formulas, gives accurately the formula for area of a triangle, but makes a mistake in providing volume of a tetrahedron or any three-dimensional object. Likewise, he gives correct formula for area of a square, but makes a mistake for giving the volume of a sphere. This is perfectly okay because it's a tougher problem and it takes few centuries to fix them, right? So it's perfectly okay to study even something that is wrong. After all, we studied Dalton's atomic model, then Rutherford's atomic model before we come to the quantum model and the standard model of what we have today, right? So it's perfectly okay, but we must be reading all of this and not reject them because there is so much of wisdom packed into this, and also the approach to solving various problems. Very distinct. Again, I don't know if I can explain it in detail, but I'll take only one aspect of it. Indians from Aryabhatta to Brahmagupta and subsequently Bhaskara solved fairly tough algebraic problems. Again, I'm sorry, I'm taking more of mathematical examples. Around 1,000 years before these problems were solved in Europe. They are first order
Europe didn't have an intellectual tradition at all.
Linear indeterminate equations and quadratic indeterminate equations. These were solved in 5th century and 7th, 6th century respectively, whereas it took later Euler, Lagrange and all those people in the 17th, 18th centuries, right? But the approach to solving entirely different. You still get the same answer. But what is taught in schools today, if at all it's taught, will be the later methods, not the Indian methods. So we are losing so much by not bringing the entire set of Indian knowledge systems into school curriculum. And the fault lies with us, including people like me, right? We should be writing, people like Ramasubramanian and Srinivas and Sriram and so many others, they are doing it, but it's not enough. So much has to be done to bring the Indian knowledge systems to schools and colleges, and then you change the syllabus completely. The same subject, but different approaches. What was done in India, with respect to law, with respect to, study the Dharma Shastras, not to follow them today. How were they solving a particular problem?
Application.
Right? Compared to what the Roman law is, what the common law system is. Combine all of them, understand, and then change.
I'm getting, science. Last question, very important question. Like, I'm listening to your journey from elitist institutions to your current social, or let's say communicative sensibility. How do you what's your prescription for de-leftifying Indian education? And don't give me the Sanskrit things because I don't understand it. But seriously, I mean, what is your prescription to de-leftify Indian education?
The word is
I'm saying de-leftify. I can't think of a better word.
Okay, so to de-leftify, the answer is not to rightify it, but to present one side of the knowledge system that we have bequeathed, which has never been presented in the past. That's what he was telling. So it's very, very important that we present both sides.
Very good.
And I'm sure people are, at least in the higher education system, people are judicious enough to take the essence, the quintessence of it and decide for themselves. So the right way to de-leftify is to present knowledge as is, which is too theoretical and too perfect to look at. There may be some amount of rightifying also, but I feel that rightifying should be given a chance that leftifying has happened for decades.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, I'm told the time is up, so thank you very much for a very engaging and sparkling discussion.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We request our CEO to please join us on stage to do the honors and present mementos to our dignitaries. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. We now move on to our next session titled Reinventing the Old, Moving with the Times. I'd like to invite our dignitaries to take the stage. A round of applause for Zafar Y. Sareshwala, former Vice Chancellor. Manu, welcome, sir. Can we give him a big round of applause? Professor Sankarshan Basu, Dean of the Amrit Modi School of Management, Ahmedabad. Can we give him a big hand as we welcome him on stage? And a big round of applause for Professor T. Kattimani, Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University of Andhra Pradesh. And we welcome our chair for this session, Professor Basudkar J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, University of Hyderabad. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Rao, over to you.
Thank you very much. We have a very exciting topic today to discuss: reinventing the old, moving with the times. It's a very broad philosophical topic. Our time is limited. Therefore, we must be crisp and sharp on specific points that we want to really reinvent. And this is also reinventing the old. So there are boundary conditions. So I would request each of the panel members, starting from Zafar Bhai first, to really define the real contour of this topic. And then we'll try to expand as much as possible within the time boundaries. Zafar Bhai. The mic is not on, I think.
Hello. Hello. Yeah?
Yeah, I think.
See, my feeling about reinventing or any change, I don't think it is required. In fact, I'm not an educationist among all of them. I've been a businessman all my life, but I had a chance to be Chancellor of Maulana Azad National Urdu University, and where I came across students, and also because all my life I have interviewed youth for jobs. I've been seeing that change. About 10 years back, the people whom we used to interview, and I've interviewed mostly engineering graduates. And the first thing I would ask them to give them vernier caliper and tell them to measure it, and they wouldn't be able to do it. BCom, they would not know credit and debit. So the problem about 10 years back or 15 years back was that our youth which were coming out from the university were unemployable. And that's why, a lot of Infosys and, so many of them, they had to bring them and train them for 1 year. But that change now I am seeing in last 10 years, that present day youth are much more aware of their subjects than what we were in our times. So that change is happening. And when I became the Chancellor, and I always felt that what was the problem? When the vernier caliper or a guy of BCom not knowing about debit and credit was that they did not study the syllabus itself. That was the problem with our youth. Because they would, last moment, just एक महीना पहले किताब लेके बैठना और एग्जाम के लिए या एग्जाम में क्या आता है. So they were not studying the syllabus. And when I started looking minutely the syllabus, I thought our syllabus is absolutely perfect. There is no problem in that. But then, when I went more deeper into that, then we have that class. Like I'm an engineer. I did my engineering from government polytechnic diploma, and then I did my degree. Now the engineering syllabus of an ordinary college or of IIT is same. The mathematics which they teach you in a normal government college and the mathematics which is taught in IIT is same. But why on earth the student from IIT excels in life and why he remains where he is? Same for management. And I am graduate and a graduate of management from ordinary institute. So that equal opportunity to excel about life, about so many things are not available to those youth. So what I did, sir, you were in Maulana Azad. I was a chancellor, so I told the Prime Minister, sir, मुझे ये क्यों आप भेज रहे हो? मैं करूँगा क्या इसलिए कि मुझे किसी ने बता दिया था कि चांसलर का काम साल में 2 मरतबा आने का, एक बार कॉन्वोकेशन के टाइम पे आना, बाकी तो फिर तो कहा नहीं तुम पहले चांसलर होगे जो कुछ करोगे. तो इसलिए जब मैं चांसलर बना और पहली मीटिंग हुई तो वाइस चांसलर साहब मेरे पड़ोस में बैठे थे. तो मैंने कहा देखिए बहुत गलत आदमी आ गया आपके पास, इसलिए कि हमने कारोबार किए हैं, खरीदे हैं, चलाए हैं, बेचे हैं। तो हमारे वालिद ने बचपन से एक कहानी सुनाई थी नादिर शाह की, कि उसने बड़ा प्लंडर किया था, हिंदुस्तान पे हमला किया और लोग परेशान हो गए थे उससे कि हो क्या रहा है, बादशाह को ठंडा कैसे किया जावे। तो हाथी की सवारी मंगाई गई लाल किले पे और कहा कि बादशाह सलामत, ये हाथी, इसलिए कि वो ईरान से आया था, उसने हाथी नहीं देखा था। तो जब हाथी पे बैठा, कहा कि बैठो, हाथी पर बिठाया, तो जैसे बैठा उसने कहा कि इसकी लगाम कहाँ है। तो कहा कि बादशाह सलामत, ये जो है हाथी है, इसकी लगाम नहीं होती, महावत चलाते। वो फौरन उतर गया अपने घोड़े पर और उसने कहा कि नादिर अली शाह ऐसी सवारी पे सवार नहीं करता जिसकी लगाम उसके हाथ में ना हो। तो मैंने कहा आपको एक गलत वाइस चांसलर मिला है, वो ऐसी सवारी पे सवार नहीं करता जिसकी लगाम हाथ, यानी मैं चांसलर और चलाओ आप, ये नहीं होगा। तो मैंने 3 साल खूब चलाया और वहाँ मैंने ये देखा कि भाई इस यूनिवर्सिटी और IIT में क्या फ़र्क है। तो मैं बहुत सारी चीज़ें लेकर आया बच्चों के, मैंने उनको रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया दिखाई, उनको बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों में लेकर गया कि भाई ये बच्चों को पता ही नहीं है। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि हमारे सिलेबस में या कहीं पर भी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हमको उनको जो है, जो IIT के या IIM के बच्चों को मिलता है, अगर वो देना शुरू कर दें तो ये बच्चे भी वही चीज़ देंगे आपको जो वहाँ देते हैं। बस ये है मेरा।
Thank you, thank you. I think Zafar Bhai, you touched upon the contextual nature of the problem. So you described yourself as a chancellor in a context and tried to visualize how students were different from what they are today and how current students can move on further into glorious world. So I think that was a contextual situation. So I would request Professor Basu to elaborate his views on this.
See, I partially agree with what Zafar Bhai has just said, that at some level, contextually, we probably don't need to do much. But I think what is a bigger approach that we need to do is change the mindset, and that is, I think, the biggest reinvention that we need to do. We don't need to we need to reinvent the syllabus because things are developing. So those are natural changes that will happen. What I studied 30 years back is kind of dated, and if I don't keep updated, I will be out of focus and out of date. That updation will have to happen. That's not really the thing. But to a large number of our students and the youth who come in, the problem is that even today, they come to study a subject not because they like the subject, but because their parents want them to study that subject. And I think that is a mindset that we need to change and reinvent. I could not become an engineer, just as an example, and therefore I want my children to become engineers, irrespective of the fact they might have their preferences, their aptitude, and they would do really well in a lot of other subjects. I think that is the biggest mindset change that we have. And today, we live in a world where alternatives exist. 30, 40 years back, what jobs did you get in the country if you were not an engineer or a doctor? Then you were self-employed effectively. And the industry was small. Today, think of the kind of jobs that exist. With perfect respect, 10 years back, who would have thought that radio jockeys and all these kinds of job opportunities would arise and they would be such celebrities and really successful people in life. So today that model has changed, and I think our biggest reinvention should be to kind of reorient people to understand that just one or two things is not the life. There is a much larger canvas to play with.
Thank you, Professor Basu. I think you really set the tone. We'll elaborate on this particular theme as we proceed further within the limited time. I would sum up some of these ideas in a broader context after I hear from Dr. Kattimani Garu.
Thank you. Good evening. I express my thanks to the organizers to invite me. It's an interesting subject that reinventing the world,
which is everything.
It's related to my university. Earlier, I led one tribal university. Now, again, I'm in the process to establish another one tribal university in India, second tribal university in India. We have 10.4 crore tribes in India. Half of them are never seen the face of the school. First half might have seen the face of the school, but the their knowledge system says they are all educated. They are all educated. So, to educate ourselves, is it necessary to go to school? Is it necessary to study the particular subject, the particular language, the particular teacher? It is not. It is not. I will take one example of medicinal practices of tribes of India, maybe around 200 plus tribes. They have their own methods to treat them. They are not going to doctors. They have their own gunyas, medicinal practitioners. Once the medicinal practitioner will give the medicine, next time, while giving, he will explain what is this process, what type of creeper, what type of bark, what type of roots, and they will exactly next time, second time, they will follow and they will give it to the people. The thing is, we have to, the science, technology, it is our responsibility, trained scientists. We can call ourselves trained scientists, and that is natural scientist. It is the responsibility of the trained scientist. Our chair is a trained scientist, renowned scientist, that it is not their responsibility to prove that it is scientific. According to them, it is scientific because they are, since 1,000 years together, they are using that. It is the duty of the science, the duty of the scientist to bring this medicine, the scientist, to our lab, make him or her as our co-investigator, scientist, and we have to investigate, and the due credibility should be given to her or him. This is the reinventing the world, and by doing so, again, our Prime Minister will come in the picture. You know, he is fond of talking. The lab should address the problems of the land, the power of the research, the science of land, who are available, the strength is available in land, should come to lab. So there must be a relation, coordination between land and lab. It's only possible if everybody's participation means not only educated, not only trained scientists like you all, the natural scientists, they doesn't know what they are doing. They never put a board that PhD or doctor or gunya or vaid, but they are practicing these medicines which tribes, which mothers of all society who are practicing. It is cheap. Sometimes it is zero expenditure and zero side effect. Thank you.
So, Dr. Kattimani Garu, I think you really brought out the essence of being part of the tribal world and also being part of knowing all. So, just to summarize and integrating all the views, I feel we are at a very, very exciting transition times now, where almost everything is available at our fingertips to address most complex problems, both scientific, natural sciences, as well as social. And we are at the same time unable to grapple with them. There is a contradiction in what we are seeing in the present times. Now, I don't know how much of the current youth realizes that this is a very, very exciting moment for them to seize the moment and use the knowledge content that has been generated by technology as well as the knowledge depth to solve the societal problems. I think they are not able to grasp the gravity of the situation because of all the factors that we have just touched upon. I think we have not given them the tools and the insights that are required to look at the problem in its gory details and come out with solutions. All our contents, syllabus contents, examination contents, etc., have remained as contents. We have to now reinvent these contents into concepts and insights. Everything is available. If as teachers, as societal leaders, if we are able to transform this content into concepts and insights in young minds, I think they will really come up with very important or very insightful solutions for the future. And now the most interesting part of this whole paradigm is the knowledge base, the content base is interconnected. You can see it. The multidisciplinarity and the global connectivity, etc., are opening up many, many possibilities. Except that in our education systems, we have kept everything caged up within the boxes. If the new invention from the old can really unleash it, open up the boxes and expose them to the real problems and real knowledge content, many solutions are possible. Can I ask my panel discussants to touch upon how to unleash this power of knowledge, this power of technology towards the betterment of future, towards the societal real solutions in science or outside science?
See, what you said, I'll give you really what we have been doing. Because see, I was a businessman who was appointed a chancellor. So it was something, people had written story that a car dealer ko chancellor bana diya. That was the headline. So, because I was always, mixing what I have seen in life, in business, what is being lagged by the students and how to match that. So we started this initiative called Education to Entrepreneurship. I have come across, by moving the country, meeting people, I know that we have got everything available. We don't need anything from outside. But the problem is, where it is available and where it is required, there is a mismatch. Now, for example, I was thinking what to give to these youth. So my idea was that these youth who are in the second year, third year, and who are doing their masters, and I am somebody who has been an investment banker, so what do I give them? Some plus. So I always used to think that whenever I move, in our society, like a doctor, for example, or an engineer, he is expert doctor, expert engineer, but in finance he is zero. So I would always see our society as financially illiterate. Means most of the people, they don't know what is finance. So we thought that let's take this. Then second was capital market, stock market, because I've been there, and I always feel that this Sensex is 20,000 or 35,000 or 50,000 is known only to a very small section of our society. And I would always wonder that we, a population of 1.3 billion, we have not more than 10 million demat accounts. So what are we talking about? Because large section of our society doesn't even know what the capital market is. And third, I thought that, we have these ideas which have become business now in last 10, 15 years. For example, Twitter or a Facebook or a Google. It was an idea. It became business. We also have some small now coming like Flipkart or Zomato. So I was always wondering that our youth also get idea. But their idea evaporates because we don't have a system to take hold of those ideas. So how do we do that? So I managed to mismatch this, and we started a workshop. And we started calling it Education to Entrepreneurship. So what I did is I did not reinvent anything. I only brought what is available. For example, for financial literacy, I brought State Bank, Union Bank and Central Bank of India. You'll be surprised, their training academies are best in the world. But they are there at one corner. So I brought them and I said, send 2 people of yours for these programs. capital market, you'll be surprised, Bombay Stock Exchange and National Stock Exchange, both of them, they have world-class training academies. I have not seen these training academies even in New York. So I said, you give your people and we'll teach them. And for entrepreneurship, I brought TAI, the Indus entrepreneur, and they are spread across the country. We don't know. In Chennai, there must be at least 20 or 15 such who can teach you how to become entrepreneur. So I only gathered all of them, and we set aside this program. And now in last 7 years, we have done in 55 cities. Now I'll tell you what is inbuilt available in our country. We did 2 years back a program in Ayodhya. People go to Ayodhya for Ram Mandir or Babri Masjid. I went for financial literacy. In fact, I brought the Hanuman Gadi Mahant also on the stage as one of the guests, and he said, हम अयोध्या वासी जफर सरेश वाला का शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहिए, इसलिए कि जो यहाँ आया है या तो उसने हिंदू मुसलमान की बात की है या राम मंदिर बाबरी मस्जिद की बात की है। ये पहला आदमी है जो हमारे बच्चों को फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी, कैपिटल मार्केट और कारोबार कैसे करना सिखा रहा है। So a very hinterland. 2 youth from that engineering college came to me. You know, they had developed an app. Now this is in Ayodhya. They had developed an app. Normally, you know, in WhatsApp, you can only send, you can only send a video for 1 minute and 38 seconds. They had developed an app where you can send 5-minute video. When you send it, it squeezes and it goes to you, it opens up. I took them to the bank. I said, 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh रुपए चाहिए इनको, थोड़ा, you know, तिनके का सहारा, kind of. And then I had Bombay Stock Exchange. I said, go to their incubation center. They went there and they have developed that app. So this is available in our country. We need to match that. Their intelligence and the availability of resources. If we do this, then we don't need anything in the world. We are the best.
Thank you, Zafar Bhai. I know you are in a little bit of a hurry, so we'll move on to Professor Basu. If you can give some insights of how to make the transition in the best possible manner and bring in your experiential field in this, if you can.
I think I have a slightly different view. I think the problem is that over the years, we have been very siloed in and that has happened in the last maybe 50, 60, maybe 100 years, I don't know, but very siloed in whatever we have studied. In a sense, the new education policy has been trying to break some of that. And some of the newer universities, including Ahmedabad University where I am, we try that. Where we say in the first year, you study whatever you're supposed to, but the first year, there are about 6 credits or 9 credits where you do what is called as a foundation course. So it doesn't matter what discipline you want to study. You have to do things on constitution and governance, water and biology, which like water, poverty, and it is experiential learning. So it's like a foundation where you're there in a class with all students, 1 month each. You go out on the ground and it's entirely project based. This is not going to make anybody an expert in this field, but this will sow the seeds that they'll have another 3.5 years to study their discipline. But this will make them interdisciplinary, the argument that they will now know that there's a much larger space out there to think about. You know, there are interlinkages. People, just take half a minute to kind of highlight this, how some people came back and said, an interesting argument came up from one study that people who went into looking at a water studio. So one part of the water studio is students have to go to different parts of the city, particularly the underdeveloped parts of the city, collect water samples and test for the water purity and all that. That's a biological, the scientific part of it. The social learning from that was that why are women and children typically absent at school, and the implication of that, because that is when they learned that most places don't have continuous water supply. So water has to be collected. Who collects the water? Typically the female, the mother and the girl child. Because of our male-dominated society and all that, unfortunate as it is, ma'am, but that's how it is. And then the lack of proper toilet and those kinds of facilities, all of this kind of lead to the fact that they are so disadvantaged, they don't really have the time to come into this formal system. Now, no amount of preaching, standing in a lectern will ever convince anybody who's not seen this firsthand to understand this. And I think that is where the real change will actually have to be brought in, that you need to make people experience it to understand. Again, this is not to make them experts. They're not going to become sociological experts. But even the understanding and the realization will take them a long way.
Thank you, Professor Basu. I'm sure Dr. Kattimani Garu will bring in some special perspective.
I have one small story to tell. See, as a tribal university vice chancellor, once I traveled in a thick forest. There were some children were playing. I picked one boy and said, "Chalo hum baat karte hain." We have gone into the thick forest. Then I started talking to him as a vice chancellor. "Do you know English?" He said, "No." "Do you know mathematics?" He said, "No." "Do you know chemistry?" He said, "No." "Do you know Hindi?" "I don't know." Then I said, "Tumhara जीवन पूरा व्यर्थ हो गया. You have spoiled your life." तब तक there was a शेर दहाड़ने की आवाज आई. तो वो लड़का इमीडिएटली पेड़ चढ़ा और वहां से पूछा, "वीसी साहब, डू यू नो द आर्ट ऑफ क्लाइंबिंग द ट्री?" आई सेड, "नो." "तो अभी आप मर जाएंगे." ये है. Another one ethos in tribal communities, aparigraha. It is in Jainism also. What is that aparigraha? They were owners of forest, they were owners of forest water bodies, they were owners of minerals before English people. Even at the time of Mughal period also, they were the owners. But they never claimed record of right, ownership. And never spoiled the resources. Whenever somebody will ask, "You can utilize these things," they used to tell, "No, no, no, no. Our purkhe, ancestors has given us to protect it because we are not the owners, we are trustees. These minerals, these resources are for futuristic people. Education must be like this. Education must not be driven market and business oriented." Thank you.
Thank you. So finally, as Vice Chancellor of a very large central university, I want to propose a model which we are trying to implement at our own university. And the model is the following. If you look at the construct of a society, any society, you will have a very, very broad base of about 90–95% population who are essentially parts of the engine. However, you will have a top 1 to 2 percentile who will push the envelope, who are the discoverers, who are the innovators, who actually bring new things to the society. The remaining 90–95% being parts of the cog wheel who run the engine. We need the entire system, both the bulk system as well as the innovators. So any educational program, the new educational policy or the future versions of it should essentially preserve enough talent pool to run the engine, the broad base, within the educational programs and in the societal programs, who are the disciplined force, who are the engines, who really make things happen, the drivers. But at the same time, education system should also liberate the minds so that the top 1 percentile innovators get generated. Innovators typically come out not from the educational institutions, not from the box, but outside the box. So the institutions such as university should be a box as well as outside the box. That means we need to have a porous box of sorts. New education policy essentially provides that opportunity because students can join, undergraduate students, bright students can join and pick up their curricula, their subjects in a menu which is interest driven, not peer driven, not parents driven. So therefore, they can learn many things of what they want to learn. They can learn in the classroom by going through the curricular based teaching. They can learn outside the classroom by tutorials, by interactions, by doing practicals, by doing internships. So you see that the richness of the box, which sustains the bulk of the system, and the requirements of innovators of new ideas that happen outside the box, both are preserved in the new education policy. If we do this intelligently, perhaps we will generate enough work pool, enough skill pool, enough intelligence pool that can sustain new innovations and new drivers. I think all of our panel members essentially brought in their perspectives to take care of this distribution. And I think in that sense, the old will get newly invented for the new needs of the society. So these are really exciting times, and therefore new opportunities that are coming up are really the point that the youth have to really harness very well. And therefore, in that sense, this topic was very, very relevant, and I hope the panel discussions made some sense for the youth to take home. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, sir, and sorry to cut you short. It's just that I think Zafarji has to catch a flight. So we'll quickly have Mr. Chawla do the honors and present you all with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much. And thanks to all of you for keeping it crisp and concise and sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to all of our panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We will now move on to our next session, India and Bharat, Evolution or Revolution. I'd like to invite on stage J. Sai Deepak, Advocate, Supreme Court. A very warm welcome. And our chair for the session, Kaveri Bamzai, Senior Journalist.
So, Sai, there are a lot of people who've been waiting to listen to you, so it better be worth it. Huh? No pressure. So, Sai has asked me not to call him an author, so I just asked him, so then who wrote your books? But truly, quite remarkable works of scholarship.
Thank you.
And this whole understanding of Hinduism, Hindutva, your coinage, which I like, Indic Renaissance, which is different, you feel, from Hindu nationalism. We'll go one by one quickly, and then we'll get into the discussion so that everyone has an understanding of what we're talking about.
Sure.
Hinduism, Hindutva, Indic Renaissance. Quick definitions.
Way of life, not a religion, is the first definition for Hinduism, which has been forced to conform to the narrow confines of religion thanks to the Constitution's Christian take on religion. One. Second, Hindutva is a religio-political civilizational manifestation of the need to preserve the self. And therefore, it has a resistive component. And as I said before, it is the need or the necessity of the times that Hinduism lives in. Indic Renaissance is perhaps my way of looking at it, or perhaps I'm one of the stakeholders, which is to say that political Hindutva alone cannot do the job, because at the end of the day, it has a tendency to reduce nuance. It has a tendency to perhaps exploit a particular genuine sentiment for political ends, rightly so. However, societal Hindutva perhaps means the percolation of Hindu consciousness at every level in different fields, which includes culture, education, which was discussed today extensively, I think 2 sessions ago, legal thinking, political theories, environment, economics, and whatnot. So therefore, the need to increase Hindu consciousness across the board, independent of what happens at the political level, is perhaps the reason why I would want to call it as Indic Renaissance. In that particular sense, it is all-encompassing and it is much more comprehensive than political Hindutva.
So are we in the age of Indic Renaissance, or are we at the cusp of it?
I would say we are barely at the beginning of it. I think there's a long way to go, because you see, over the last 3 or 4 years, conversations have been repeatedly and repetitively revolving only around the question of what the Marxists and, let's say, the Nehruvian coterie did to history in terms of distortion. I think that discussion is more or less done and dusted. Now I think it's time to implement an action and put out the work. Because after a point, it ends up taking the shape of endless victimhood, where there is let's say there is no value addition. So today, if someone tells me, why isn't that we aren't doing this in history? Why aren't we actually incorporating this as part of a knowledge system? I'd say, why don't you pose the question to the people in power? That's the audience to which this question must be aimed at. Unfortunately, we don't seem to be doing that. So I think now we are past the identification of the problem. Now the question is, what is the solution to address this particular problem? How serious are we about it? Is history, so when you look at, let's say, revisioning of history, it's not revisionism in that particular sense, but it is perhaps, as previous panelists put forth, presenting, let's say, a clear picture along with facts. But then it's not going to be limited to the realm of history alone. When you look at history, you're not going to be just limited to history of politics, but you're also going to be looking at history of education, history of culture, and whatnot, history of science in this country, so on and so forth. So that, I think, in that particular direction, NEP is perhaps a baby step of a baby step of a baby step. So
Why
let's
do you
see.
say that?
Because when the NEP came out, I clearly felt it was a half measure. The government was perhaps, and I'm not someone who can put myself in the shoes of the government, so I'm sure there are 108 considerations that they have in mind. But I believe that the government is constantly holding back its punches in this particular direction, either because of lack of confidence with respect to what it wishes to present, or because although it thinks that it is justified in the position that it wishes to take, it doesn't know how to respond to or parry the attacks from the usual suspects in the media and academic establishment. Therefore,
that's hardly any left.
No, I don't think so, ma'am. As someone who practices in the legal fraternity, take it from me, keep left is the principle still in several areas, not just when it comes to Indian roads. So I've seen that way too often. I do not want to suffer under the delusion that political victory translates to a shift in the academic Overton window or a shift in the cultural window. And dare I also say this, unfortunately, I think there is a certain degree of cultural continuity or historical continuity even in the manner that this particular dispensation views at its own history. So when people read my books, they tend to assume that this is supposed to be some kind of a stick to beat the Congress with or the left with. Unfortunately, they've got it wrong. That's not what I'm trying to say. Both the left and the right and the very existence of terms such as left and the right points to the problem here, which is that we seem to lack originality and the confidence to draw from our own civilization. And that, I would say, equally afflicts the current establishment to a significant degree, but perhaps not to the degree that it afflicts the Congress establishment or the other political options that are available at this point. So I would say that no option today is ideal, and maybe that is always going to be the case, but I hope we start moving in a particular direction where at the very least we take incremental steps in addressing and correcting this particular position. Because you see, let me give you what exactly am I talking about. When it comes to issues such as caste and its nexus with Hindu Dharma, or its history in this particular country, the origin of untouchability, so on and so forth, I think it is political arithmetic that is dictating the course of how we wish to see history, as opposed to history dictating how politics should be redesigned. So therefore, on one hand, we end up constantly being told that caste is evil, caste is evil, caste is evil. Fantastic, then give up caste arithmetic altogether when it comes to elections. Why don't you walk the talk when it comes to this? So when it comes to your political arithmetic, you want to accept this particular reality, which means you have not been able to do away with it. But when it comes to history, it's almost as if we reduce that entire complex social system to something which the white man has given you to understand, and you start looking at your own social structures through the prism of, let's say, the received wisdom of that particular colonizer. So I think that is a problem that plagues the current dispensation as much as it did the previous dispensation. The only good part is this dispensation is perhaps a big tent of several non-left ideas, and therefore there are several alternative voices within this particular camp as well. So in that particular sense, perhaps the movement of 2014 to 2023 has been that for all practical purposes, Congress, or let's say what it represents, is no more the subject of the debate. The entire debate has shifted to this side. And now this side has multiple perspectives to argue and thrash out within itself. So there are some people who believe that Hindutva stands for Hindu modernity. And people like me effectively say, at the very least, have the guts and the confidence to junk this word called modernity because it has a very colonial undertone to it. Please understand its origins. And think of Hindutva as Hindu decolonization from a cultural and a psychological and a consciousness perspective. So that is the current debate. And I am of the conscious view that this particular debate will perhaps chart the course of the next 15 to 20 years at the very least. So we may not ultimately end with a situation where either side wins comprehensively, and it's not a victory in that particular sense, but you may end up with some kind of a hybrid outcome.
A hybrid between decolonialization and modernity?
So Hindutva decoloniality and Hindutva modernity. I think that is where the battle is at this point.
And what will that hybrid look like?
So it's like this. Hindu modernity is being presented as the new version of Hindutva by quite a few people who seem to somehow be comfortable marrying Savarkar and Ambedkar and Periyar. I mean, I don't know how that actually works. They want to somehow co-opt Savarkar, they also want to co-opt Ambedkar, they also want to co-opt Periyar, and on the same issue. I can understand for different issues it makes sense, but on the very same issue of Hindu dharma, caste, and so on and so forth. Hindu decoloniality says, first, understand the system for what it is. Then ask yourself whether it makes sense to constantly bash that particular system for what it was. And then ask yourself whether what it exists as is relevant and can it coexist with contemporary situations and circumstances and the demands of the current day. That is a much better approach than appropriating a few icons or a few, let's say, tall leaders merely because it has a certain political appeal and it caters to a particular vote, let's say, voting audience, and then somehow recraft history. That's not how history is supposed to work. And which is precisely why I have very clear reservations with respect to outsourcing Indic Renaissance and Hindutva altogether to the political stakeholders. Because in their hands, it is always a creature of compromise, it's always a creature of convenience, and it's always a creature of political correctness, something that history should never be subjected to. History is always politically incorrect, and it's important to address it head on, whatever it may be. If history tells me that certain aspects of certain smritis are indeed racist in nature, or they indeed perpetuate a certain supremacy, I would simply ask, okay, then how do I look at that particular portion of history for what is good, what is bad, and what is ugly, and what do I take from there? So neither am I asking for whitewashing of everything, but I'm certainly not going to be comfortable with the very same mistakes that the Congress committed now that it comes to a different entity altogether. I've said this before, I think Congress is not an entity, it's a Pretatma. So merely because it may have lost political, let's say, relevance in some portions of the country doesn't mean that the spirit has not traversed into the current dispensation. There are certain portions of the current dispensation who have appropriated that Pretatma. I think there needs to be some kind of exorcism that is performed, but since I'm a Hindu, I won't resort to exorcism, I'll go to Tantra.
You mustn't be a very popular man with the current dispensation then.
No, I think I have my uses.
Which is?
Which is, I think, when a particular position or an issue cannot be articulated well, or if so for instance, I'll give you a clear example. There was this marital rape petition that was pending before the division bench of the Delhi High Court. A special bench was constituted for it. And
for those who don't know, Sai is an engineer from Anna University and a lawyer from IIT, which I find very interesting.
So I've been a lawyer for 14 years, and they say that after a husband vanishes for 7 years, he's effectively dead. I've not been an engineer for 14 years, so I'm no more an engineer.
No more an engineer.
So I am a lawyer, I will die a lawyer. So this issue was about whether the court has the power to recognize a new species of rape, such as marital rape. This was the question, and I'm sure there are law students here and they'll find it interesting. The government was not taking a clear position for whatever reason, and I think the very clear reason that was given, and I think which is very legitimate, was considering that this is a subject of law and order, states do have a right when it comes to this. So the government is actually respecting the concept of federalism and say that we are not going to take a unilateral position in this, we need to consult everybody else. But somehow the Delhi High Court was keen on proceeding with the matter with a lot of expedition. And so with no clear position forthcoming from the government, because it was still in the process of consultation, stakeholders such as me and others basically felt that an alternative position needs to be presented. And that alternative position is recognition of marital rape is justified, but it cannot come through the instrumentality of the court, because the court is not a legislative body. A court cannot lay down evidentiary standards. It is not mandated by the constitution. It is not equipped to do so by design. It needs to consult marriage counselors, social anthropologists and whatnot. It does not have the benefit of their experience. Lawyers are not experts on everything from anthropology to gynecology, so let us be very clear about what our limitations are. So therefore, in those instances, I decided to jump into the picture thanks to a couple of interveners. So in those instances, perhaps I think my presence is valued, but I'm not doing this to be valued by anybody. I believe in a particular position, and therefore I'm going to pursue it. If somebody asks me between the two dispensations and between the two ideological hues, so to speak, which way you tilt, well, saffron is my color. I own it very clearly. I have no problems with it. I'm not going to run away from it. Although, of course, this is blue, so it's still okay. So the point is, I don't think that there is any equation between me and the government which allows me to put a finger on it and say, oh, today they love me, today they hate me. I have no idea. There is no direct line of communication. On certain issues, I know for a fact that there are interests or there are overlaps. Some are happy and some are perhaps just a matter of, let's say, coincidence. And beyond that, there is no equation. So if the government likes me, fine. If it doesn't, so be it. It really doesn't make a difference to my life.
One of the issues in your definition of Hindutva is the idea of peaceful versus pacifist Hinduism.
Yes.
Which is something that a lot of people have concerns about, because in a way it calls for a weaponization of the religion. And it also in a way otherizes Muslims in particular. Why do you think this is so important, that you have to have an understanding that the martial element of Hinduism was something that was taken away from it,
right,
and which we now need to revitalize or re-energize in Hinduism?
I'm not asking for weaponization of Hinduism. I'm basically saying at least recognize the fact that your gods have weapons in their hands. Okay?
But they also have other things. That's not the only
So here's the thing. So I would say you may have a book and a weapon, and you may have a lotus and a weapon, in which case peace and power go hand in hand. Okay? My point is that a weak person who is emasculated has absolutely no bargaining chip to begin with and has no place at the negotiating table. So I think that's the fool's paradise to live in. And as much as I would want to believe as a constitutional, let's say as a practicing constitutional and commercial litigator, that the monopoly of violence or the monopoly of force must be exclusively with the government or the state, I've seen how it is wielded, and I've also seen how it is not conveniently. And I've also seen instances where entire swathes of population have been left to their own devices to protect themselves. The latest of instances being the anti-Hindu violence under the current dispensation of the West Bengal government in the aftermath of the elections in 2021. And as someone who argued before the Constitution bench of the Calcutta High Court on this particular matter, specifically enumerating instances of mass gang rapes, I know for a fact that the outsourcing of the monopoly over violence to the state has not exactly helped. Therefore, I'm not saying let's be unconstitutional. I'm not asking for militarization. I'm not asking for any of those aspects. I'm simply saying, is self-defense part of the bundle of fundamental rights, the amorphous bundle of fundamental rights that the Constitution spells out? The Constitution expressly spells out a few fundamental rights, over and above which the Supreme Court has spelled out 21 further rights at the very least. Now, therefore, I'm asking myself this basic question: is the right to self-defense, not the right of wanton violence, not the right of preemptive action, the right of self-defense, Is that something which is beyond the pale of reasonableness? In my humble and clear opinion, it is not. That is where I stand. Now, coming to the question of otherization, well, as long as religions exist, one will always be the other to the other. Finish the concept of religion and then we'll say, oh, there is no such thing as being the other. Second,
but it doesn't necessarily imply hatred.
Of course not. But let us strike a very clear distinction between the recognition of the other and hatred for the other.
Yeah.
I'm clearly on that particular point. Now I'll go a step further. If my existence as a polytheistic, murti worshipping Hindu, practicing Hindu, is an anathema in the eyes of certain scriptures, I'll not name it. I don't want to suffer the consequences or let's say the realities of Nupur Sharma. So, assuming that I'm the object of hatred, regardless of who I am, even if I don't pose a threat, even if I don't come in the way of somebody else's existence, and I am being told this over and over again at least 3 times a day using public speaking systems, you please tell me, am I the one who is causing this particular otherization, or am I basically saying I am already othered, plus my existence has been dehumanized? History speaks volumes to this particular effect. The history of this particular subcontinent is the product of dehumanization of the other, and the other in this particular case being the native of this land, namely the Hindu. Am I not expected to at the very least be alive to these historical realities and speak for my own protection? If the answer is no, I am being told that I must effectively subject myself to surrender, which is something that I am not for. And therefore, I am asking for the revival of the martial spirit, but in the interest of self-defense, not in the interest of preemptive action or wanton violence against any community. That is my position.
But at a time when already you have so much of polarization in society, so much rage, so many avenues that are blocked for self-expression, that sometimes rage is the only way you can express yourself. Is that not somewhat dangerous?
Sure, but the burden should not be on the Hindu community alone.
Given that they are majority?
So? No, hold on. So
this
because
goes back to the victimhood.
That's exactly what I'm coming to.
Yeah.
The existence of the Hindu community in the majority does not mean that we have a greater responsibility to preserve peace. This is the false narrative, and particularly as a community which has suffered at the hands of invaders and colonizers, I'm sorry, the burden is no more on us. We have done away with 1/3 of our land by way of Pakistan and Bangladesh. What more is expected of this community? Never again would be the policy at this stage. And it goes back to a very different connotation altogether. So I'm making this very clear statement, and I'm happy to quote instances from the Constituent Assembly debates where they clearly said, while the majority will be cognizant of the rights of the minority so that they are treated at par with them when it comes to constitutional rights, this treatment and this particular extension of, let's say, of goodwill cannot be a one-way street. And it is up to the minority to also ensure that it conducts itself in a way that public morality is largely dictated by the majority in every jurisdiction, and it conforms to public morality. Remember, this conversation is happening in the aftermath of the vivisection of this country with millions of lives being lost. So today the burden still cannot be on us. I am certainly no representative for Hindus. I don't speak for them. I will certainly represent those Hindus who believe that Hindus have a right to say these things, who believe it is time it is said. So I certainly represent that particular cross-section of Hindus. So I am not saying that let us add to the problem. I'm sorry, I'm only saying the problem has existed for long. I'm only saying at the very least, get your head out of the sand and acknowledge these realities and deal with those realities in whatever way possible, staying within the bounds of constitutionality and law.
So self-defense, can it become vigilantism?
So let's put it this way. So vigilance,
which would be a problem?
Okay, let's look at it this way. If I were to give you a butter knife, how do I know you're not going to use it to slash your own wrist or kill me? It can happen anyway. I am not going to delegitimize the existence of a butter knife because of the possibility of it being misused for some other purpose. Self-defense is clear. To any average person with a reasonable IQ who understands the concept of Atmaraksha, self-defense has a very clear connotation, which is when attacked, protect. That's it. It takes perhaps semantic jugglery and a great leap of imagination and the English language, of which I'm a very poor student, to equate self-defense with vigilantism. I don't see how that works.
Let's quickly talk about some of the fictional niceties that you say we have been living with.
Yes.
And time that we got rid of them.
Yes.
Could we mention a few?
How blunt do you want me to be?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You have a most receptive audience.
A few sessions ago, one participant here from Kashmir basically and a peaceful movement and a non-violent movement secured independence for us. Nothing could be further from the truth. I'm sorry, history is completely, it goes against the person who made this statement, and I'm happy to discuss facts. The problem is that these are certain realities. So why do I have a problem with this reality? Assume for a moment that this reality is merely academic and it's been put in the cold storage of history and has absolutely no relevance to my existence today. I don't have a problem with it. A comfortable reality which makes no difference to my life today, its existence I'm not concerned with at all. But if that comfortable reality is used to lull and dull the sense of self-preservation of the Hindu community as a community, then I will have to call out the bluff that is that uncomfortable reality. And therefore, I'm saying at a time when the borders of this particular country, and this is a reality, I'm happy to actually quote facts on this. Multiple news reports have clearly said that there's a massive demographic imbalance when it comes to the border districts of Bihar and all those regions. And I can point out the massive demographic inversion in this particular state also. This is happening in Andhra Pradesh. This is happening across the country. When this is the case, am I to continue to believe in this uncomfortable reality, or let's say this comfortable myth and fiction to my own detriment? I'm not going to. If this were not the case, I don't have a problem with it. But since it is a continuing reality, I have to deal with it. The problem is what we seem to be thinking of is the scepter of next round of partition, or the next wave of partition here at my doorstep? No, it is not. So why are we raking this up? 1947 never happened overnight. It did not even start with the Khilafat movement. It started at least 1.5 centuries before. So partition typically happens when there is the right kind of demographic balance or imbalance at play depending on who you represent and what your interests are. It's a question of biding your time. And therefore, being a decent student of history who has done his homework when it comes to this particular subject, I'm saying, I think we are inching and perhaps hurtling in the very same direction. And if it happens after 1947, we have nobody else to blame but ourselves for our own stupidity.
So if not the Constitution, what?
Of course the Constitution. Without a doubt the Constitution. The question is not, if not the Constitution, what? The question is, what is the Constitution's position with respect to the civilization and its right to exist? Hence the topic of the first book, India, that is Bharat, Coloniality, Civilization, Constitution, which is, what is the nexus between this civilization's basic impulses and the constitutional morality, or the constitutional morality that everybody constantly spews about and pontificates to the Hindu community about? What is the relationship? Is the Constitution at loggerheads with the Hindu philosophy, with Hindu civilization and its basic rights of existence? If yes, should the Constitution be reconsidered? Should we go back to the drawing board stage? Should it hit reset? Your next question to that will be, then what happens to others? Right? Okay.
No, my next question is, then
what?
Yeah.
Then what? My entire submission has been, the existence of others in this country predates the Constitution of 1950. So it is not the Constitution that has safeguarded the existence of others here. It is the fact that the majority is largely peace-loving and is accommodating as long as the others don't come in the way of our existence and our way of life, period. As simple as that. Now therefore, assuming that we go back to the hit reset stage and the drawing board stage, and I come out with a Dharmic Republic 2.0 and I say this republic, it needs a revisitation, it is still not going to result in what people typically, let's say, project by way of fear-mongering, a Nazification of Bharat. No, that's not going to happen. Because you're effectively comparing the European supremacist with Hindus. That's such an injustice to people who are victims of colonization and European supremacy. So we are not made in that particular mold, we are not made that way. take it, okay, let's ask ourselves a simple question. Dr. Ambedkar is effectively known to have pushed for population exchange, complete population transfer after 1947. Now, he is apparently being quoted by those who bat for minority rights. I don't know how that works. Now, second, let's look at it this way. Despite the horror of partition, despite the specific religious basis for the two-nation theory, and I would say the founding fathers of the two-nation theory had a very clear scriptural basis. They quoted the chapter and verse from that particular scripture. Despite that, did it see a mass wave of genocide against this particular community after 1947? Did that happen? Can the entire, let's say you summon the entire army and all the police forces across the country, are they enough to deal with the Hindu community if the Hindu community decides to pick up the weapon? In 1947, had they done so? Not possible. Because there was no such reason to fear such a backlash. In popular, let's say, representation in pop culture, you have had Naushad, you have had Rafi, you have had Dilip Kumar. People constantly say, no, he had to change his name from Yusuf Khan to Dilip Kumar because of the atmosphere then. Well, there are so many other people, including directors such as Mehboob, who did not have to change their names. How is that possible unless and until this is fundamentally an accepting community? So give this community.
I thought you didn't like Bollywood.
Let's just say there are portions.
You're a great opponent of it.
The good part of being me is that I'm not predictable. And it's very difficult for anybody to actually say, this is his position and this is where we're going to pin him down. I'll have a clear proviso clause according to a lawyer's vocabulary.
You're a good lawyer as well. Great. May I ask for a couple of questions quickly? We have Sai here, and I'm sure a lot of people will want to ask. Please, take the mic, please. Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Sir, how can we contribute to this indigenization as a common man? How can I take part in this transformation, sir?
See, first of all, I would suggest that, okay, how do I answer this question? A lot of people actually think that my call is for everybody to jump into this either through the legal profession or whatever it is. I don't think I'm making that statement at all. First thing is, in your own personal lives, independent of whether there is any other religious identity in this country or not, let there be a genuine attempt to understand your own faith and your own roots. It makes very little sense to become more Hindu merely because the Muslim is more Muslim. I don't think that should be the competition we should be indulging in. That makes really no sense. He follows his faith or she follows her faith. The question is, are you committed to your faith independent of what others are doing with respect to their faith? So, perhaps my first call is be true to your own roots as much as possible. Try and understand your own history as much as possible. Obviously, this has got no economic ROI. There is no return on investment in this. This is purely out of self-interest if you're interested in preserving your roots. That's it. That's point number one. Two, after a long time, I think we are at an interesting juncture where social media garbage is competing with fantastic works being put out by people through books. Both these movements are happening side by side. Choose the right side. I'm not using right for a different reason. I'm just saying choose the right side. Okay? Put more faith in facts. Cultivate a greater sense of reading. And try and educate and have conversations on, let's say, on campuses, in office spaces, wherever possible. The biggest problem today is not political stifling of any particular opinion, but the percolation of cancel culture from the West in Bharat society. Which is, if I want to discuss the Sabarimala issue in, let's say, a certain campus in Bangalore or in Chennai or certain places, I cannot hope to get out of that place in one piece because of the opinions I hold. That is the unfortunate reality of this country today. That is the same case with any other issue. So I think we need to be able to come out with platforms or let's say some kind of solutions where it is possible to engage in these conversations and hopefully present our positions with some kind of substantial basis. Let opinions not precede facts. Let facts come first. Give facts an opportunity to breathe, which means it calls for greater homework. That's the first thing. Second,
therefore, attend more platforms like ours.
I'll just take one point, just one final point. Two, I think all of these conversations are useless if they are entirely relegated to the political realm. The one institution which I think has been misunderstood and misrepresented is the temple, and underrepresented and disenfranchised. Try and see what you can do to that institution, not to compete with anybody else for anything else, but because it is that particular nerve center which is the product of your civilization's journey after several millennia of understanding. It has a lot of role to play. Try and revive its centrality in your lives, and maybe you have better solutions to offer.
Wonderful. Another question quickly, and then we can, yeah, please.
Hi. So you have said that Hinduism is a way of life. The
Yes.
beliefs that you hold is a way of life.
Right.
As a lawyer, I wanted to understand what your stance would be on girls who've been asked in Karnataka to remove their hijabs, and because of which their education has been impacted. There have been reports that have come out that hundreds of girls have been forced to quit education because of, something that they believe is a way of their life has been snatched away from them.
Right.
So as a lawyer, what's your stance?
So when the controversy broke out, my initial reaction was, ye phir se naya controversy kya hai? What is this each time something happens? I am also alive to the active involvement of the PFI in instigating this particular issue. But let us look at it independent of that for a moment. Genuinely speaking, if my position were asked, I would say, my only question, let's say point of inquiry would be, if I were to oppose the wearing of the hijab on school campuses and college campuses, if it happens to be government aided, and if I had a cousin or if I had a child who wants to observe the Ayyappa Diksha and still go to school wearing the black dress, will he also be restricted from observing those practices and wearing those symbols because it happens to be a government aided institution? And from that perspective, I decided to spell out my position to say, uniform plus hijab, I don't see a problem. As long as the basic dress code exists, and over and above that you have the hijab, I don't have a problem with it. Because I don't subscribe to the militant notions of secularism under any circumstances. That's a position I've consciously taken. One of the arguments that I've also presented is, in secular spaces or in public spaces is where people must have the right to wear their symbols because they are also announcing their presence and existence as a community. So there I don't have a problem. Because one of the questions I also asked myself is, if tomorrow someone were to sport the shikha and go to that institution, shikha obviously has a religious connotation. Would he be asked to chop off the shikha? Or to say that the shirt that you're wearing is so translucent that your genu is visible, so I think you need to do something about it? I'm therefore looking at that issue from the perspective of, will the position come back to haunt me and affect me with respect to my practices? I'm in that particular sense parochial, bigot, whatever you can call it, it's okay, no problem. These are all the labels which I'm happily willing to swallow and accept. So going from that perspective, in the interest of preserving my own ability to wear my identity wherever. So it's like this, come to the Supreme Court. You will see vibhutis, you will see the Vaishnav Tika or other tilak, you will see the shikhas, you will see hijabs, you will see beards, you will see the pagdis, you will see representations across the board. If the Supreme Court can have it, which is supposed to be a secular institution, at least on paper, why can't a school have it? Let's look at it from that perspective. And the question would also be, from the, we usually apply this principle called the harm principle. Who is it affecting? How is it exactly affecting? So if the hijab is not worn, will the teacher not know that the student is a Muslim? How are you going to take the roll call when it comes to attendance then? If the idea is to somehow pixelate the student's religious identity from the teacher's attention, is the wearing of the hijab the only thing that's going to proclaim the person's identity? No. So I'm not here batting for the pro-hijab community here, let me be clear. I am merely saying my position on the hijab is based on, if I were to take an anti-hijab position in a secular institution, what is it going to do to the ability of Hindus to wear their own symbols in secular institutions?
As he said, he's totally unpredictable, and he's proved that with this answer as well. Thank you so much, Sai. It's always such a pleasure to talk to you. Okay, quickly.
Yeah, one-line question.
Yes, sir.
Your views on splitting language from religion.
Sorry, what?
Your views on splitting language from religion.
religion.
Yeah.
I think, I don't think the opinion on this subject can be cut and dried, because after a point what happens is a language tends to be associated with a particular culture and with a particular religion. So for instance, prior to the advent of Islam, there were no, at least there were not Islamic languages. But those languages have come to be associated with Islam primarily because of its adoption and its patronage by rulers who were Muslim in identity. And this is excluding, let's say, Urdu. Turkic, for that matter, is not exactly an Islamic language, but it has become associated with that particular culture. So I think the relationship is amorphous. At the same time, I think it is a real relationship. It's a question of the time frame. So for instance, if you were to go 1400 years ago, you wouldn't have any concept of an Islamic language at all. But post 7th century CE, clearly certain languages have taken a certain hue. And specifically in the context of Bharat, Urdu and Farsi were seen as Muslim languages by the Muslim community and their leaders and their political organizations and cultural organizations, so much so that from the 1860s onwards, apart from this two-nation theory having its own religious basis, it had a very strong linguistic basis. You had defense organizations being set up by Syed Ahmad Khan for the defense of Urdu in upper parts of Bharat. And this started happening across the country. So I think it's difficult to say that language has no religion, because at the end of the day, it captures the journey of a particular culture. And if culture has perhaps a decent relationship with religion, it's impossible to do away with the relationship between language and religion. Sir, a follow-up may be too much, because Kaveri ji has always been gracious with me, and she's always given me an opportunity to spell out my point of view. I don't want to take her time for granted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, Sai.
Thank you so much. I think there were many follow-up questions that I think we will need much more time for, perhaps. But for today, a big round of applause. We really appreciate a very, very interesting session. And ma'am, if you would do the honors, request our CEO. Or sir, yes, sir. Either or, thank you. Thank you for joining us this evening. A big round of applause for Sai Deepak. Thank you so much. As we move on to the last session of today, promises to be equally interesting. The local is global, telling Indian tales. Please welcome on stage Vivek Agnihotri, filmmaker. Thank you for joining us this evening, sir. And we once again welcome Kaveri Bamzai, senior journalist, who will chair this session.
Thank you, Vivek. You've been waiting very patiently while we were talking to Sai, but I'm sure you found his session interesting. He has a lot of interesting things to say.
Always, I mean,
yeah.
Listening to Sai is always a pleasure, yeah.
So, Kashmir Files, it's been a year now. You've shown it all over the world to more than just the pundits. A lot of other people have seen it too. What do you feel after a year after making that film? What's your sense of, do you have a sense of distance from it, or do you still feel emotional when you look back at how you made it?
I'm trying to remember because I move very fast. I very quickly move on, and I've just finished as I sit here. Just few days back, we finished shooting a very, very important film of our times called The Vaccine War. So while the whole world is still discussing the Kashmir Files, I don't think...
Some Israelis in particular.
A lot of people discuss that. But because people have used this as a weapon, you know, and they do it for their own vested interests. But I have moved on. We already finished Vaccine War, and now I am into compiling all the 4-year-old research which has been going on in 7-8 cities for the Delhi Files, and going to write the script of Delhi Files. But okay, so the Kashmir
Which you
Files...
still haven't told us what Delhi Files is about.
What Delhi Files is about, when Delhi Files comes, we'll talk about it. Otherwise, people are going to make my life hell. So they won't let me live in peace. But as far as the Kashmir Files is concerned, Kashmir Files, if you have to make a balance sheet, I really don't know what the terror groups and people who support them ideologically or people who are against the Kashmir Files, what is their balance sheet. But as far as I am concerned, what it has done is that the film used itself as soft power of India, and diplomatically it convinced many, many policymakers in the world, and I have a list of all those policymakers and some of the top policymakers of the world. And I just came here, I was recording something in the room because the Speaker of US Congress asked me to make a video on Kashmir after seeing the film, the Speaker, McCarthy, who's just been elected. So in UK Parliament, in Germany, in Holland, in USA, obviously, in South Africa, Johannesburg, in India, so many policymakers have become aware of a problem which they were not aware, A. Second, a lot of people were aware, but they used to think that Kashmir is not an Indian land, and we have illegally occupied it because that's what the propaganda has been for so many years. And when the news of killings used to come, people used to believe that Indian army is killing Muslims in Kashmir. And only after seeing the film, they, for the first time, they got to know that, oh, there were people from other communities also who lived in Kashmir. Like when you think of Iran or Iraq or Afghanistan, the only thing you can think of, some of the most educated people here would think that only Muslims live in these countries. And that's exactly how Kashmir was positioned. By who? By our own people. So that myth has been busted. Second thing is, now you see, also you see that Kashmir is being debated almost every second day now. Even one killing in Kashmir becomes a national news, which is a very, very big thing for a film to achieve. Which other film, I don't think in recent history, has been able to create so much of conversation around a theme. So, okay, and also something which we believe is a matter of pride for us and which has actually done a big thing, and since you are from, you know the film industry very well, mark my words, not today, but after a few years, or maybe when I am not on this earth, people will understand the value of a jury chairman to come on a stage and call this film propaganda and vulgar. Why it is very important for them to come out, at least now you know what happens when you disrupt a corrupt, lethal ecosystem. And after a few years, you will understand the contribution of the Kashmir Files in India's socio-political relevance, and you will understand how many enemies of India we have busted and exposed. So this is the balance sheet of Kashmir Files.
The unfortunate bit, of course, is that the Kashmiri Pandits are still where they were, abandoned by the state.
No, I don't think so. It's not true. It's not true. If you start calculating life on every second, every day basis, then perhaps yes. But no, today Kashmir, government is pushed, government is forced. I know, I meet these people. I know how much stress and pressure Prabhu would know. They are to solve this problem. Every second day their high-powered meetings are happening in PMO or HMO or somewhere. They are really concerned about it. All media channels are talking about it. This is all a film can do. I mean, if you think that we are going to really pick up Kashmiri Pandits, take them to Kashmir, if you expect that from me, then thank you very much. But I don't think this is, I signed for that.
But you did sign up for the community to express their pain, to express their trauma. And it was a lot of trauma. It's a lot of pain that they continue to suffer. Their continual targeted killings, even now in Kashmir. Does that not still bother you?
No, what bothers me is that every day some Hindu is being killed in Kashmir. And still people think Kashmir Files is propaganda. That's what bothers me. And that's why I made the film, so that the younger generation knows. And it's not about Hindu and Muslim, it's about terrorism. The problem is that people don't have the spine to stand up and say, yes, terrorism exists in Kashmir and people are killed because of their religion. I did not kill 36 Sikhs in Kashmir. 36, you know that. Nobody talks about it. They were not Hindus. They were Sikhs. They call themselves different from Hindus. They were also killed. So many army personnel have been killed. And when people say that Muslims are also being killed in Kashmir, why didn't you show that? Which Muslims are being killed? Let's talk about that. This is the first time I'm talking about it. Which Muslims have been killed? Muslims who are working for Government of India. Police, constables, postmasters, Doordarshan officers, teachers who are in Kendriya Vidyalaya, which is central government. Anybody who said, we believe in India, or we are with India, or we respect Indian flag, those people were killed. And who had to leave Kashmir? Not even one Muslim. Have you ever met any Muslim living outside Kashmir who says, I was thrown out of Kashmir? So this is, what is propaganda? It's for you to decide what is truth and what is propaganda. I think even an idiot 5-year-old child can also understand, but then a lot of, journalists and filmmakers don't understand that.
Vivek, one of the problems, I can say this also because I belong to the Pandit community. One of the problems has been the debate around the film. The film itself is undeniably true. The debate around it has become quite toxic. Do you regret that?
No, how can I be responsible for somebody else's actions? My company is called I Am Buddha, so I believe in some Buddhist teachings, and if somebody throws dirt at you, I am not responsible for that. It's that person who's responsible. I didn't start the debate. Did I make it toxic? Who's making it toxic? I am not the jury chairman who stands up and says it's propaganda and vulgar. I'm not a film director who says this film must not go for Oscars.
Yeah.
Am I that person? I'm not saying it. It's somebody from Bollywood who's saying it. Anurag Kashyap said it. And he said it when there was no discussion of Oscar. Why did he say that? Ask him. Don't ask me. I am not the toxic person. Toxic are those people who did let it happen for last 30 years and now they want to kill me because I exposed them. That's why they're coming on stage. We are disruptors. We have disrupted what? I have not disrupted Bollywood like Bollywood people want to believe. I have disrupted this hypocrisy. I have disrupted this truth. This film, we made it, you have seen the film. Anybody who believes in Saraswati would know. Anybody who has little conscience would know how much honesty and sincerity with which we have made this film. How much responsibility we have taken to show human emotions when we made this film. Every Kashmiri Pandit knows that. Every human being knows that. It's not we are making it a debate. We wanted people, and who are these people who are making it toxic? The same people who say Black Lives Matter and we should have empathy and compassion for blacks. We should have compassion and empathy for everything, dogs, cats, ants, rats, and everything. But you should have no compassion and empathy. There are cat mothers and cat fathers on Twitter, and the same people go and they abuse Kashmir Files and they laugh at the killings and the murder of your brothers and sisters. It's not me who should be angry, it's you who should be angry. You means, your community should be angry. But that community never got angry. They started educating their children. And today, I was recently, very, very recently, I was in America. Golden Globe people had invited me. They wrote about us also, our film. But sadly, they saw our film when all the selections were done. And they told me this thing, that Kashmiri Pandit community is the most educated and perhaps one of the richest ethnic communities in US.
That's right.
All right? Then who should be angry? Not me.
Vivek, you've always been an outlier, even in your own industry. You've always...
It's not my industry, by the way. I belong to Indian cinema industry. I don't belong to Bollywood. I resigned from Bollywood.
Why did you resign from Bollywood, and why doesn't Bollywood like you? Why doesn't it... it's a tremendous... Bollywood worships money, okay? We all know that. There's not been a more profitable film in recent history than Kashmir Files. Why do they still not like you?
Close your eyes and think of Congress of 2011 to 2014. Think of that phase of Congress. I'm not saying how it is today. Corrupt, arrogant, debauch, totally indifferent. Yeah, debauch, yeah. Totally indifferent, greedy, ready to sell Indian interests, which they still do. Okay, always talking enemy's language, nothing to do with India's common man's concerns. That's how Congress was. This is exactly what Bollywood is today. Exactly. And that's why people are revolting. They are rebelling against Bollywood, because Bollywood is not what middle class common Indians want to identify with, the kind of Bollywood we have today. See all the top 10 stars, directors, producers. Look at their faces. Imagine, close your eyes right now at this moment. Tell me which one of them actually represent Indian ethos or Indian culture or Indian society.
Yet you have a movie.
Then how can I belong there? Every word of mine, every pore of my body exudes Indian culture, Indian ethos, Indian philosophy. How can I fit in over there? So
Yet
that's why they cancelled me.
They cancelled you, but you cancelled them in return.
Oh yeah, why not?
But
I'm not Gandhi.
Yet you have a movie like Pathan, which comes in again, wins over the box office, and Bollywood is rejoicing again. Great times are back. We're back in business.
Good for them. Good for them. It's just I don't know if it's the beginning of an end or it's the end of a beginning. I don't know. We'll know in some time. I mean, see, this is the problem. Not even once, till date, you show me one place where I have spoken about the commercials or box office or the success of Kashmir Files. Every single day I'm working almost door to door to ensure, even when I'm sitting here right now, just now since I've come in the afternoon, we are making a docu-series called Kashmir Unreported. You know, on the history, art, literature, culture, this thing. We are working on that. My idea is to use cinema as a soft power, as a diplomatic tool to tell the world what we failed to tell the world in last 70 years, that yes, we are responsible people, we understand human rights, and we are not the kind of people you want to believe. I want Indian cinema to do to India what Hollywood did to USA, but unfortunately we still want to go and showcase this blockbuster and say this is what we are all about. We are not about that. I'm not that. I'm definitely not that. I'm not proud of that cinema. Then how can I belong there? Let them be happy. Time very soon, lots of films are coming in next few months. You will see how middle class reacts to it.
Do you think the resurgence of Southern cinema or the rise of Southern cinema or its emergence on the national scene has something to do with the fact that people are tired or jaded about Bollywood?
I don't think so. This is also very hyped up thing.
Do you think it's a nonsensical debate?
South makes so many hundreds of films. 2-3 films working nationally and globally is a wonderful sign. It means it's the re-emergence of Indian cinema. And I'm happy. I hope that Bengali cinema, Marathi cinema, Gujarati, all kinds of cinema becomes prosperous. And we also give birth to something called Hindi cinema. Okay, which has
is
died.
Different from.
There is no Hindi cinema anymore. Where is Hindi cinema? Name one.
What is Bollywood producing then?
Crap. Junk.
In which language?
What does McDonald produce? Tell me one thing. You have been here. Let me ask you an academic question. It sounds academic, but it's a very simple question. Right? Tell me in last 5 years or last 10 years, name how many great writers, directors, actors, music directors, what have you produced? Name one. Huh? Yeah, obviously. Why not?
Talk show host.
Yeah. So, but I mean, somebody who has contributed to cinema. I'm not saying somebody who's like, how do you define brilliance and excellence? You don't. Somebody who has contributed. You say, yeah, this is the contribution to cinema. Has anybody done R&D? Zero. Which industry in the world can ever grow or survive by spending 0% R&D in their entire 2,000-3,000 crores? The films you're talking about, it's such a big blockbuster and all that. It's like अब देखिए आप कहीं भी बंदर का डांस होता है 50-100 लोग तो इकट्ठे ही हो जाते हैं. No, there's a difference between cinema and circus. Even circus is entertainment. The problem is the Bollywood has a circus mentality. That's why in their films, one of the biggest, most successful dialogue is cinema means entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. So does circus. So does Bandar ka dance. Even that girl walking on that rope, that tightrope, she's also entertaining people. But is this what cinema should be used for? That is my question. I said, I don't belong here. I will not use it for that. For me, it is not just entertainment. When I walk into somebody's house in US, I want them to say, oh, acha, you guys make cinema and you make good cinema. People just laugh wherever you go. They say, oh, we are very popular in Germany. For what?
For song and dance.
Huh?
Our song and dance.
Song and dance, and which is also not something which is of exceptional quality. The same dances I'm seeing. I mean, if you just put a blob on the hero's face or heroine, I mean, if you edit some big stars clips, you won't even know which one is from which film. You won't know. It's a sad commentary, and I think it's time that instead of glorifying, we ask questions. I started asking questions. These people say we should speak truth to power. We should dissent against the establishment. What else am I doing? What else am I doing? And the people who go to JNU and stand up there and who say, I am here to speak truth to power, they don't have the bloody balls or guts to speak truth to power. The power is what? The producer, director who are making these films. They can't utter a word. What are they talking about?
But Vivek, when you talk about creative consciousness, you're always talking about rebelling, of being, in a constant state of change. Yet here you seem to be almost endorsing the state, or the state is endorsing you. Sometimes it's difficult to
endorsing what?
The state, the government. Sometimes it's difficult to figure, is the government endorsing you and benefiting from you, or are you benefiting from the government? Which is true? Is either true?
This is a trick question. Have you stopped beating your wife? So it's a very trick question.
No, I know that you can't beat your wife. No one can beat her.
See, I'll tell you what. I have grown in an India where I have always seen filmmakers supporting their prime minister. Okay?
Whoever the prime minister.
Rajkumar, Raj Kapoor, Lata Mangeshkar, Devanand, everybody, you see so many pictures with Nehru and Indira Gandhi. Nehru has said so much about Bollywood. Indira Gandhi has said so much about Bollywood. There has been exchange, and for all political processions, or when they have to raise funds and all, Bollywood has been there. So there has been a great relationship, Bollywood and this thing. Okay, and previous government also I have seen, they were like, they used to, I know people by name and by this thing, they would walk into 10 Janpath Road like they were walking into their cousin's house, And I know so many people. The problem is that...
Name.
No, but let's not, and it's not appropriate. Okay, if they name me, then I will name them. So, but what happened in 2014, I received a letter signed by Amir Khan and this and that and everybody in the industry, and they said, now a fascist is coming and he's a dictator and all that, and we should not vote for it. And believe you me, you can, if you meet Pallavi ever, she's a very, very honest person. Ask her. I had no much clue about Mr. Narendra Modi. I didn't have much clue about him because I really don't care much about state chief ministers. If you ask me, okay, tell me something about Telangana's chief minister or Kerala's, I don't know much about them. So I didn't know much. But then I said, why are they doing this? And I started then researching, understanding, and I listened to a lot of videos, I spoke to a lot of people, and I said, it sounds good to me. I want a modern person. I want somebody who wants India to grow and become developed, and I want somebody who gives us our spine back. And only for one reason, that here is a motivator, okay, or say a mass motivator who inspires the young people to have confidence in this country. I think nothing can be a bigger achievement than that. For rest of the thing, they're IS officers and everything. We need a leader who inspires people, makes them believe in this country, and from I can't do culture, shifts the mass psyche to can-do culture. I like these qualities of Mr. Narendra Modi, and I openly came out and said at that time, at the cost of being cancelled, that yes, I am going to support this person. And till date, I support the person. I don't support any party. If somebody is sitting here of BJP, they would know I don't even know anybody from BJP. The only person I support openly is Mr. Narendra Modi. Unless you give me a choice which is even 19, 19-20 बोलते हैं, 19 भी चलेगा, 18 भी चलेगा, 17 भी चलेगा. मैं तो इतना desperate हो गया हूँ, मैं तो कहता हूँ 2 भी चलेगा, 1 भी चलेगा, but don't give me 0, please. So the problem is the next choice is 0. That's the problem. And it's a sad situation. It's not a good thing to do, you know.
We should have a strong opposition.
Of course, we should have great opposition, yes.
So, your situation in Bollywood, now let me understand this perfectly. Does anyone talk to you there, and do you care?
I don't even know. I mean, seriously, it's like asking a Kashmiri Pandit that the people who live in Kashmir right now, do they care about you or do they talk to you? So the answer is, we don't know. I don't know. अब जो गली छोड़ दी उसमें मुड़ के क्यों देखना? So I am just doing my kind of cinema. I am doing it independently, and just want to tell you, we are the only film making people or production house in this country, perhaps for the first time, which has a full-fledged, a huge research department, and all my money which I earn, I put it back into that, and every time I try to pick up more people. We are the only one, and we are trying to change the way this industry functions.
So when can we expect vaccine wars?
Vaccine war, we had announced a long time back. It's coming on the 11th of August this year, and I'm sure it will come on the 11th of August, because we are going to stick. I know there are lots of people who announced after us, and they want us to leave. They say कि ये कौन है, इनको भगाओ यहाँ से, ये काम गेम खराब करने
अभी भी कह रहे हैं?
पेपरों में ही छपता रहता है.
उन्होंने बॉक्स ऑफिस नहीं देखा कश्मीर फाइल्स का?
They think it's a fluke.
अच्छा.
They think BJP did it. So आपने भी सवाल वही पूछा. Everybody wants to believe that, but people don't understand that to do 350 crores is not easy. And if BJP had done it, the film wouldn't have been in conversation today. You wouldn't have invited me here.
That is true. Questions from the audience, please. There have been other films that the BJP has endorsed as well, which haven't done well at all.
No, but Hindi movies have always been endorsed by different prime ministers. Nehru ji ने शहीद फिल्म को इतना endorse किया था. इंदिरा गांधी मनोज कुमार की हर फिल्म को endorse करती थी. देवानंद की फिल्मों को भी करती थी. बाद में झगड़ा हो गया.
बाद में नहीं किया.
सब करते आए हैं. उसमें कौन सी ऐसी बड़ी बात है? और अडवाणी जी करते रहे सारी जिंदगी. वाजपेयी जी करते रहे.
मतलब फिल्म critics थे ना.
फिल्मों का शौक रखने में क्या बुरी बात है? और endorse क्या? I mean, चलिए छोड़िए बात नहीं.
बोलिए.
नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. और मेरे लिए तो बहुत गर्व की बात है कि मेरे देश के प्रधानमंत्री ने मेरी फिल्म को एंडोर्स किया है, राइट? तो थैंक गॉड माफिया ने तो नहीं एंडोर्स किया है.
Question.
Good evening, sir. I think with good public receptions, our Hindu interest being showcased in pop culture in films like Kantara, Kartikeya, one Kashmir Files awakened so many people. So there is Marchi Japi, Nokali, Mopla, and several other historical facts that has to be presented to the people through pop culture, and it can awaken so many people. Do you think others are joining you in this particular movement and changing India?
Okay, so good. And this is something I want all of you to understand. And it's a very important question he has asked. Does the success of a film also creates platform for a lot of aspiring people to do that? Does a Tesla car change the way we drive, or is just one-off experiment? Kartike, by the way, is our film, okay? And try to understand this. Let's take 2 examples. You were just talking about Pathan becoming a blockbuster, which is truth, no problems. everybody says BJP supported us, that's why this film became so big. Somebody should ask them also who supported you, why your film has become big. You will find if you don't make this mistake of painting one film with political lens, the other one, अरे ये तो public चाहती थी. वो कौन सी public चाहती थी और किसको provoke करके वो film में हुई है, इस पे भी सवाल उठने चाहिए. और हर तरह के सवाल उठने चाहिए. Why should, मैं पहले बोलता नहीं था, now I have decided I'll speak. Why question should be asked only to me? Is it a crime to make a movie? Ask them also भाई कि आपने तो कहीं कुछ corruption नहीं किया उसको hit करने के लिए. आपने तो कुछ unethical, गलत चीज, illegal चीज नहीं की. These questions should be asked when you meet them next time. Okay, now try to understand this. So take these two great examples. One film with 0 stars, 0 marketing, I mean paid marketing, which is like hoardings and all those things. No theaters. A film which started marketing itself 6 months ago in foreign lands with our own money became a huge blockbuster. Okay? And behind that, nobody thinks that I had sacrificed me, my family, my children, people who worked with me, we had sacrificed 10 years, 2010 to 2020, 12 years of our life. Everybody used to feel great, अरे बुद्धा in a traffic jam तो release नहीं हुई, but we did that. We made Buddha in a traffic jam, we made Bharat ki khoj, we made Tashkent files. We kept doing, we kept growing one by one, and after the Kashmir files. Today, we have commissioned so many researchers on different day after, on the 12th, I'm going to Machar Japi. From there, I'm going to where the great action day took place. Our 4 teams are right now making videos, researching those 99-year-old, 102-year-old people who are survivors of Great Action Day in Bangladesh, in Rangoon, in Tripura, right now as I speak to you right now. And I'll put their pictures on Twitter once I go back to my room. This is what we are doing right now. We are investing back in research. The vaccine war, we have made with the money, 100% of the money which we made in Kashmir files, and it's a smaller film than the Kashmir files, so you would understand that we have made at least lesser money than what people claim we have made. Now ask them the same question. We are getting new actors, we are getting new music directors, we are getting new editors, we are giving chance to a lot of people. We have started a boutique industry which is parallel, and we write good language. Ask them the same question. Who are going to be the beneficiaries of your blockbuster success? Just see who are the beneficiaries of their success, see who are the beneficiaries of our success, and you don't have to be an expert, you will know what kind of cinema India should be making and celebrating.
Good. Yes, please.
Good evening, sir. आपकी फिल्म में एक बहुत ही strong dialogue था when Pallavi ma'am says, सरकार उनकी है तो क्या हुआ, system तो आज भी हमारा है. Do you see that system changing slowly in India?
Of course, and see, system will change. It will take a lot of time. Please understand, there are a lot of people who are disrupting. There are 2-3 kinds of people in my mind. Okay, one, जो कि ठीक है सरकार है तो उसकी रास्ते में चल दिए. What happens when a strong government comes? A lot of other people get empowered whose voices were not heard. Look at Sai. He is a disruptor. He has disrupted a narrative. He has punctured that narrative. And there are lots and lots of people like that. Believe you me, I know at least so many people, 10, 15 people I know very closely. They are disrupting the system differently, but they are indeed changing the system. It will take time. My generation is not going to change, but the next generation, when they will say, see, when people change system, when they understand it is possible. India has been living in a defeatist society for 70 years. We were trained, we are conditioned like rats get conditioned. We are conditioned that we can't do it. India can't do it. इसलिए हम अपने बच्चों से कहते हैं बाहर वाले क्या बोलेंगे. ऐसा मत करो. क्योंकि हमें कभी अपने बच्चे की चिंता नहीं होती, हमें बाहर वालों की चिंता होती है. That's our biggest problem. And today we are shifting, the society is shifting to can-do culture. I made this film, The Vaccine War. Who knows who made Indian vaccine? Does anybody know who made this vaccine? Our own vaccine? Who made? This is the problem with this country. When I'll make this film, trust me, today we are sitting here 15th August, how many people are going to attack me? Because they don't know the truth. And when truth will be told to them, they will say, नहीं ये तो झूठ बोल रहा है. क्योंकि भेड़िया आया, भेड़िया इतनी आदत लग चुकी है कि अब वो आपको फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता है. No. The vaccine was made by Indian Council for Medical Research and National Institute of Virology. And that candidate was given to Bharat Biotech, which is a manufacturing facility. They put it in bottles. But how it has been projected by media? That Adar Poonawala and these people. No, Adar Poonawala's vaccine was made by AstraZeneca. This vaccine was made by NIV and ICMR. And if I tell you something, you will be shocked. You won't believe it. That 80% people who worked to make this vaccine were all women. And the kind of women which the left of India doesn't even want to believe that they are empowered because they have no vanity. Because they look like ordinary grandmothers and all. And these women stayed in the lab, inside the lab, in those suits which have got an oxygen pipe on the top for months. For months. I know when you'll see the film, you'll know, because this film uses the real names, not any other name, uses the real people. You will be shocked that one of them, one of the main scientists, her child went through so much of mental trauma that is going through therapy right now. Okay, one of the scientists' daughter had some eye issue because the mother could not attend to her for 9 months or 7 months. She developed a tumor and she has a massive problem. These women, वो अपने पति की भी सेवा करती रहीं, सास ससुर की भी करती नहीं. If somebody was sick, they made काढ़ा and sent it to their homes. They washed utensils, घर भी साफ करती नहीं, और वही अपनी सिलबिल्लों की तरह से साड़ी पहन के, they kept making the vaccine inside. Do we ever celebrate them? Never. Never, because nobody wants you to believe in the power of Indian middle class women. And how they are shining. And that's why I said nobody on this earth is going to make this film. A film called Vaccine War. Who's going to make that? And that too about these 50, 60-year-old, very grandmother looking like women. Who's going to celebrate them? And who's going to celebrate scientists who are called virologists and not called rocket scientists? Because you don't want to send your child to NASA. Or you want to send your child to NASA, not to some virology lab. No Indian has this ambition, my son should become a virologist. Even after being locked in your houses for 2 years. Isn't this a powerful subject? So we said we'll make this film. Nobody gave us money. But all the studios want to invest 200 crore rupees in me right now per film. All the stars want to work with me. But then for this film, nobody was willing to give even 1 penny, even after the Kashmir files. So we said, what the hell, we'll make it with our own money, but we'll make this film. And we have finished shooting.
Wonderful. Who all wanted to work with you, Vivek? Everyone?
Barring top 3 people.
They all wanted to work with you?
Most of them want to work with me, yes. They keep calling me, sending me feelers. Every studio wants to work with me. But no, we have not changed. We are still making small-sized, not medium, small-sized, non-starrer films, spending a lot of money and time on research, and making films which are going to change India's narrative globally. This is our mission.
Wonderful. Any last questions? Just quickly, and then we'll let Vivek go.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah.
This is Aishwarya here. Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't get your name.
I'm Aishwarya. I have a quick question to you, sir. As you have said that you have been using cinema as a tool, as a soft power. So I want to know, do you have any plan of making an entertainment movie in the future?
See, I'm sorry, but this is how you have been brainwashed and conditioned. You have been told that entertainment is useless and meaningless. That's why I was comparing it with circus, because all we have seen in last 10 years is circus. No, very rarely any film addresses the society. So you have started believing entertaining means some light-hearted song, dance, drama. The song in my film, Hum Dekhenge, has been a chart buster, has been the most successful song of my career. So it's not that anything which is not meaningless is entertainment. Entertainment simply means something which engages you and shows you a new perspective or takes you into an orbit where you otherwise cannot go. And that's my effort, to take you into so many universes where you yourself can't go. Sadly or happily, that universe is going to be, as long as I am alive, about Bharat and India.
That gentleman, and then we call it a day. Yes.
Not really a question, it's a thanks for day one to Indian Express, to Lakshmi ma'am, to Piyush Chawla ji. It was a wonderful day, and the last 1 hour was just like what we watched in Port of Spain years ago. Sunil Gavaskar scored century number 1, Sai Deepak, and then it was followed by G.R. Vishwanath's brilliant century, and India has won. Thank you, India, today.
Thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. Thank you, Vivek,
Thank you.
for
Thank you,
always
Vivek.
taking all my questions, even if they're rude. Thank you very much.
A big thank you so much. And a big, big round of applause as well for making our finale session for today absolutely fabulous. Thank you so much, sir. We have a small memento for you. Mr. Chawla will do the honors. And thank you to everyone for being such a wonderful, patient, and cooperative audience. We'll see all of you tomorrow at 9:50 as we will be starting at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you so much. Have a lovely evening.